The rummy affair of old Biffy. Jeeves, I said, emerging from the old tub, rally round. Yes, sir. I beamed on the man with no little geniality. I was putting in a week or two in Paris at the moment, and there's something about Paris that always makes me feel fairly full of espièglerie and joie de vivre. Lay out our gents' medium-smart raiment, suitable for bohemian revels, I said. I am lunching with an artist bloke on the other side of the river. Very good, sir. And if anybody calls for me, Jeeves, say that I shall be back towards the quiet evenfall. Yes, sir. Mr. Biffin rang up on the telephone while you were in your bath. Mr. Biffin? Good heavens. Amazing how one's always running across fellows in foreign cities, birds, I mean, whom you haven't seen for ages and would have bet weren't anywhere in the neighborhood. Paris was the last place where I should have expected to find old Biffy popping up. There was a time when he and I had been lads about town together, lunching and dining together practically every day. But some 18 months back his old godmother had died and left him that place in Herefordshire. And he had retired there to wear gaiters and prod cows in the ribs and generally be the country gentleman and landed proprietor. Since then I had hardly seen him. Old Biffy in Paris? What's he doing here? He did not confide in me, sir, said Jeeves, a trifle frostily, I thought. It sounded somehow as if he didn't like Biffy. And yet they had always been matey enough in the old days. Where's he staying? At the Hotel Avenida, Rue du Colisée, sir. He informed me that he was about to take a walk and would call this afternoon. Well, if he comes when I'm out, tell him to wait. And now, Jeeves, mes gants, mon chapeau, et le hoigny de monsieur. I must be popping. It was such a corking day and I had so much time in hand that near the Sorbonne I stopped my cab, deciding to walk the rest of the way. And I had hardly gone 3 steps and a half when there on the pavement before me stood old Biffy in person. If I had completed the last step I should have rammed him. Biffy! I cried. Well, well, well. He peered at me in a blinking kind of way, rather like one of his Herefordshire cows prodded unexpectedly while lunching. Bertie, he gurgled, in a devout sort of tone. Thank God. He clutched my arm. Don't leave me, Bertie. I'm lost. What do you mean, lost? I came out for a walk and suddenly discovered after a mile or two that I didn't know where on earth I was. I've been wandering round in circles for hours. Why didn't you ask the way? I can't speak a word of French. Well, why didn't you call a taxi? I suddenly discovered I'd left all my money at my hotel. You could have taken a cab and paid it when you got to the hotel. Yes, but suddenly I discovered, dash it, that I'd forgotten its name. And there in a nutshell you have Charles Edward Biffin. As vague and woolen-headed a blighter as ever bit a sandwich. Goodness knows, and my Aunt Agatha will bear me out in this, I'm no mastermind myself. But compared with Biffy I'm one of the great thinkers of all time. I'd give a shilling, said Biffy, wistfully, to know the name of that hotel. You can owe it me. Hotel Avenida, Rue du Colisée. Bertie. This is uncanny. How the deuce did you know? That was the address you left with Jeeves this morning. So it was. I had forgotten. Well, come along and have a drink, and then I'll put you in a cab and send you home. I'm engaged for lunch, but I've plenty of time. We drifted to one of the 11 cafés which jostled each other along the street and I ordered restoratives. What on earth are you doing in Paris? I asked. Bertie, old man, said Biffy, solemnly, I came here to try and forget. Well, you've certainly succeeded. You don't understand. The fact is, Bertie, old lad, my heart is broken. I'll tell you the whole story. No, I say. I protested. But he was off. Last year, said Biffy, I buzzed over to Canada to do a bit of salmon fishing. I ordered another. If this was going to be a fish story, I needed stimulants. On the liner going to New York I met a girl. Biffy made a sort of curious gulping noise not unlike a bulldog trying to swallow half a cutlet in a hurry so as to be ready for the other half. Bertie, old man, I can't describe her. I simply can't describe her. This was all to the good. She was wonderful. We used to walk on the boat deck after dinner. She was on the stage. At least, sort of. How do you mean, sort of? Well, she had worked with a concert party and posed for artists and been a mannequin in a big dressmaker's and all that sort of thing, don't you know, said Biffy, vaguely. Anyway, she had saved up a few pounds and was on her way to see if she could get a job in New York. She told me all about herself. Her father ran a milkwalk in Clapham. Or it may have been Cricklewood. At least, it was either a milkwalk or a boot shop. Easily confused. What I'm trying to make you understand, said Biffy, is that she came of good, sturdy, respectable middle-class stock. Nothing flashy about her. The sort of wife any man might have been proud of. Well, whose wife was she? Nobody's. That's the whole point of the story. I wanted her to be mine, and I lost her. Had a quarrel, you mean? No, I don't mean we had a quarrel. I mean I literally lost her. The last I ever saw of her was in the customs sheds at New York. We were behind a pile of trunks, and I had just asked her to be my wife, and she had just said she would and everything was perfectly splendid. When a most offensive blighter in a peaked cap came up to talk about some cigarettes which he had found at the bottom of my trunk and which I had forgotten to declare. It was getting pretty late by then, for we hadn't docked till about 10:30, so I told Mabel to go on to her hotel and I would come round next day and take her to lunch. And since then I haven't set eyes on her. You mean she wasn't at the hotel? Probably she was. But you don't mean you never turned up? Bertie, old man, said Biffy, in an overwrought kind of way, for heaven's sake don't keep trying to tell me what I mean and what I don't mean. Let me tell this my own way, or I shall get all mixed up and have to go back to the beginning. Tell it your own way, I said, hastily. Well, then, to put it in a word, Bertie, I forgot the name of the hotel. By the time I'd done half an hour's heavy explaining about those cigarettes my mind was a blank. I had an idea I had written the name down somewhere, but I couldn't have done, for it wasn't on any of the papers in my pocket. No, it was no good. She was gone. Why didn't you make inquiries? Well, the fact is, Bertie, I had forgotten her name. Oh, no, dash it. I said. This seemed a bit too thick even for Biffy. How could you forget her name? Besides, you told it me a moment ago. Muriel or something. Mabel, corrected Biffy, coldly. It was her surname I'd forgotten. So I gave it up and went to Canada. But half a second, I said. You must have told her your name. I mean, if you couldn't trace her, she could trace you. Exactly. That's what makes it all seem so infernally hopeless. She knows my name and where I live and everything, but I haven't heard a word from her. I suppose, when I didn't turn up at the hotel, she took it that that was my way of hinting delicately that I had changed my mind and wanted to call the thing off. I suppose so, I said. There didn't seem anything else to suppose. Well, the only thing to do is to whiz around and try to heal the wound, what? How about dinner tonight, winding up at the Abbaye, or one of those places? Biffy shook his head. It wouldn't be any good. I've tried it. Besides, I'm leaving on the 4 o'clock train. I have a dinner engagement tomorrow with a man who's nibbling at that house of mine in Herefordshire. Oh, are you trying to sell that place? I thought you liked it. I did. But the idea of going on living in that great, lonely barn of a house after what has happened appalls me, Bertie. So when Sir Roderick Glossop came along. Sir Roderick Glossop. You don't mean the loony doctor? The great nerve specialist, yes. Why, do you know him? It was a warm day, but I shivered. I was engaged to his daughter for a week or two, I said, in a hushed voice. The memory of that narrow squeak always made me feel faint. Has he a daughter? Said Biffy, absently. He has. Let me tell you all about. Not just now, old man, said Biffy, getting up. I ought to be going back to my hotel to see about my packing. Which, after I had listened to his story, struck me as pretty low down. However, the longer you live, the more you realize that the good old sporting spirit of give and take has practically died out in our midst. So I boosted him into a cab and went off to lunch. It can't have been more than 10 days after this that I received a nasty shock while getting outside my morning tea and toast. The English papers had arrived, and Jeeves was just drifting out of the room after depositing the Times by my bedside, when, as I idly turned the pages in search of the sporting section, a paragraph leaped out and hit me squarely in the eyeball. As follows. Forthcoming marriages. Mr. C. E. Biffin and Miss Glossop. The engagement is announced between Charles Edward, only son of the late Mr. E. C. Biffin, and Mrs. Biffin, of 11 Penslow Square, Mayfair, and Honoria Jane Louise, only daughter of Sir Roderick and Lady Glossop, of 6B Harley Street, W. Great Scott! I exclaimed. Sir? Said Jeeves, turning at the door. Jeeves, you remember Miss Glossop? Very vividly, sir. She's engaged to Mr. Biffin. Indeed, sir, said Jeeves. And, with not another word, he slid out. The blighter's calm amazed and shocked me. It seemed to indicate that there must be a horrible streak of callousness in him. I mean to say, it wasn't as if he didn't know Honoria Glossop. I read the paragraph again. A peculiar feeling it gave me. I don't know if you have ever experienced the sensation of seeing the announcement of the engagement of a pal of yours to a girl whom you were only saved from marrying yourself by the skin of your teeth. It induces a sort of, well, it's difficult to describe it exactly. But I should imagine a fellow would feel much the same if he happened to be strolling through the jungle with a boyhood chum and met a tigress or a jaguar, or whatnot, and managed to shin up a tree. And looked down and saw the friend of his youth vanishing into the undergrowth in the animal's slavering jaws. A sort of profound, prayerful relief, if you know what I mean, blended at the same time with a pang of pity. What I'm driving at is that, thankful as I was that I hadn't had to marry Honoria myself, I was sorry to see a real good chap like old Biffy copping it. I sucked down a spot of tea and began to brood over the business. Of course, there are probably fellows in the world, tough, hardy blokes with strong chins and glittering eyes, who could get engaged to this Glossop menace and like it. But I knew perfectly well that Biffy was not one of them. Honoria, you see, is one of those robust, dynamic girls with the muscles of a welterweight and a laugh like a squadron of cavalry charging over a tin bridge. A beastly thing to have to face over the breakfast table. Brainy, moreover. The sort of girl who reduces you to pulp with 16 sets of tennis and a few rounds of golf and then comes down to dinner as fresh as a daisy, expecting you to take an intelligent interest in Freud. If I had been engaged to her another week, her old father would have had one more patient on his books, and Biffy is much the same quiet sort of peaceful, inoffensive bird as me. I was shocked, I tell you, shocked. And, as I was saying, the thing that shocked me most was Jeeves's frightful lack of proper emotion. The man happening to trickle in at this juncture, I gave him one more chance to show some human sympathy. You got the name correctly, didn't you, Jeeves? I said. Mr. Biffin is going to marry Honoria Glossop, the daughter of the old boy with the egg-like head and the eyebrows. Yes, sir. Which suit would you wish me to lay out this morning? And this, mark you, from the man who, when I was engaged to the Glossop, strained every fiber in his brain to extricate me. It beat me. I couldn't understand it. The blue with the red twill, I said, coldly. My manner was marked, and I meant him to see that he had disappointed me sorely. About a week later I went back to London, and scarcely had I got settled in the old flat when Biffy blew in. One glance was enough to tell me that the poisoned wound had begun to fester. The man did not look bright. No, there was no getting away from it, not bright. He had that kind of stunned, glassy expression which I used to see on my own face in the shaving mirror during my brief engagement to the glossop pestilence. However, if you don't want to be one of the "what is wrong with this picture" brigade, you must observe the conventions, so I shook his hand as warmly as I could. "Well, well, old man," I said. "Congratulations." "Thanks," said Biffy, wanly, and there was rather a weighty silence. "Bertie," said Biffy, after the silence had lasted about 3 minutes. "Hello? Is it really true?" "What?" "Oh, nothing," said Biffy, and conversation languished again. After about a minute and a half he came to the surface once more. "Bertie. Still here, old thing. What is it? I say, Bertie, is it really true that you were once engaged to Honoria?" "It is." Biffy coughed. "How did you get out? I mean, what was the nature of the tragedy that prevented the marriage?" "Jeeves worked it. He thought out the entire scheme." "I think, before I go," said Biffy, thoughtfully, "I'll just step into the kitchen and have a word with Jeeves." I felt that the situation called for complete candor. "Biffy, old egg," I said, as man to man, "do you want to oil out of this thing?" "Bertie, old cork," said Biffy, earnestly, as one friend to another, "I do." "Then why the dickens did you ever get into it?" "I don't know." "Why did you?" Well, it sort of happened. And it sort of happened with me. You know how it is when your heart's broken. A kind of lethargy comes over you. You get absent-minded and cease to exercise proper precautions, and the first thing you know you're for it. I don't know how it happened, old man, but there it is. And what I want you to tell me is, what's the procedure? You mean, how does a fellow edge out? Exactly. I don't want to hurt anybody's feelings, Bertie, but I can't go through with this thing. The shot is not on the board. For about a day and a half I thought it might be all right, but now, you remember that laugh of hers? I do. Well, there's that, and then all this business of never letting a fellow alone, improving his mind and so forth. I know. I know. Very well, then. What do you recommend? What did you mean when you said that Jeeves worked a scheme? Well, you see, old Sir Roderick, who's a loony doctor and nothing but a loony doctor, however much you may call him a nerve specialist, discovered that there was a modicum of insanity in my family. Nothing serious. Just one of my uncles used to keep rabbits in his bedroom. And the old boy came to lunch here to give me the once-over, and Jeeves arranged matters so that he went away firmly convinced that I was off my onion. I see, said Biffy, thoughtfully. The trouble is there isn't any insanity in my family. None? It seemed to me almost incredible that a fellow could be such a perfect chump as dear old Biffy without a bit of assistance. Not a loony on the list, he said, gloomily. It's just like my luck. The old boy's coming to lunch with me tomorrow, no doubt to test me as he did you. And I never felt saner in my life. I thought for a moment. The idea of meeting Sir Roderick again gave me a cold shivery feeling, but when there is a chance of helping a pal we Woosters have no thought of self. Look here, Biffy, I said, I'll tell you what. I'll roll up for that lunch. It may easily happen that when he finds you are a pal of mine he will forbid the banns right away and no more questions asked. Something in that, said Biffy, brightening. Awfully sporting of you, Bertie. Oh, not at all, I said. And meanwhile I'll consult Jeeves. Put the whole thing up to him and ask his advice. He's never failed me yet. Biffy pushed off, a good deal braced, and I went into the kitchen. Jeeves, I said, I want your help once more. I've just been having a painful interview with Mr. Biffin. Indeed, sir? It's like this, I said, and told him the whole thing. It was rummy, but I could feel him freezing from the start. As a rule, when I call Jeeves into conference on one of these little problems, he's all sympathy and bright ideas, but not today. I fear, sir, he said, when I had finished, it is hardly my place to intervene in a private matter affecting. Oh, come. No, sir. It would be taking a liberty. Jeeves, I said, tackling the blighter squarely, what have you got against old Biffy? I, sir? Yes, you. I assure you, sir. Oh, well, if you don't want to chip in and save a fellow creature, I suppose I can't make you. But let me tell you this. I am now going back to the sitting room, and I am going to put in some very tense thinking. You'll look pretty silly when I come and tell you that I've got Mr. Biffin out of the soup without your assistance. Extremely silly you'll look. Yes, sir. Shall I bring you a whiskey and soda, sir? No. Coffee. Strong and black. And if anybody wants to see me, tell M that I'm busy and can't be disturbed. An hour later I rang the bell. Jeeves, I said with hauteur. Yes, sir. Kindly ring Mr. Biffin up on the phone and say that Mr. Wooster presents his compliments and that he has got it. I was feeling more than a little pleased with myself next morning as I strolled round to Biffy's. As a rule, the bright ideas you get overnight have a trick of not seeming quite so frightfully fruity when you examine them by the light of day. But this one looked as good at breakfast as it had done before dinner. I examined it narrowly from every angle, and I didn't see how it could fail. A few days before, my Aunt Emily's son Harold had celebrated his 6th birthday. And, being up against the necessity of weighing in with a present of some kind, I had happened to see in a shop in the Strand a rather sprightly little gadget. Well calculated in my opinion to amuse the child and endear him to one and all. It was a bunch of flowers in a sort of holder ending in an ingenious bulb attachment which, when pressed, shot about 1.5 pints of pure spring water into the face of anyone who was ass enough to sniff at it. It seemed to me just the thing to please the growing mind of a kid of 6, and I had rolled round with it. But when I got to the house I found Harold sitting in the midst of a mass of gifts so luxurious and costly that I simply hadn't the crust to contribute a thing that had set me back a mere 11pence halfpenny. So with rare presence of mind, for we Woosters can think quick on occasion, I wrenched my Uncle James's card off a toy aeroplane, substituted my own, and trousered the squirt, which I took away with me. It had been lying around in my flat ever since, and it seemed to me that the time had come to send it into action. Well, said Biffy, anxiously, as I curved Ted into his sitting room. The poor old bird was looking pretty green about the gills. I recognized the symptoms. I had felt much the same myself when waiting for Sir Roderick to turn up and lunch with me. How the deuce people who have anything wrong with their nerves can bring themselves to chat with that man, I can't imagine, and yet he has the largest practice in London. Scarcely a day passes without his having to sit on somebody's head and ring for the attendant to bring the strait waistcoat, and his outlook on life has become so jaundiced through constant association with coves who are picking straws out of their hair that I was convinced that Biffy had merely got to press the bulb and nature would do the rest. So I patted him on the shoulder and said, "It's all right, old man." "What does Jeeves suggest?" asked Biffy, eagerly. "Jeeves doesn't suggest anything. But you said it was all right." "Jeeves isn't the only thinker in the Wooster home, my lad. I have taken over your little problem, and I can tell you at once that I have the situation well in hand." "You?" said Biffy. His tone was far from flattering. It suggested a lack of faith in my abilities, and my view was that an ounce of demonstration would be worth a ton of explanation. I shoved the bouquet at him. "Are you fond of flowers, Biffy?" I said. Smell these." Biffy extended the old beak in a careworn sort of way, and I pressed the bulb as per printed instructions on the label. I do like getting my money's worth. 11pence halfpenny the thing had cost me, and it would have been cheap at double. The advertisement on the outside of the box had said that its effects were indescribably ludicrous, and I can testify that it was no overstatement. Poor old Biffy leaped 3 feet in the air and smashed a small table. "There," I said. The old egg was a trifle incoherent at first, but he found words fairly soon and began to express himself with a good deal of warmth. "Calm yourself, laddie," I said, as he paused for breath. It was no mere jest to pass an idle hour. It was a demonstration. "Take this, Biffy, with an old friend's blessing, refill the bulb, shove it into Sir Roderick's face, press firmly, and leave the rest to him. I'll guarantee that in something under 3 seconds the idea will have dawned on him that you are not required in his family." Biffy stared at me. "Are you suggesting that I squirt Sir Roderick?" "Absolutely. Squirt him good. Squirt as you have never squirted before." "But—" He was still yammering at me in a feverish sort of way when there was a ring at the front door bell. "Good Lord!" cried Biffy, quivering like a jelly. "There he is. Talk to him while I go and change my shirt." I had just time to refill the bulb and shove it beside Biffy's plate, when the door opened and Sir Roderick came in. I was picking up the fallen table at the moment, and he started talking brightly to my back. "Good afternoon. I trust one am not, Mr. Wooster." I'm bound to say I was not feeling entirely at my ease. There is something about the man that is calculated to strike terror into the stoutest heart. If ever there was a bloke at the very mention of whose name it would be excusable for people to tremble like aspens, that bloke is Sir Roderick Glossop. He has an enormous bald head, all the hair which ought to be on it seeming to have run into his eyebrows, and his eyes go through you like a couple of death rays. "How are you, how are you, how are you?" I said, overcoming a slight desire to leap backwards out of the window. "Long time since we met, what?" "Nevertheless, I remember you most distinctly, Mr. Wooster." "That's fine," I said. "Old Biffy asked me to come and join you in mangling a bit of lunch." He waggled the eyebrows at me. "Are you a friend of Charles Biffin?" "Oh, rather. Been friends for years and years." He drew in his breath sharply, and I could see that Biffy's stock had dropped several points. His eye fell on the floor, which was strewn with things that had tumbled off the upset table. "Have you had an accident?" he said. "Nothing serious," I explained. "Old Biffy had some sort of fit or seizure just now and knocked over the table." "A fit? Or seizure? Is he subject to fits?" I was about to answer, when Biffy hurried in. He had forgotten to brush his hair, which gave him a wild look, and I saw the old boy direct a keen glance at him. It seemed to me that what you might call the preliminary spadework had been most satisfactorily attended to and that the success of the good old bulb could be in no doubt whatever. Biffy's man came in with the nosebags and we sat down to lunch. It looked at first as though the meal was going to be one of those complete frosts which occur from time to time in the career of a constant luncher-out. Biffy, a very C3 host, contributed nothing to the feast of reason and flow of soul beyond an occasional hiccup, and every time I started to pull a nifty, Sir Roderick swung round on me with such a piercing stare that it stopped me in my tracks. Fortunately, however, the second course consisted of a chicken fricassee of such outstanding excellence that the old boy, after wolfing a plateful, handed up his dinner pail for a second installment and became almost genial. "I am here this afternoon, Charles," he said, with what practically amounted to bonhomie, "on what I might describe as a mission." "Yes, a mission. This is most excellent chicken." "Glad you like it," mumbled old Biffy. "Singularly toothsome," said Sir Roderick, pronging another half-ounce. "Yes, as I was saying, a mission. You young fellows nowadays are, I know, content to live in the center of the most wonderful metropolis the world has seen, blind and indifferent to its many marvels. I should be prepared, were I a betting man, which I am not, to wager a considerable sum that you have never in your life visited even so historic a spot as Westminster Abbey. Am I right?" Biffy gurgled something about always having meant to. "Nor the Tower of London." "No, nor the Tower of London. And there exists at this very moment, not 20 minutes by cab from Hyde Park Corner, the most supremely absorbing and educational collection of objects, both animate and inanimate, gathered from the four corners of the Empire, that has ever been assembled in England's history. I allude to the British Empire exhibition now situated at Wembley." "A fellow told me one about Wembley yesterday," I said, to help on the cheery flow of conversation. "Stop me if you've heard it before." Chap goes up to deaf chap outside the exhibition and says, "Is this Wembley?" "Hey," says deaf chap. "Is this Wembley?" says chap. "Hey," says deaf chap. "Is this Wembley?" says chap. "No, Thursday," says deaf chap. "Ha, ha, I mean, what?" The merry laughter froze on my lips. Sir Roderick sort of just waggled an eyebrow in my direction and I saw that it was back to the basket for Bertram. I never met a man who had such a knack of making a fellow feel like a waste product. "Have you yet paid a visit to Wembley, Charles?" he asked. "No." "Precisely as I suspected. Well, that is the mission on which I am here this afternoon. Honoria wishes me to take you to Wembley. She says it will broaden your mind, in which view I am at one with her. We will start immediately after luncheon." Biffy cast an imploring look at me. "You'll come too, Bertie?" There was such agony in his eyes that I only hesitated for a second. A pal is a pal. Besides, I felt that, if only the bulb fulfilled the high expectations I had formed of it, the merry expedition would be cancelled in no uncertain manner. "Oh, rather," I said. "We must not trespass on Mr. Wooster's good nature," said Sir Roderick, looking pretty puff-faced. "Oh, that's all right," I said. "I've been meaning to go to the good old exhibition for a long time. I'll slip home and change my clothes and pick you up here in my car." There was a silence. Biffy seemed too relieved at the thought of not having to spend the afternoon alone with Sir Roderick to be capable of speech, and Sir Roderick was registering silent disapproval. And then he caught sight of the bouquet by Biffy's plate. "Ah, flowers," he said. "Sweet peas, if I am not in error. A charming plant, pleasing alike to the eye and the nose." I caught Biffy's eye across the table. It was bulging, and a strange light shone in it. "Are you fond of flowers, Sir Roderick?" he croaked. "Extremely. Smell these." Sir Roderick dipped his head and sniffed. Biffy's fingers closed slowly over the bulb. I shut my eyes and clutched the table. "Very pleasant," I heard Sir Roderick say. "Very pleasant indeed." I opened my eyes, and there was Biffy leaning back in his chair with a ghastly look, and the bouquet on the cloth beside him. I realized what had happened. In that supreme crisis of his life, with his whole happiness depending on a mere pressure of the fingers, Biffy, the poor spineless fish, had lost his nerve. My closely reasoned scheme had gone phut. Jeeves was fooling about with the geraniums in the sitting-room window box when I got home. "They make a very nice display, sir," he said, cocking a paternal eye at the things. "Don't talk to me about flowers," I said. "Jeeves, I know now how a general feels when he plans out some great scientific movement and his troops let him down at the 11th hour." "Indeed, sir?" "Yes," I said, and told him what had happened. He listened thoughtfully. "A somewhat vacillating and changeable young gentleman, Mr. Biffin," was his comment when I had finished. "Would you be requiring me for the remainder of the afternoon, sir?" "No. I'm going to Wembley. I just came back to change and get the car. Produce some fairly durable garments which can stand getting squashed by the many-headed Jeeves, and then phone to the garage." "Very good, sir. The grey Cheviot will, I fancy, be suitable. Would it be too much if I asked you to give me a seat in the car, sir?" I had thought of going to Wembley myself this afternoon. Oh, all right. Thank you very much, sir. I got dressed, and we drove round to Biffy's flat. Biffy and Sir Roderick got in at the back and Jeeves climbed into the front seat next to me. Biffy looked so ill-attuned to an afternoon's pleasure that my heart bled for the blighter and I made one last attempt to appeal to Jeeves's better feelings. I must say, Jeeves, I said, I'm dashed disappointed in you. I am sorry to hear that, sir. Well, I am dashed disappointed. I do think you might rally round. Did you see Mr. Biffin's face? Yes, sir. Well, then. If you will pardon my saying so, sir, Mr. Biffin has surely only himself to thank if he has entered upon matrimonial obligations which do not please him. You're talking absolute rot, Jeeves. You know as well as I do that honoria glossop is an act of God. You might just as well blame a fellow for getting run over by a truck. Yes, sir. Absolutely yes. Besides, the poor ass wasn't in a condition to resist. He told me all about it. He had lost the only girl he had ever loved, and you know what a man's like when that happens to him. How was that, sir? Apparently he fell in love with some girl on the boat going over to New York, and they parted at the customs sheds, arranging to meet next day at her hotel. Well, you know what Biffy's like. He forgets his own name half the time. He never made a note of the address, and it passed clean out of his mind. He went about in a sort of trance, and suddenly woke up to find that he was engaged to honoria glossop. I did not know of this, sir. I don't suppose anybody knows of it except me. He told me when I was in Paris. I should have supposed it would have been feasible to make inquiries, sir. That's what I said. But he had forgotten her name. That sounds remarkable, sir. I said that, too. But it's a fact. All he remembered was that her Christian name was Mabel. Well, you can't go scouring New York for a girl named Mabel, what? I appreciate the difficulty, sir. Well, there it is, then. I see, sir. We had got into a mob of vehicles outside the exhibition by this time, and, some tricky driving being indicated, I had to suspend the conversation. We parked ourselves eventually and went in. Jeeves drifted away, and Sir Roderick took charge of the expedition. He headed for the Palace of Industry, with Biffy and myself trailing behind. Well, you know, I have never been much of a lad for exhibitions. The citizenry in the mass always rather puts me off, and after I have been shuffling along with the multitude for a quarter of an hour or so I feel as if I were walking on hot bricks. About this particular binge, too, there seemed to me a lack of what you might call human interest. I mean to say, millions of people, no doubt, are so constituted that they scream with joy and excitement at the spectacle of a stuffed porcupine fish or a glass jar of seeds from Western Australia, but not Bertram. No, if you will take the word of one who would not deceive you, not Bertram. By the time we had tottered out of the Gold Coast village and were working towards the Palace of Machinery, everything pointed to my shortly executing a quiet sneak in the direction of that rather jolly Planters' Bar in the West Indian section. Sir Roderick had whizzed us past this at a high rate of speed, it touching no chord in him. But I had been able to observe that there was a sprightly sportsman behind the counter mixing things out of bottles and stirring them up with a stick in long glasses that seemed to have ice in them. And the urge came upon me to see more of this man. I was about to drop away from the main body and become a straggler, when something pawed at my coat sleeve. It was Biffy, and he had the air of one who has had about sufficient. There are certain moments in life when words are not needed. I looked at Biffy, Biffy looked at me. A perfect understanding linked our two souls. 3 minutes later we had joined the Planters. I have never been in the West Indies, but I am in a position to state that in certain of the fundamentals of life they are streets ahead of our European civilization. The man behind the counter, as kindly a bloke as I ever wished to meet, seemed to guess our requirements the moment we hove in view. Scarcely had our elbows touched the wood before he was leaping to and fro, bringing down a new bottle with each leap. A planter, apparently, does not consider he has had a drink unless it contains at least 7 ingredients, and I'm not saying, mind you, that he isn't right. The man behind the bar told us the things were called green swizzles. And, if ever I marry and have a son, Green Swizzle Wooster is the name that will go down on the register, in memory of the day his father's life was saved at Wembley. After the third, Biffy breathed a contented sigh. "Where do you think Sir Roderick is?" he said. "Biffy, old thing," I replied, frankly, "I'm not worrying." "Bertie, old bird," said Biffy, "nor am I." He sighed again, and broke a long silence by asking the man for a straw. "Bertie," he said, "I've just remembered something rather rummy. You know Jeeves?" I said I knew Jeeves. "Well, a rather rummy incident occurred as we were going into this place. Old Jeeves sidled up to me and said something rather rummy. You'll never guess what it was." "No. I don't believe I ever shall." "Jeeves said," proceeded Biffy, earnestly, and I am quoting his very words, "Jeeves said, 'Mr. Biffin,' addressing me, 'you understand.'" "I understand. Mr. Biffin," he said, "I strongly advise you to visit the—" "The what?" I asked, as he paused. "Bertie, old man," said Biffy, deeply concerned, "I've absolutely forgotten." I stared at the man. "What I can't understand," I said, "is how you managed to run that Herefordshire place of yours for a day. How on earth do you remember to milk the cows and give the pigs their dinner?" "Oh, that's all right. There are divers blokes about the places, hirelings and menials, you know, who look after all that." "Ah," I said. "Well, that being so, let us have one more green swizzle, and then hey for the amusement park." When I indulged in those few rather bitter words about exhibitions, it must be distinctly understood that I was not alluding to what you might call the more earthy portion of these curious places. I yield to no man in my approval of those institutions where on payment of £1 you are permitted to slide down a slippery runway sitting on a mat. I love the jiggle-joggle, and I am prepared to take on all and sundry at skee-ball for money, stamps, or Brazil nuts. But, joyous reveller as I am on these occasions, I was simply not in it with old Biffy. Whether it was the green swizzles or merely the relief of being parted from Sir Roderick, I don't know. But Biffy flung himself into the pastimes of the proletariat with a zest that was almost frightening. I could hardly drag him away from the whip, and as for the switchback, he looked like spending the rest of his life on it. I managed to remove him at last, and he was wandering through the crowd at my side with gleaming eyes, hesitating between having his fortune told and taking a whirl at the wheel of joy. When he suddenly grabbed my arm and uttered a sharp animal cry. "Bertie!" "Now what?" He was pointing at a large sign over a building. "Look! Palace of Beauty." I tried to choke him off. I was getting a bit weary by this time. Not so young as I was. "You don't want to go in there," I said. "A fellow at the club was telling me about that. It's only a lot of girls." "You don't want to see a lot of girls." "I do want to see a lot of girls," said Biffy, firmly. "Dozens of girls, and the more unlike Honoria they are, the better. Besides, I've suddenly remembered that that's the place Jeeves told me to be sure and visit. It all comes back to me. Mr. Biffin," he said, "I strongly advise you to visit the Palace of Beauty." Now, what the man was driving at or what his motive was, I don't know, but I ask you, Bertie, is it wise, is it safe, is it judicious ever to ignore Jeeves's lightest word? We enter by the door on the left. I don't know if you know this Palace of Beauty place. It's a sort of aquarium full of the delicately nurtured instead of fishes. You go in, and there is a kind of cage with a female goggling out at you through a sheet of plate glass. She's dressed in some weird kind of costume, and over the cage is written, "Helen of Troy." You pass on to the next, and there's another one doing jujitsu with a snake. Subtitle, Cleopatra. You get the idea, famous women through the ages and all that. I can't say it fascinated me to any great extent. I maintain that lovely woman loses a lot of her charm if you have to stare at her in a tank. Moreover, it gave me a rummy sort of feeling of having wandered into the wrong bedroom at a country house, and I was flying past at a fair rate of speed, anxious to get it over. When Biffy suddenly went off his rocker. At least, it looked like that. He let out a piercing yell, grabbed my arm with a sudden clutch that felt like the bite of a crocodile, and stood there gibbering. "Wook!" ejaculated Biffy, or words to that general import. A large and interested crowd had gathered round. I think they thought the girls were going to be fed or something. But Biffy paid no attention to them. He was pointing in a loony manner at one of the cages. I forget which it was, but the female inside wore a ruff, so it may have been Queen Elizabeth or Boadicea or someone of that period. She was rather a nice-looking girl, and she was staring at Biffy in much the same pop-eyed way as he was staring at her. "Mabel," yelled Biffy, going off in my ear like a bomb. I can't say I was feeling my chirpiest. Drama is all very well, but I hate getting mixed up in it in a public spot, and I had not realized before how dashed public this spot was. The crowd seemed to have doubled itself in the last 5 seconds, and, while most of them had their eye on Biffy, quite a goodish few were looking at me as if they thought I was an important principal in the scene and might be expected at any moment to give of my best in the way of wholesome entertainment for the masses. Biffy was jumping about like a lamb in the springtime, and, what is more, a feeble-minded lamb. "Bertie! It's her! It's she!" He looked about him wildly. "Where the deuce is the stage door?" he cried. "Where's the manager? I want to see the house manager immediately." And then he suddenly bounded forward and began hammering on the glass with his stick. "I say, old lad," I began, but he shook me off. These fellows who live in the country are apt to go in for fairly sizable clubs instead of the light canes which your well-dressed man about town considers suitable for metropolitan use. And down in Herefordshire, apparently, something in the nature of a knobkerrie is de rigueur. Biffy's first slosh smashed the glass all to hash. 3 more cleared the way for him to go into the cage without cutting himself. And, before the crowd had time to realize what a wonderful bob's worth it was getting in exchange for its entrance fee, he was inside, engaging the girl in earnest conversation. And at the same moment 2 large policemen rolled up. You can't make policemen take the romantic view. Not a tear did these 2 blighters stop to brush away. They were inside the cage and out of it and marching Biffy through the crowd before you had time to blink. I hurried after them, to do what I could in the way of soothing Biffy's last moments, and the poor old lad turned a glowing face in my direction. "Chiswick, 60873, he bellowed in a voice charged with emotion. "Write it down, Bertie, or I shall forget it. Chiswick, 60873. Her telephone number." And then he disappeared, accompanied by about 11,000 sightseers, and a voice spoke at my elbow. "Mr. Wooster. What is the meaning of this?" Sir Roderick, with bigger eyebrows than ever, was standing at my side. "It's all right," I said. "Poor old Biffy's only gone off his crumpet." He tottered. "What?" "Had a sort of fit or seizure, you know." "Another." Sir Roderick drew a deep breath. "And this is the man I was about to allow my daughter to marry," I heard him mutter. I tapped him in a kindly spirit on the shoulder. It took some doing, mark you, but I did it. "If I were you," I said, "I should call that off. Scratch the fixture. Wash it out absolutely, is my advice." He gave me a nasty look. "I do not require your advice, Mr. Wooster. I had already arrived independently at the decision of which you speak. Mr. Wooster, you are a friend of this man, a fact which should in itself have been sufficient warning to me. You will, unlike myself, be seeing him again. Kindly inform him, when you do see him, that he may consider his engagement at an end. Right-ho, I said, and hurried off after the crowd. It seemed to me that a little bailing out might be in order. It was about an hour later that I shoved my way out to where I had parked the car. Jeeves was sitting in the front seat, brooding over the cosmos. He rose courteously as I approached. "You are leaving, sir?" "I am." "And Sir Roderick, sir?" "Not coming." "I am revealing no secrets, Jeeves, when I inform you that he and I have parted brass rags. Not on speaking terms now." "Indeed, sir? And Mr. Biffin? Will you wait for him?" "No. He's in prison." "Really, sir?" "Yes. Laden down with chains in the deepest dungeon beneath the castle moat. I tried to bail him out, but they decided on second thoughts to coop him up for the night." "What was his offense, sir?" "You remember that girl of his I was telling you about? He found her in a tank at the Palace of Beauty and went after her by the quickest route, which was via a plate-glass window. He was then scooped up and borne off in irons by the constabulary." I gazed sideways at him. "It is difficult to bring off a penetrating glance out of the corner of your eye, but I managed it." "Jeeves," I said, "there is more in this than the casual observer would suppose. You told Mr. Biffin to go to the Palace of Beauty. Did you know the girl would be there?" "Yes, sir." This was most remarkable and rummy to a degree. "Dash it, do you know everything?" "Oh, no, sir," said Jeeves, with an indulgent smile. Humoring the young master. "Well, how did you know that?" "I happen to be acquainted with the future Mrs. Biffin, sir." "I see. Then you knew all about that business in New York?" "Yes, sir. And it was for that reason that I was not altogether favorably disposed towards Mr. Biffin when you were first kind enough to suggest that I might be able to offer some slight assistance. I mistakenly supposed that he had been trifling with the girl's affections, sir. But when you told me the true facts of the case I appreciated the injustice I had done to Mr. Biffin and endeavored to make amends." "Well, he certainly owes you a lot. He's crazy about her." "That is very gratifying, sir. And she ought to be pretty grateful to you, too. Old Biffy's got 15,000 a year, not to mention more cows, pigs, hens, and ducks than he knows what to do with. A dashed useful bird to have in any family." "Yes, sir." "Tell me, Jeeves," I said, "how did you happen to know the girl in the first place?" Jeeves looked dreamily out into the traffic. "She is my niece, sir. If I might make the suggestion, sir, I should not jerk the steering wheel with quite such suddenness. We very nearly collided with that omnibus. Without the option. The evidence was all in. The machinery of the law had worked without a hitch. And the beak, having adjusted a pair of pince-nez which looked as though they were going to do a nosedive any moment, coughed like a pained sheep and slipped us the bad news. 'The prisoner Wooster,' he said, 'and who can paint the shame and agony of Bertram at hearing himself so described, will pay a fine of £5. "Oh, rather," I said. "Absolutely. Like a shot." I was dashed glad to get the thing settled at such a reasonable figure. I gazed across what they call the sea of faces till I picked up Jeeves, sitting at the back. Stout fellow, he had come to see the young master through his hour of trial. "I say, Jeeves," I sang out, "have you got a fiver? I'm a bit short." "Silence," bellowed some officious blighter. "It's all right," I said, just arranging the financial details. "Got the stuff, Jeeves?" "Yes, sir." "Good egg." "Are you a friend of the prisoner?" asked the beak. "I am in Mr. Wooster's employment, your worship, in the capacity of gentleman's personal gentleman." "Then pay the fine to the clerk." "Very good, your worship." The beak gave a coldish nod in my direction, as much as to say that they might now strike the fetters from my wrists. And, having hitched up the pince-nez once more, proceeded to hand poor old Sippy one of the nastiest looks ever seen in Bosher Street Police Court. "The case of the prisoner Leon Trotsky, which," he said, giving Sippy the eye again, "I am strongly inclined to think an assumed and fictitious name, is more serious. He has been convicted of a wanton and violent assault upon the police. The evidence of the officer has proved that the prisoner struck him in the abdomen, causing severe internal pain, and in other ways interfered with him in the execution of his duties. I am aware that on the night following the annual aquatic contest between the universities of Oxford and Cambridge a certain license is traditionally granted by the authorities. But aggravated acts of ruffianly hooliganism like that of the prisoner Trotsky cannot be overlooked or palliated. He will serve a sentence of 30 days in the second division without the option of a fine." "No, I say, here, hi, dash it all," protested poor old Sippy. "Silence!" bellowed the officious blighter. "Next case," said the beak. And that was that. The whole affair was most unfortunate. Memory is a trifle blurred. But, as far as I can piece together the facts, what happened was more or less this. Abstemious cove though I am as a general thing, there is one night in the year when, putting all other engagements aside, I am rather apt to let myself go a bit and renew my lost youth, as it were. The night to which I allude is the one following the annual aquatic contest between the universities of Oxford and Cambridge, or, putting it another way, boat race night. Then, if ever, you will see Bertram under the influence. And on this occasion, I freely admit, I had been doing myself rather juicily, with the result that when I ran into old Sippy opposite the Empire I was in quite fairly bonhomous mood. This being so, it cut me to the quick to perceive that Sippy, generally the brightest of revellers, was far from being his usual sunny self. He had the air of a man with a secret sorrow. "Bertie," he said, as we strolled along towards Piccadilly Circus, "the heart bowed down by weight of woe to weakest hope will cling. Sippy is by way of being an author, though mainly dependent for the necessaries of life on subsidies from an old aunt who lives in the country, and his conversation often takes a literary turn. But the trouble is that I have no hope to cling to, weak or otherwise. I am up against it, Bertie." "In what way, laddie?" "I've got to go tomorrow and spend 3 weeks with some absolutely dud, I will go further, some positively scaly friends of my Aunt Vera. She has fixed the thing up, and may a nephew's curse blister every bulb in her garden." "Who are these hounds of hell?" I asked sympathetically. "Some people named Pringle. I haven't seen them since I was 10, but I remember them at that time striking me as England's premier warts. Tough luck. No wonder you've lost your morale." "The world," said Sippy, "is very grey. How can I shake off this awful depression?" It was then that I got one of those bright ideas one does get round about 11:30 on boat race night. "What you want, old man," I said, "is a policeman's helmet." "Do I, Bertie? If I were you, I'd just step straight across the street and get that one over there. But there's a policeman inside it. You can see him distinctly." "What does that matter?" I said. I simply couldn't follow his reasoning. Sippy stood for a moment in thought. "I believe you're absolutely right," he said at last. "Funny I never thought of it before. You really recommend me to get that helmet?" "I do indeed." "Then I will," said Sippy, brightening up in the most remarkable manner. So there you have the posish, and you can see why, as I left the dock, a free man, remorse gnawed at my vitals. In his 25th year, with life opening out before him and all that sort of thing, Oliver Randolph Sipperley had become a jailbird, and it was all my fault. It was I who had dragged that fine spirit down into the mire, so to speak, and the question now arose, what could I do to atone? Obviously, the first move must be to get in touch with Sippy and see if he had any last messages, and whatnot. I pushed about a bit, making inquiries, and presently found myself in a little dark room with whitewashed walls and a wooden bench. Sippy was sitting on the bench with his head in his hands. "How are you, old lad?" I asked in a hushed, bedside voice. "I'm a ruined man," said Sippy, looking like a poached egg. "Oh, come," I said, "it's not so bad as all that. I mean to say, you had the swift intelligence to give a false name. There won't be anything about you in the papers." "I'm not worrying about the papers. What's bothering me is, how can I go and spend 3 weeks with the Pringles, starting today, when I've got to sit in a prison cell with a ball and chain on my ankle?" "But you said you didn't want to go." "It isn't a question of wanting, fathead. I've got to go. If I don't, my aunt will find out where I am. And if she finds out that I am doing 30 days without the option in the lowest dungeon beneath the castle moat, well, where shall I get off?" I saw his point. "This is not a thing we can settle for ourselves," I said, gravely. "We must put our trust in a higher power. Jeeves is the man we must consult." And, having collected a few of the necessary data, I shook his hand, patted him on the back, and tooled off home. "Jeeves," I said, when I had climbed outside the pick-me-up which he had thoughtfully prepared against my coming, "I've got something to tell you. Something important. Something that vitally affects one whom you have always regarded with, one whom you have always looked upon, one whom you have, well, to cut a long story short. As I'm not feeling quite myself, Mr. Sipperly." "Yes, sir." "Jeeves, Mr. Sipperly is in the sip." "Sir?" "I mean, Mr. Sipperly is in the soup." "Indeed, sir? And all owing to me." It was I who, in a moment of mistaken kindness, wishing only to cheer him up and give him something to occupy his mind, recommended him to pinch that policeman's helmet. "Is that so, sir? Do you mind not intoning the responses, Jeeves?" I said. "This is a most complicated story for a man with a headache to have to tell, and if you interrupt you'll make me lose the thread. As a favor to me, therefore, don't do it. Just nod every now and then to show you're following." I closed my eyes and marshaled the facts. "To start with, then, Jeeves, you may or may not know that Mr. Sipperly is practically dependent on his Aunt Vera." "Would that be Miss Sipperly of the paddock, Beckley-on-the-Moor, in Yorkshire, sir?" "Yes." "Don't tell me you know her." "Not personally, sir. But I have a cousin residing in the village who has some slight acquaintance with Miss Sipperly. He has described her to me as an imperious and quick-tempered old lady. But I beg your pardon, sir, I should have nodded." "Quite right, you should have nodded. Yes, Jeeves, you should have nodded. But it's too late now." I nodded myself. I hadn't had my 8 hours the night before, and what you might call a lethargy was showing a tendency to steal over me from time to time. "Yes, sir," said Jeeves. "Oh, yes," I said, giving myself a bit of a hitch-up. Where had I got to? "You were saying that Mr. Sipperly is practically dependent upon Miss Sipperly, sir." "Was I?" "You were, sir." "You're perfectly right." "So I was." "Well, then, you can readily understand, Jeeves, that he has got to take jolly good care to keep in with her. You get that?" Jeeves nodded. "Now mark this closely. The other day she wrote to old Sippy, telling him to come down and sing at her village concert. It was equivalent to a royal command, if you see what I mean, so Sippy couldn't refuse in so many words. But he had sung at her village concert once before and had got the bird in no uncertain manner, so he wasn't playing any return dates. You follow so far, Jeeves?" Jeeves nodded. "So what did he do, Jeeves?" "He did what seemed to him at the moment a rather brainy thing. He told her that, while he would have been delighted to sing at her village concert, by a most unfortunate chance an editor had commissioned him to write a series of articles on the colleges of Cambridge. And he was obliged to pop down there at once and would be away for quite 3 weeks. All clear up to now?" Jeeves inclined the coconut. "Whereupon, Jeeves, Miss Sipperly wrote back saying that she quite realized that work must come before pleasure, pleasure being her loose way of describing the act of singing songs at the Beckley-on-the-Moor concert and getting the laugh from the local toughs. But that, if he was going to Cambridge, he must certainly stay with her friends, the Pringles, at their house just outside the town. And she dropped them a line telling them to expect him on the 28th, and they dropped another line saying right-ho, and the thing was settled. And now, Mr. Sipperley is in the jug, and what will be the ultimate outcome or upshot? Jeeves, it is a problem worthy of your great intellect. I rely on you. I will do my best to justify your confidence, sir. Carry on, then. And, meanwhile, pull down the blinds and bring a couple more cushions and heave that small chair this way so that I can put my feet up. And then go away and brood and let me hear from you in, say, a couple of hours. Or, maybe, 3. And if anybody calls and wants to see me, inform them that I am dead. Dead, sir? Dead. You won't be so far wrong. It must have been well towards evening when I woke up with a crick in my neck, but otherwise somewhat refreshed. I pressed the bell. I looked in twice, sir, said Jeeves, but on each occasion you were asleep and I did not like to disturb you. The right spirit, Jeeves. Well? I have been giving close thought to the little problem which you indicated, sir, and I can see only one solution. One is enough. What do you suggest? That you go to Cambridge in Mr. Sipperley's place, sir. I stared at the man. Certainly I was feeling a good deal better than I had been a few hours before, but I was far from being in a fit condition to have wrought like this talk to me. Jeeves, I said, sternly, pull yourself together. This is mere babble from the sickbed. I fear I can suggest no other plan of action, sir, which will extricate Mr. Sipperley from his dilemma. But think. Reflect. Why, even I, in spite of having had a disturbed night and a most painful morning with the minions of the law, can see that the scheme is a loony one. To put the finger on only one leak in the thing, it isn't me these people want to see, it's Mr. Sipperley. They don't know me from Adam. So much the better, sir. For what I am suggesting is that you go to Cambridge affecting actually to be Mr. Sipperley. This was too much. Jeeves, I said, and I'm not half sure there weren't tears in my eyes, surely you can see for yourself that this is pure banana oil. It is not like you to come into the presence of a sick man and gibber. I think the plan I have suggested would be practicable, sir. While you were sleeping I was able to have a few words with Mr. Sipperley, and he informed me that Professor and Mrs. Pringle have not set eyes upon him since he was a lad of 10. No, that's true. He told me that. But, even so, they would be sure to ask him questions about my aunt, or, rather, his aunt. Where would I be then? Mr. Sipperley was kind enough to give me a few facts respecting Miss Sipperley, sir, which I jotted down. With these, added to what my cousin has told me of the lady's habits, I think you would be in a position to answer any ordinary question. There is something dashed insidious about Jeeves. Time and again since we first came together he has stunned me with some apparently drivelling suggestion or scheme or ruse or plan of campaign. And after about 5 minutes has convinced me that it is not only sound, but fruity. It took nearly a quarter of an hour to reason me into this particular one, it being considerably the weirdest to date, but he did it. I was holding out pretty firmly, when he suddenly clinched the thing. I would certainly suggest, sir, he said, that you left London as soon as possible and remained hid for some little time in some retreat where you would not be likely to be found. Why? During the last hour Mrs. Spencer has been on the telephone 3 times, sir, endeavouring to get into communication with you. Aunt Agatha. I cried, paling beneath my tan. Yes, sir. I gathered from her remarks that she had been reading in the evening paper a report of this morning's proceedings in the police court. I hopped from the chair like a jackrabbit of the prairie. If Aunt Agatha was out with her hatchet, a move was most certainly indicated. Jeeves, I said, this is a time for deeds, not words. Pack, and that right speedily. I have packed, sir. Find out when there is a train for Cambridge. There is one in 40 minutes, sir. Call a taxi. A taxi is at the door, sir. Good. I said. Then lead me to it. The Maison Pringle was quite a bit of a way out of Cambridge, a mile or two down the Trumpington Road, and when I arrived everybody was dressing for dinner. So it wasn't till I had shoved on the evening raiment and got down to the drawing room that I met the gang. Hello, I said, taking a deep breath and floating in. I tried to speak in a clear and ringing voice, but I wasn't feeling my chirpiest. It is always a nervous job for a diffident and unassuming bloke to visit a strange house for the first time. And it doesn't make the thing any better when he goes there pretending to be another fellow. I was conscious of a rather pronounced sinking feeling, which the appearance of the Pringles did nothing to allay. Sippy had described them as England's premier warts, and it looked to me as if he might be about right. Professor Pringle was a thinnish, baldish, dyspeptic-lookingish cove with an eye like a haddock. While Mrs. Pringle's aspect was that of one who had had bad news round about the year 1900 and never really got over it. And I was just staggering under the impact of these two when I found myself being introduced to a couple of ancient females with shawls all over them. "No doubt you remember my mother?" said Professor Pringle, mournfully, indicating Exhibit A. "Oh, ah," I said, achieving a bit of a beam. "And my aunt," sighed the prof, as if things were getting worse and worse. "Well, I said, shooting another beam in the direction of Exhibit B. "They were saying only this morning that they remembered you," groaned the prof, abandoning all hope. There was a pause. The whole strength of the company gazed at me like a family group out of one of Edgar Allan Poe's less cheery yarns, and I felt my joie de vivre dying at the roots. "I remember Oliver," said Exhibit A. She heaved a sigh. "He was such a pretty child. What a pity. What a pity." Tactful, of course, and calculated to put the guest completely at his ease. "I remember Oliver," said Exhibit B, looking at me in much the same way the Bosher Street beak had looked at Sippy before putting on the black cap. "Nasty little boy. He teased my cat." "Aunt Jane's memory is wonderful, considering that she will be 87 next birthday," whispered Mrs. Pringle with mournful pride. "What did you say?" asked the exhibit suspiciously. "I said your memory was wonderful." "Ah." The dear old creature gave me another glare. I could see that no beautiful friendship was to be looked for by Bertram in this quarter. He chased my Tibby all over the garden, shooting arrows at her from a bough. At this moment a cat strolled out from under the sofa and made for me with its tail up. Cats always do take to me, which made it all the sadder that I should be saddled with Sippy's criminal record. I stooped to tickle it under the ear, such being my invariable policy, and the exhibit uttered a piercing cry. "Stop him! Stop him!" She moved forward, moving uncommonly well for one of her years, and, having scooped up the cat, stood eyeing me with bitter defiance, as if daring me to start anything. Most unpleasant. "I like cats," I said feebly. It didn't go. The sympathy of the audience was not with me. And conversation was at what you might call a low ebb, when the door opened and a girl came in. "My daughter Heloise," said the prof moodily, as if he hated to admit it. I turned to meet the female, and stood there with my hand out, gaping. I can't remember when I've had such a nasty shock. I suppose everybody has had the experience of suddenly meeting somebody who reminded them frightfully of some fearful person. I mean to say, by way of an example, once when I was golfing in Scotland I saw a woman come into the hotel who was the living image of my Aunt Agatha. Probably a very decent sort, if I had only waited to see, but I didn't wait. I legged it that evening, utterly unable to stand the spectacle. And on another occasion I was driven out of a thoroughly festive nightclub because the head waiter reminded me of my Uncle Percy. Well, Heloise Pringle in the most ghastly way resembled Honoria Glossop. I think I may have told you before about this Glossop scourge. She was the daughter of Sir Roderick Glossop, the loony doctor, and I had been engaged to her for about 3 weeks, much against my wishes. When the old boy most fortunately got the idea that I was off my rocker and put the bee on the proceedings. Since then the mere thought of her had been enough to make me start out of my sleep with a loud cry. And this girl was exactly like her. How are you?" I said. "How do you do?" Her voice put the lid on it. It might have been Honoria herself talking. Honoria Glossop has a voice like a lion tamer making some authoritative announcement to one of the troop, and so had this girl. I backed away convulsively and sprang upwards as my foot stubbed itself against something squashy. A sharp yowl rent the air, followed by an indignant cry, and I turned to Aunt Jane, on all fours, trying to put things right with the cat, which had gone to earth under the sofa. She gave me a look, and I could see that her worst fears had been realized. At this juncture dinner was announced, not before I was ready for it. "Jeeves," I said, when I got him alone that night, "I am no faint heart, but I am inclined to think that this binge is going to prove a shade above the odds." "You are not enjoying your visit, sir?" "I am not, Jeeves." "Have you seen Miss Pringle?" "Yes, sir." "From a distance?" "The best way to see her." "Did you observe her keenly?" "Yes, sir." "Did she remind you of anybody?" "She appeared to me to bear a remarkable likeness to her cousin, Miss Glossop, sir." "Her cousin? You don't mean to say she's Honoria Glossop's cousin?" "Yes, sir." Mrs. Pringle was a Miss Blatherwick, the younger of 2 sisters, the elder of whom married Sir Roderick Glossop. "Great Scott! That accounts for the resemblance." "Yes, sir." "And what a resemblance, Jeeves! She even talks like Miss Glossop." "Indeed, sir? I have not yet heard Miss Pringle speak." "You have missed little. And what it amounts to, Jeeves, is that, while nothing will induce me to let old Sippy down, I can see that this visit is going to try me high. At a pinch I could stand the prof and wife. I could even make the effort of a lifetime and bear up against Aunt Jane. But to expect a man to mix daily with the girl Heloise, and to do it, what is more, on lemonade, which is all there was to drink at dinner, is to ask too much of him. What shall I do, Jeeves? I think that you should avoid Miss Pringle's society as much as possible." "The same great thought had occurred to me," I said. "It is all very well, though, to talk airily about avoiding a female society, but when you are living in the same house with her and she doesn't want to avoid you, it takes a bit of doing. It is a peculiar thing in life that the people you most particularly want to edge away from always seem to cluster round like a poultice. I hadn't been 24 hours in the place before I perceived that I was going to see a lot of this pestilence. She was one of those girls you're always meeting on the stairs and in passages. I couldn't go into a room without seeing her drift in a minute later. And if I walked in the garden, she was sure to leap out at me from a laurel bush or the onion bed or something. By about the 10th day I had begun to feel absolutely haunted." "Jeeves," I said, "I have begun to feel absolutely haunted." "Sir? This woman dogs me. I never seem to get a moment to myself. Old Sippy was supposed to come here to make a study of the Cambridge colleges, and she took me round about 57 this morning. This afternoon I went to sit in the garden, and she popped up through a trap and was in my midst. This evening she cornered me in the morning room. It's getting so that when I have a bath I wouldn't be a bit surprised to find her nestling in the soap dish. Extremely trying, sir. Dashed so. Have you any remedy to suggest?" "Not at the moment, sir. Miss Pringle does appear to be distinctly interested in you, sir. She was asking me questions this morning respecting your mode of life in London." "What?" "Yes, sir." I stared at the man in horror. A ghastly thought had struck me. I quivered like an aspen. At lunch that day a curious thing had happened. We had just finished mangling the cutlets, and I was sitting back in my chair, taking a bit of an easy before being allotted my slab of boiled pudding, when, happening to look up, I caught the girl Heloise's eye fixed on me in what seemed to me a rather rummy manner. I didn't think much about it at the time, because boiled pudding is a thing you have to give your undivided attention to if you want to do yourself justice. But now, recalling the episode in the light of Jeeves's words, the full sinister meaning of the thing seemed to come home to me. Even at the moment, something about that look had struck me as oddly familiar, and now I suddenly saw why. It had been the identical look which I had observed in the eye of Honoria Glossop in the days immediately preceding our engagement, the look of a tigress that has marked down its prey. "Jeeves, do you know what I think?" "Sir?" I gulped slightly. "Jeeves," I said, "listen attentively. I don't want to give the impression that I consider myself one of those deadly coves who exercise an irresistible fascination over one and all, and can't meet a girl without wrecking her peace of mind in the first half-minute. As a matter of fact, it's rather the other way with me, for girls on entering my presence are mostly inclined to give me the raised eyebrow and the twitching upper lip. Nobody, therefore, can say that I am a cove who's likely to take alarm unnecessarily. You admit that, don't you?" "Yes, sir." "Nevertheless, Jeeves, it is a known scientific fact that there is a particular type of female that does seem strangely attracted to the sort of fellow I am." "Very true, sir. I mean to say, I know perfectly well that I've got, roughly speaking, half the amount of brain a normal bloke ought to possess. And when a girl comes along who has about twice the regular allowance, she too often makes a beeline for me with the lovelight in her eyes. I don't know how to account for it, but it is so. It may be nature's provision for maintaining the balance of the species, sir. Very possibly. Anyway, it has happened to me over and over again. It was what happened in the case of Honoria Glossop. She was notoriously one of the brainiest women of her year at Girton, and she just gathered me in like a bull pup swallowing a piece of steak. Miss Pringle, I am informed, sir, was an even more brilliant scholar than Miss Glossop. Well, there you are. Jeeves, she looks at me. Yes, sir. I keep meeting her on the stairs and in passages. Indeed, sir. She recommends me books to read, to improve my mind. Highly suggestive, sir. And at breakfast this morning, when I was eating a sausage, she told me I shouldn't, as modern medical science held that a 4-inch sausage contained as many germs as a dead rat. The maternal touch, you understand, fussing over my health. I think we may regard that, sir, as practically conclusive. I sank into a chair, thoroughly pipped. What's to be done, Jeeves? We must think, sir. You think? I haven't the machinery. I will most certainly devote my very best attention to the matter, sir, and will endeavor to give satisfaction. Well, that was something. But I was ill at ease. Yes, there is no getting away from it. Bertram was ill at ease. Next morning we visited 63 more Cambridge colleges, and after lunch I said I was going to my room to lie down. After staying there for half an hour to give the coast time to clear, I shoved a book and smoking materials in my pocket and, climbing out of window, shinned down a convenient water pipe into the garden. My objective was the summer house, where it seemed to me that a man might put in a quiet hour or so without interruption. It was extremely jolly in the garden. The sun was shining, the crocuses were all to the mustard, and there wasn't a sign of Heloise Pringle anywhere. The cat was fooling about on the lawn, so I chirruped to it and it gave a low gargle and came trotting up. I had just got it in my arms and was scratching it under the ear when there was a loud shriek from above, and there was Aunt Jane half out of a window. Dashed disturbing. Oh, right-ho, I said. I dropped the cat, which galloped off into the bushes, and, dismissing the idea of bunging a brick at the aged relative, went on my way, heading for the shrubbery. Once safely hidden there, I worked round till I got to the summer house. And, believe me, I had hardly got my first cigarette nicely under way, when a shadow fell on my book and there was young Sticketh Closer than a Brother in person. So there you are, she said. She seated herself by my side, and with a sort of gruesome playfulness jerked the gasper out of the holder and heaved it out of the door. You're always smoking, she said, a lot too much like a lovingly chiding young bride for my comfort. I wish you wouldn't. It's so bad for you. And you ought not to be sitting out here without your light overcoat. You want someone to look after you. I've got Jeeves. She frowned a bit. I don't like him, she said. Why not? I don't know. I wish you would get rid of him. My flesh absolutely crept. And I'll tell you why. One of the first things Honoria Glossop had done after we had become engaged was to tell me she didn't like Jeeves and wanted him shot out. The realization that this girl resembled Honoria not only in body but blackness of soul made me go all faint. What are you reading? She picked up my book, and frowned again. The thing was one I had brought down from the old flat in London, to glance at in the train, a fairly zippy effort in the detective line called The Trail of Blood. She turned the pages with a nasty sneer. I can't understand you liking nonsense of this. She stopped suddenly. Good gracious. What's the matter? Do you know Bertie Wooster? And then I saw that my name was scrawled right across the title page, and my heart did 3 back somersaults. Oh, well, that is to say, well, slightly. He must be a perfect horror. I'm surprised that you can make a friend of him. Apart from anything else, the man is practically an imbecile. He was engaged to my cousin Honoria at one time, and it was broken off because he was next door to insane. You should hear my Uncle Roderick talk about him. I wasn't keen. Do you see much of him? A goodish bit. I saw in the paper the other day that he was fined for making a disgraceful disturbance in the street. Yes, I saw that. She gazed at me in a fond, motherly way. He can't be a good influence for you, she said. I do wish you would drop him. Will you? Well, I began. And at this point old Cuthbert the cat, having presumably found it a bit slow by himself in the bushes, wandered in with a matey expression on his face and jumped on my lap. I welcomed him with a good deal of cordiality. Though but a cat, he did make a sort of third at this party, and he afforded a good excuse for changing the conversation. Jolly birds, cats, I said. She wasn't having any. Will you drop Bertie Wooster, she said, absolutely ignoring the cat motif. It would be so difficult. Nonsense. It only needs a little willpower. The man surely can't be as interesting a companion as all that. Uncle Roderick says he is an invertebrate waster. I could have mentioned a few things that I thought Uncle Roderick was, but my lips were sealed, so to speak. You have changed a great deal since we last met, said the Pringle disease reproachfully. She bent forward and began to scratch the cat under the other ear. Do you remember, when we were children together, you used to say that you would do anything for me? Did I? I remember once you cried because I was cross and wouldn't let you kiss me. I didn't believe it at the time, and I don't believe it now. Sippy is in many ways a good deal of a chump, but surely even at the age of 10 he cannot have been such a priceless ass as that. I think the girl was lying, but that didn't make the position of affairs any better. I edged away a couple of inches, and sat staring before me, the old brow beginning to get slightly bedewed. And then suddenly, well, you know how it is, I mean. I suppose everyone has had that ghastly feeling at one time or another of being urged by some overwhelming force to do some absolutely blithering act. You get it every now and then when you're in a crowded theater and something seems to be egging you on to shout, fire, and see what happens. Or you're talking to someone and all at once you feel, now, suppose I suddenly biff this bird in the eye. Well, what I'm driving at is that at this juncture, with her shoulder squashing against mine and her back hair tickling my nose, a perfectly loony impulse came sweeping over me to kiss her. No, really? I croaked. Have you forgotten? She lifted the old onion and her eyes looked straight into mine. I could feel myself skidding. I shut my eyes. And then from the doorway there spoke the most beautiful voice I had ever heard in my life. "Give me that cat." I opened my eyes. There was good old Aunt Jane, that queen of her sex, standing before me, glaring at me as if I were a vivisectionist and she had surprised me in the middle of an experiment. How this pearl among women had tracked me down I don't know, but there she stood, bless her dear, intelligent old soul, like the rescue party in the last reel of a motion picture. I didn't wait. The spell was broken, and I legged it. As I went, I heard that lovely voice again. "He shot arrows at my Tibby from a bough," said this most deserving and excellent octogenarian. For the next few days all was peace. I saw comparatively little of Heloise. I found the strategic value of that water pipe outside my window beyond praise. I seldom left the house now by any other route. It seemed to me that, if only the luck held like this, I might after all be able to stick this visit out for the full term of the sentence. But meanwhile, as they say in the movies, the whole family appeared to be present and correct as I came down to the drawing room a couple of nights later. The prof, Mrs. Prof, the two exhibits, and the girl Heloise were scattered about at intervals. The cat slept on the rug, the canary in its cage. There was nothing, in short, to indicate that this was not just one of our ordinary evenings. "Well, well, well," I said, cheerily. "Hello, hello, hello." I always like to make something in the nature of an entrance speech, it seeming to me to lend a chummy tone to the proceedings. The girl Heloise looked at me reproachfully. "Where have you been all day?" she asked. "I went to my room after lunch." "You weren't there at 5. "No. After putting in a spell of work on the good old colleges, I went for a stroll." "Fellow must have exercise if he means to keep fit." "Mens sana in corpore sano," observed the prof. "I shouldn't wonder," I said cordially. At this point, when everything was going as sweet as a nut and I was feeling on top of my form, Mrs. Pringle suddenly soaked me on the base of the skull with a sandbag. "Not actually, I don't mean." "No, no. I speak figuratively, as it were." "Roderick is very late," she said. "You may think it strange that the sound of that name should have sloshed into my nerve centers like a half-brick. But, take it from me, to a man who has had any dealings with Sir Roderick Glossop there is only one Roderick in the world. And that is one too many." "Roderick?" I gurgled. "My brother-in-law, Sir Roderick Glossop, comes to Cambridge tonight," said the professor. "He lectures at St. Luke's tomorrow. He is coming here to dinner." And while I stood there, feeling like the hero when he discovers that he is trapped in the den of the secret 9, the door opened. "Sir Roderick Glossop," announced the maid or some such person. And in he came. One of the things that get this old crumb so generally disliked among the better element of the community is the fact that he has a head like the dome of a St. Paul's and eyebrows that want bobbing or shingling to reduce them to anything like reasonable size. It is a nasty experience to see this bald and bushy bloke advancing on you when you haven't prepared the strategic railways in your rear. As he came into the room, I backed behind a sofa and commended my soul to God. I didn't need to have my hand read to know that trouble was coming to me through a dark man. He didn't spot me at first. He shook hands with the prof and wife, kissed Heloise, and waggled his head at the exhibits. "I fear I am somewhat late," he said. "A slight accident on the road, affecting what my chauffeur termed the—" And then he saw me lurking on the outskirts, and gave a startled grunt, as if I hurt him a good deal internally. "This," began the prof, waving in my direction. "I am already acquainted with Mr. Wooster. This," went on the prof, "is Miss Sipperley's nephew Oliver. You remember Miss Sipperley?" "What do you mean?" barked Sir Roderick. Having had so much to do with loonies has given him a rather sharp and authoritative manner on occasion. "This is that wretched young man, Bertram Wooster. What is all this nonsense about Olivers and Sipperleys?" The prof was eyeing me with some natural surprise. So were the others. I beamed a bit weakly. Well, as a matter of fact, I said. The prof was wrestling with the situation. You could hear his brain buzzing. He said he was Oliver Sipperley, he moaned. Come here, bellowed Sir Roderick. Am I to understand that you have inflicted yourself on this household under the pretense of being the nephew of an old friend? It seemed a pretty accurate description of the facts. Well, yes, I said. Sir Roderick shot an eye at me. It entered the body somewhere about the top stud, roamed around inside for a bit, and went out at the back. Insane. Quite insane, as I knew from the first moment I saw him. What did he say? Asked Aunt Jane. Roderick says this young man is insane, roared the prof. Ah, said Aunt Jane, nodding, I thought as much. He climbs down water pipes. Does what? I've seen him, many a time. Sir Roderick snorted violently. He ought to be under proper restraint. It is abominable that a person in his mental condition should be permitted to roam the world at large. The next stage may quite easily be homicidal. It seemed to me that, even at the expense of giving old Sippy away, I must be cleared of this frightful charge. After all, Sippy's number was up, anyway. Let me explain, I said. Sippy asked me to come here. What do you mean? He couldn't come himself, because he was jugged for biffing a cop on boat race night. Well, it wasn't easy to make them get the hang of the story, and even when I'd done it, it didn't seem to make them any chummier towards me. A certain coldness about expresses it, and when dinner was announced I counted myself out and pushed off rapidly to my room. I could have done with a bit of dinner, but the atmosphere didn't seem just right. Jeeves, I said, having shot in and pressed the bell, we're sunk. Sir? Hell's foundations are quivering and the game is up. He listened attentively. The contingency was one always to have been anticipated as a possibility, sir. It only remains to take the obvious step. What's that? Go and see Miss Sipperley, sir. What on earth for? I think it would be judicious to apprise her of the facts yourself, sir, instead of allowing her to hear of them through the medium of a letter from Professor Pringle. That is to say, if you are still anxious to do all that is in your power to assist Mr. Sipperley. I can't let old Sippy down. If you think it's any good. We can but try it, sir. I have an idea, sir, that we may find Miss Sipperley disposed to look leniently upon Mr. Sipperley's misdemeanor. What makes you think that? It is just a feeling that I have, sir. Well, if you think it would be worth trying, how do we get there? The distance is about 150 miles, sir. Our best plan would be to hire a car. Get it at once, I said. The idea of being 150 miles away from Heloise Pringle, not to mention Aunt Jane and Sir Roderick Glossop, sounded about as good to me as anything I had ever heard. The paddock, Beckley-on-the-Moor, was about a couple of parasangs from the village, and I set out for it next morning, after partaking of a hearty breakfast at the local inn. Practically without a tremor. I suppose when a fellow has been through it as I had in the last 2 weeks, his system becomes hardened. After all, I felt, whatever this aunt of Sippy's might be like, she wasn't Sir Roderick Glossop, so I was that much on velvet from the start. The paddock was one of those medium-sized houses with a goodish bit of very tidy garden and a carefully rolled gravel drive curving past a shrubbery that looked as if it had just come back from the dry cleaner, the sort of a house you take one look at and say to yourself, somebody's aunt lives there. I pushed on up the drive, and as I turned the bend I observed in the middle distance a woman messing about by a flower bed with a trowel in her hand. If this wasn't the female I was after, I was very much mistaken, so I halted, cleared the throat, and gave tongue. Miss Sipperley? She had had her back to me, and at the sound of my voice she executed a sort of leap or bound, not unlike a barefoot dancer who steps on a tin tack halfway through the vision of Salome. She came to earth and goggled at me in a rather goofy manner. A large, stout female with a reddish face. Hope I didn't startle you. I said. Who are you? My name's Wooster. I'm a pal of your nephew Oliver. Her breathing had become more regular. Oh, she said. When I heard your voice, I thought you were someone else. No, that's who I am. I came up here to tell you about Oliver. What about him? I hesitated. Now that we were approaching what you might call the nub or crux of the situation, a good deal of my breezy confidence seemed to have slipped from me. Well, it's rather a painful tale, I must warn you. Oliver isn't ill? He hasn't had an accident? She spoke anxiously, and I was pleased at this evidence of human feeling. I decided to shoot the works with no more delay. Oh, no, he isn't ill, I said, and, as regards having accidents, it depends what you call an accident. He's in chokey. In what? In prison. In prison. It was entirely my fault. We were strolling along on boat race night, and I advised him to pinch a policeman's helmet. I don't understand. Well, he seemed depressed, don't you know, and rightly or wrongly I thought it might cheer him up if he stepped across the street and collared a policeman's helmet. He thought it a good idea, too, so he started doing it, and the man made a fuss, and Oliver sloshed him. Sloshed him? Biffed him, smote him a blow, in the stomach. My nephew Oliver hit a policeman in the stomach? Absolutely in the stomach. And next morning the beak sent him to the Bastille for 30 days without the option. I was looking at her a bit anxiously all this while, to see how she was taking the thing, and at this moment her face seemed suddenly to split in half. For an instant she appeared to be all mouth, and then she was staggering about the grass, shouting with happy laughter and waving the trowel madly. It seemed to me a bit of luck for her that Sir Roderick Glossop wasn't on the spot. He would have been sitting on her head and calling for the strait waistcoat in the first half-minute. You aren't annoyed? I said. Annoyed? She chuckled happily. I've never heard such a splendid thing in my life. I was pleased and relieved. I had hoped the news wouldn't upset her too much, but I had never expected it to go with such a roar as this. I'm proud of him, she said. That's fine. If every young man in England went about hitting policemen in the stomach, it would be a better country to live in. I couldn't follow her reasoning, but everything seemed to be all right. So after a few more cheery words I said goodbye and legged it. Jeeves, I said, when I got back to the inn, everything's fine. But I am far from understanding why. What actually occurred when you met Miss Sipperley, sir? I told her Sippy was in the jug for assaulting the police. Upon which, she burst into hearty laughter, waved her trowel in a pleased manner, and said she was proud of him. I think I can explain her apparently eccentric behavior, sir. I am informed that Miss Sipperley has had a good deal of annoyance at the hands of the local constable during the past 2 weeks. This has doubtless resulted in a prejudice on her part against the force as a whole. Really? How was that? The constable has been somewhat overzealous in the performance of his duties, sir. On no fewer than 3 occasions in the last 10 days he has served summonses upon Miss Sipperley, for exceeding the speed limit in her car, for allowing her dog to appear in public without a collar, and for failing to abate a smoky chimney. Being in the nature of an autocrat, if I may use the term, in the village, Miss Sipperley has been accustomed to do these things in the past with impunity. And the constable's unexpected zeal has made her somewhat ill-disposed to policemen as a class and, consequently, disposed to look upon such assaults as Mr. Sipperley's in a kindly and broad-minded spirit. I saw his point. What an amazing bit of luck, Jeeves. Yes, sir. Where did you hear all this? My informant was the constable himself, sir. He is my cousin. I gaped at the man. I saw, so to speak, all. Good Lord, Jeeves. You didn't bribe him? Oh, no, sir. But it was his birthday last week, and I gave him a little present. I have always been fond of Egbert. How much? A matter of £5, sir. I felt in my pocket. Here you are, I said. And another £5 for luck. Thank you very much, sir. Jeeves, I said, you move in a mysterious way your wonders to perform. You don't mind if I sing a bit, do you? Not at all, sir, said Jeeves. Fixing it for Freddie. Jeeves, I said, looking in on him one afternoon on my return from the club, I don't want to interrupt you. No, sir. But I would like a word with you. Yes, sir. He had been packing a few of the Wooster necessaries in the old kit bag against our approaching visit to the seaside, and he now rose and stood bursting with courteous zeal. Jeeves, I said, a somewhat disturbing situation has arisen with regard to a pal of mine. Indeed, sir? You know Mr. Bullivant? Yes, sir. Well, I slid into the drones this morning for a bite of lunch, and found him in a dark corner of the smoking room looking like the last rose of summer. Naturally I was surprised. You know what a bright lad he is as a rule. The life and soul of every gathering he attends. Yes, sir. Quite the little lump of fun, in fact. Precisely, sir. Well, I made inquiries, and he told me that he had had a quarrel with the girl he's engaged to. You knew he was engaged to Miss Elizabeth Vickers? Yes, sir. I recall reading the announcement in the Morning Post. Well, he isn't any longer. What the row was about he didn't say, but the broad facts, Jeeves, are that she has scratched the fixture. She won't let him come near her, refuses to talk on the phone, and sends back his letters unopened. Extremely trying, sir. We ought to do something, Jeeves. But what? It is somewhat difficult to make a suggestion, sir. Well, what I'm going to do for a start is to take him down to Marvis Bay with me. I know these birds who have been handed their hat by the girl of their dreams, Jeeves. What they want is complete change of scene. There is much in what you say, sir. Yes. Change of scene is the thing. I heard of a man. Girl refused him. Man went abroad. 2 months later girl wired him, come back, Muriel. Man started to write out a reply, suddenly found that he couldn't remember girl's surname, so never answered at all, and lived happily ever after. It may well be, Jeeves, that after Freddie Bullivant has had a few weeks of Marvis Bay he will get completely over it. Very possibly, sir. And, if not, it is quite likely that, refreshed by sea air and good simple food, you will get a brainwave and think up some scheme for bringing these two misguided blighters together again. I will do my best, sir. I knew it, Jeeves, I knew it. Don't forget to put in plenty of socks. No, sir. Also of tennis shirts not a few. Very good, sir. I left him to his packing, and a couple of days later we started off for Marvis Bay, where I had taken a cottage for July and August. I don't know if you know Marvis Bay? It's in Dorsetshire, and, while not what you would call a fiercely exciting spot, has many good points. You spend the day there bathing and sitting on the sands, and in the evening you stroll out on the shore with the mosquitoes. At 9 p.m. you rub ointment on the wounds and go to bed. It was a simple, healthy life, and it seemed to suit poor old Freddie absolutely. Once the moon was up and the breeze sighing in the trees, you couldn't drag him from that beach with rope. He became quite a popular pet with the mosquitoes. They would hang round waiting for him to come out, and would give a miss to perfectly good strollers just so as to be in good condition for him. It was during the day that I found Freddie, poor old chap, a trifle heavy as a guest. I suppose you can't blame a bloke whose heart is broken, but it required a good deal of fortitude to bear up against this gloom-crushed exhibit during the early days of our little holiday. When he wasn't chewing a pipe and scowling at the carpet, he was sitting at the piano, playing The Rosary with one finger. He couldn't play anything except The Rosary, and he couldn't play much of that. However firmly and confidently he started off, somewhere around the third bar a fuse would blow out and he would have to start all over again. He was playing it as usual one morning when I came in from bathing, and it seemed to me that he was extracting more hideous melancholy from it even than usual. Nor had my senses deceived me. "Bertie," he said in a hollow voice, skidding on the fourth crotchet from the left as you enter the second bar and producing a distressing sound like the death rattle of a sand eel, "I've seen her." "Seen her?" I said. "What, Elizabeth Vickers? How do you mean, you've seen her? She isn't down here." "Yes, she is. I suppose she's staying with relations or something. I was down at the post office, seeing if there were any letters, and we met in the doorway." "What happened?" "She cut me dead." He started The Rosary again, and stubbed his finger on a semiquaver. "Bertie," he said, "you ought never to have brought me here. I must go away." "Go away? Don't talk such rot. This is the best thing that could have happened. It's a most amazing bit of luck, her being down here. This is where you come out strong. She cut me. Never mind. Be a sportsman. Have another dash at her. She looked clean through me. Well, don't mind that. Stick at it. Now, having got her down here, what you want," I said, "is to place her under some obligation to you. What you want is to get her timidly thanking you. What you want. What's she going to thank me timidly for?" I thought for a while. Undoubtedly he had put his finger on the hub of the problem. For some moments I was at a loss, not to say nonplussed. Then I saw the way. "What you want," I said, "is to look out for a chance and save her from drowning." "I can't swim." That was Freddie Bullivant all over. A dear old chap in 1,000 ways, but no help to a fellow, if you know what I mean. He cranked up the piano once more, and I legged it for the open. I strolled out on the beach and began to think this thing over. I would have liked to consult Jeeves, of course, but Jeeves had disappeared for the morning. There was no doubt that it was hopeless expecting Freddie to do anything for himself in this crisis. I'm not saying that dear old Freddie hasn't got his strong qualities. He is good at polo, and I have heard him spoken of as a coming man at snooker pool. But apart from this you couldn't call him a man of enterprise. Well, I was rounding some rocks, thinking pretty tensely, when I caught sight of a blue dress, and there was the girl in person. I had never met her, but Freddie had 16 photographs of her sprinkled round his bedroom, and I knew I couldn't be mistaken. She was sitting on the sand, helping a small, fat child to build a castle. On a chair close by was an elderly female reading a novel. I heard the girl call her aunt. So, getting the reasoning faculties to work, I deduced that the fat child must be her cousin. It struck me that if Freddie had been there he would probably have tried to work up some sentiment about the kid on the strength of it. I couldn't manage this. I don't think I ever saw a kid who made me feel less sentimental. He was one of those round, bulging kids. After he had finished his castle he seemed to get bored with life and began to cry. The girl, who seemed to read him like a book, took him off to where a fellow was selling sweets at a stall. And I walked on. Now, those who know me, if you ask them, will tell you that I'm a chump. My Aunt Agatha would testify to this effect. So would my Uncle Percy and many more of my nearest and, if you like to use the expression, dearest. Well, I don't mind. I admit it. I am a chump. But what I do say, and I should like to lay the greatest possible stress on this, is that every now and then, just when the populace has given up hope that I will ever show any real human intelligence, I get what it is idle to pretend is not an inspiration. And that's what happened now. I doubt if the idea that came to me at this juncture would have occurred to a single one of any dozen of the largest-brained blokes in history. Napoleon might have got it, but I'll bet Darwin and Shakespeare and Thomas Hardy wouldn't have thought of it in 1,000 years. It came to me on my return journey. I was walking back along the shore, exercising the old bean fiercely, when I saw the fat child meditatively smacking a jellyfish with a spade. The girl wasn't with him. The aunt wasn't with him. In fact, there wasn't anybody else in sight. And the solution of the whole trouble between Freddie and his Elizabeth suddenly came to me in a flash. From what I had seen of the two, the girl was evidently fond of this kid and, anyhow, he was her cousin. So what I said to myself was this: if I kidnap this young heavyweight for a brief space of time, and if, when the girl has got frightfully anxious about where he can have got to, dear old Freddie suddenly appears leading the infant by the hand and telling a story to the effect that he found him wandering at large about the country and practically saved his life, the girl's gratitude is bound to make her chuck hostilities and be friends again. So I gathered up the kid and made off with him. Freddie, dear old chap, was rather slow at first in getting on to the fine points of the idea. When I appeared at the cottage, carrying the child, and dumped him down in the sitting room, he showed no joy whatever. The child had started to bellow by this time, not thinking much of the thing, and Freddie seemed to find it rather trying. "What the devil's all this?" he asked, regarding the little visitor with a good deal of loathing. The kid loosed off a yell that made the windows rattle, and I saw that this was a time for strategy. I raced to the kitchen and fetched a pot of honey. It was the right idea. The kid stopped bellowing and began to smear his face with the stuff. "Well," said Freddie, when silence had set in. I explained the scheme. After a while it began to strike him. The careworn look faded from his face, and for the first time since his arrival at Marvis Bay he smiled almost happily. "There's something in this, Bertie. It's the goods. I think it will work," said Freddie. And, disentangling the child from the honey, he led him out. "I expect Elizabeth will be on the beach somewhere," he said. What you might call a quiet happiness suffused me, if that's the word I want. I was very fond of old Freddie, and it was jolly to think that he was shortly about to click once more. I was leaning back in a chair on the veranda, smoking a peaceful cigarette, when down the road I saw the old boy returning, and, by George, the kid was still with him. "Hello," I said. "Couldn't you find her?" I then perceived that Freddie was looking as if he had been kicked in the stomach. "Yes, I found her," he replied, with one of those bitter, mirthless laughs you read about. "Well, then?" He sank into a chair and groaned. "This isn't her cousin, you idiot," he said. "He's no relation at all, just a kid she met on the beach." She had never seen him before in her life. But she was helping him build a sandcastle. "I don't care. He's a perfect stranger." It seemed to me that, if the modern girl goes about building sandcastles with kids she has only known for 5 minutes and probably without a proper introduction at that, then all that has been written about her is perfectly true. Brazen is the word that seems to meet the case. I said as much to Freddie, but he wasn't listening. "Well, who is this ghastly child, then?" I said. "I don't know. Oh Lord, I've had a time. Thank goodness you will probably spend the next few years of your life in Dartmoor for kidnapping. That's my only consolation. I'll come and jeer at you through the bars on visiting days." "Tell me all, old man," I said. He told me all. It took him a good long time to do it, for he broke off in the middle of nearly every sentence to call me names, but I gradually gathered what had happened. The girl Elizabeth had listened like an iceberg while he worked off the story he had prepared, and then, well, she didn't actually call him a liar in so many words. But she gave him to understand in a general sort of way that he was a worm and an outcast. And then he crawled off with the kid, licked to a splinter. "And mind," he concluded, "this is your affair. I'm not mixed up in it at all. If you want to escape your sentence, or anyway get a portion of it remitted, you'd better go and find the child's parents and return him before the police come for you." "Who are his parents?" "I don't know." "Where do they live?" "I don't know." The kid didn't seem to know, either. A thoroughly vapid and uninformed infant. I got out of him the fact that he had a father, but that was as far as he went. It didn't seem ever to have occurred to him, chatting of an evening with the old man, to ask him his name and address. So, after a wasted 10 minutes, out we went into the great world, more or less what you might call at random. I give you my word that, until I started to tramp the place with this child, I never had a notion that it was such a difficult job restoring a son to his parents. How kidnappers ever get caught is a mystery to me. I searched Marvis Bay like a bloodhound, but nobody came forward to claim the infant. You would have thought, from the lack of interest in him, that he was stopping there all by himself in a cottage of his own. It wasn't till, by another inspiration, I thought to ask the sweet stall man that I got on the track. The sweet stall man, who seemed to have seen a lot of him, said that the child's name was Kegworthy, and that his parents lived at a place called Ocean Rest. It then remained to find Ocean Rest. And eventually, after visiting Ocean View, Ocean Prospect, Ocean Breeze, Ocean Cottage, Ocean Bungalow, Ocean Nook and Ocean Homestead, I trailed it down. I knocked at the door. Nobody answered. I knocked again. I could hear movements inside, but nobody appeared. I was just going to get to work with that knocker in such a way that it would filter through these people's heads that I wasn't standing there just for the fun of the thing, when a voice from somewhere above shouted, "Hi." I looked up and saw a round, pink face, with gray whiskers east and west of it, staring down at me from an upper window. "Hi," it shouted again. "You can't come in." "I don't want to come in." "Because, oh, is that Toodles?" "My name is not Toodles." "Are you Mr. Kegworthy?" "I've brought back your son." "I see him." "Peep-bo, Toodles, Dada can see, oh. The face disappeared with a jerk. I could hear voices. The face reappeared. "Hi." I churned the gravel madly. This blighter was giving me the pip. "Do you live here?" asked the face. "I have taken a cottage here for a few weeks." "What's your name?" "Wooster." "Fancy that. Do you spell it WRCSTR or WOSTR?" "WO. I ask because I once knew a Miss Wooster, spelled WO. I had had about enough of this spelling bee. Will you open the door and take this child in?" "I mustn't open the door. This Miss Wooster that I knew married a man named Spencer." "Was she any relation?" "She is my Aunt Agatha," I replied, and I spoke with a good deal of bitterness, trying to suggest by my manner that he was exactly the sort of man, in my opinion, who would know my Aunt Agatha. He beamed down at me. "This is most fortunate. We were wondering what to do with Toodles. You see, we have mumps here. My daughter Booties has just developed mumps. Toodles must not be exposed to the risk of infection. We could not think what to do with him. It was most fortunate, your finding the dear child. He strayed from his nurse. I would hesitate to trust him to a stranger, but you are different. Any nephew of Mrs. Spencer's has my complete confidence. You must take Toodles into your house. It will be an ideal arrangement. I have written to my brother in London to come and fetch him. He may be here in a few days." "May. He is a busy man, of course, but he should certainly be here within a week. Till then Toodles can stop with you." "It is an excellent plan. Very much obliged to you. Your wife will like Toodles." "I haven't got a wife." I yelled, but the window had closed with a bang, as if the man with the whiskers had found a germ trying to escape and had headed it off just in time. I breathed a deep breath and wiped the old forehead. The window flew up again. "Hi." A package weighing about a ton hit me on the head and burst like a bomb. "Did you catch it?" said the face, reappearing. "Dear me, you missed it. Never mind. You can get it at the grocer's. Ask for Bailey's granulated breakfast chips. Toodles takes them for breakfast with a little milk. Not cream. Milk. Be sure to get Bailey's." "Yes, but..." The face disappeared, and the window was banged down again. I lingered a while, but nothing else happened, so, taking Toodles by the hand, I walked slowly away. And as we turned up the road we met Freddie's Elizabeth. "Well, baby?" she said, citing the kid. "So Daddy found you again, did he? Your little son and I made great friends on the beach this morning," she said to me. This was the limit. Coming on top of that interview with the whiskered lunatic. It so utterly unnerved me that she had nodded goodbye and was halfway down the road before I caught up with my breath enough to deny the charge of being the infant's father. I hadn't expected Freddie to sing with joy when he saw me looming up with child complete, but I did think he might have showed a little more manly fortitude. A little more of the old British bulldog spirit. He leaped up when we came in, glared at the kid and clutched his head. He didn't speak for a long time, but, to make up for it, when he began he did not leave off for a long time. "Well," he said, when he had finished the body of his remarks, "say something." "Heavens, man, why don't you say something?" "If you'll give me a chance, I will," I said, and shot the bad news. "What are you going to do about it?" he asked. And it would be idle to deny that his manner was peevish. "What can we do about it?" "We?" "What do you mean, we?" "I'm not going to spend my time taking turns as a nursemaid to this excrescence. I'm going back to London." "Freddie!" I cried. "Freddie, old man." My voice shook. "Would you desert a pal at a time like this?" "Yes, I would." "Freddie," I said, "you've got to stand by me. You must. Do you realize that this child has to be undressed, and bathed, and dressed again? You wouldn't leave me to do all that single-handed? Jeeves can help you." "No, sir," said Jeeves, who had just rolled in with lunch, "I must, I fear, disassociate myself completely from the matter." He spoke respectfully but firmly. "I have had little or no experience with children." "Now's the time to start," I urged. "No, sir, I am sorry to say that I cannot involve myself in any way." "Then you must stand by me, Freddie." "I won't." "You must. Reflect, old man. We have been pals for years. Your mother likes me." "No, she doesn't." "Well, anyway, we were at school together and you owe me a tenner." "Oh, well," he said in a resigned sort of voice. "Besides, old thing," I said, "I did it all for your sake, you know." He looked at me in a curious way, and breathed rather hard for some moments. "Bertie," he said, "one moment. I will stand a good deal, but I will not stand being expected to be grateful. Looking back at it, I can see that what saved me from Coney Hatch in this crisis was my bright idea in buying up most of the contents of the local sweet shop. By serving out sweets to the kid practically incessantly we managed to get through the rest of that day pretty satisfactorily. At 8 o'clock he fell asleep in a chair. And, having undressed him by unbuttoning every button in sight and, where there were no buttons, pulling till something gave, we carried him up to bed. Freddie stood looking at the pile of clothes on the floor with a sort of careworn wrinkle between his eyes, and I knew what he was thinking. To get the kid undressed had been simple, a mere matter of muscle. But how were we to get him into his clothes again? I stirred the heap with my foot. There was a long linen arrangement which might have been anything. Also a strip of pink flannel which was like nothing on earth. Almost unpleasant. But in the morning I remembered that there were children in the next bungalow but one, and I went there before breakfast and borrowed their nurse. Women are wonderful, by Jove they are. This nurse had all the spare parts assembled and in the right places in about 8 minutes, and there was the kid dressed and looking fit to go to a garden party at Buckingham Palace. I showered wealth upon her, and she promised to come in morning and evening. I sat down to breakfast almost cheerful again. It was the first bit of silver lining that had presented itself to date. "And, after all," I said, "there's lots to be argued in favor of having a child about the place, if you know what I mean. Kind of cozy and domestic, what?" Just then the kid upset the milk over Freddie's trousers, and when he had come back after changing he lacked sparkle. It was shortly after breakfast that Jeeves asked if he could have a word in my ear. Now, though in the anguish of recent events I had rather tended to forget what had been the original idea in bringing Freddie down to this place, I hadn't forgotten it altogether. And I'm bound to say that, as the days went by, I had found myself a little disappointed in Jeeves. The scheme had been, if you recall, that he should refresh himself with sea air and simple food and, having thus got his brain into prime working order, evolve some means of bringing Freddie and his Elizabeth together again. And what had happened? The man had eaten well and he had slept well, but not a step did he appear to have taken towards bringing about the happy ending. The only move that had been made in that direction had been made by me, alone and unaided, and, though I freely admit that it had turned out a good deal of a bloomer, still the fact remains that I had shown zeal and enterprise. Consequently I received him with a bit of hauteur when he blew in. Slightly cold. A trifle frosty. "Yes, Jeeves?" I said. "You wish to speak to me?" "Yes, sir." "Say on, Jeeves," I said. "Thank you, sir." What I desired to say, sir, was this: I attended a performance at the local cinema last night. I raised the eyebrows. I was surprised at the man. With life in the home so frightfully tense and the young master up against it to such a fearful extent, I disapproved of him coming toddling in and prattling about his amusements. "I hope you enjoyed yourself," I said in rather a nasty manner. "Yes, sir, thank you." The management was presenting a super film in 7 reels, dealing with life in the wilder and more feverish strata of New York society, featuring Bertha Blevitch, Orlando Murphy and Baby Bobby. I found it most entertaining, sir. "That's good," I said. "And if you have a nice time this morning on the sands with your spade and bucket, you will come and tell me all about it, won't you? I have so little on my mind just now that it's a treat to hear all about your happy holiday." Satirical, if you see what I mean. Sarcastic. Almost bitter, as a matter of fact, if you come right down to it. The title of the film was Tiny Hands, sir. And the father and mother of the character played by Baby Bobby had unfortunately drifted apart. "Too bad," I said. "Although at heart they loved each other still, sir." "Did they really? I'm glad you told me that." And so matters went on, sir, till came a day when. "Jeeves," I said, fixing him with a dashed unpleasant eye, "what the dickens do you think you're talking about? Do you suppose that, with this infernal child landed on me and the peace of the home practically shattered into a million bits, I want to hear?" "I beg your pardon. Sir, I would not have mentioned this cinema performance were it not for the fact that it gave me an idea, sir." "An idea?" "An idea that will, I fancy, sir, prove of value in straightening out the matrimonial future of Mr. Bullivant. To which end, if you recollect, sir, you desired me to." I snorted with remorse. "Jeeves," I said, "I wronged you." "Not at all, sir." "Yes, I did. I wronged you. I had a notion that you had given yourself up entirely to the pleasures of the seaside and had chucked that business altogether. I might have known better. Tell me all, Jeeves." He bowed in a gratified manner. I beamed. And, while we didn't actually fall on each other's necks, we gave each other to understand that all was well once more. "In this super film, Tiny Hands, sir," said Jeeves, "the parents of the child had, as I say, drifted apart." "Drifted apart," I said, nodding. "Right. And then? Came a day, sir, when their little child brought them together again." "How?" "If I remember rightly, sir, he said, 'Dada, doesn't Oo love Mummy no more?' And then? They exhibited a good deal of emotion. There was what I believe is termed a cutback, showing scenes from their courtship and early married life and some glimpses of lovers through the ages. And the picture concluded with a close-up of the pair in an embrace, with the child looking on with natural gratification and an organ playing 'Hearts and Flowers' in the distance. Proceed, Jeeves, I said. You interest me strangely. I begin to grasp the idea. You mean? I mean, sir, that, with this young gentleman on the premises, it might be possible to arrange a denouement of a somewhat similar nature in regard to Mr. Bullivant and Miss Vickers. Aren't you overlooking the fact that this kid is no relation of Mr. Bullivant or Miss Vickers? Even with that handicap, sir, I fancy that good results might ensue. I think that, if it were possible to bring Mr. Bullivant and Miss Vickers together for a short space of time in the presence of the child, sir. And if the child were to say something of a touching nature. I follow you absolutely, Jeeves, I cried with enthusiasm. It's big. This is the way I see it. We lay the scene in this room. Child, center girl, Elsie Freddie upstage, playing the piano. No, that won't do. He can only play a little of The Rosary with one finger, so we'll have to cut out the soft music. But the rest's all right. Look here, I said. This inkpot is Miss Vickers. This mug with "A Present from Marvis Bay" on it is the child. This pen wiper is Mr. Bullivant. Start with dialogue leading up to child's line. Child speaks line, let us say, Buffer lady, does, oh love data. Business of outstretched hands. Hold picture for a moment. Freddie crosses L, takes girl's hand. Business of swallowing lump in throat. Then big speech, Elizabeth, has not this misunderstanding of ours gone on too long? See. A little child rebukes us. And so on. I'm just giving you the general outline. Freddie must work up his own part. And we must get a good line for the child. Buffer lady, does, oh love data, isn't definite enough. We want something more. If I might make the suggestion, sir? Yes? I would advocate the words, kiss Freddie. It is short, readily memorized, and has what I believe is technically termed the punch. Genius, Jeeves. Thank you very much, sir. Kiss Freddie, it is, then. But, I say, Jeeves, how the deuce are we to get them together in here? Miss Vickers cuts Mr. Bullivant. She wouldn't come within a mile of him. It is awkward, sir. It doesn't matter. We shall have to make it an exterior set instead of an interior. We can easily corner her on the beach somewhere, when we're ready. Meanwhile, we must get the kid word perfect. Yes, sir. Right. First rehearsal for lines and business at 11 sharp tomorrow morning. Poor old Freddie was in such a gloomy frame of mind that I decided not to tell him the idea till we had finished coaching the child. He wasn't in the mood to have a thing like that hanging over him. So we concentrated on Toodles. And pretty early in the proceedings we saw that the only way to get Toodles worked up to the spirit of the thing was to introduce sweets of some sort as a sub-motive, so to speak. The chief difficulty, sir, said Jeeves, at the end of the first rehearsal, is, as I envisage it, to establish in the young gentleman's mind a connection between the words we desire him to say and the refreshment. Exactly, I said. Once the blighter has grasped the basic fact that those two words, clearly spoken, result automatically in chocolate nougat, we have got a success. I've often thought how interesting it must be to be one of those animal trainer blokes, to stimulate the dawning intelligence and all that. Well, this was every bit as exciting. Some day's success seemed to be staring us in the eyeball, and the kid got out the line as if he had been an old professional. And then he would go all to pieces again. And time was flying. We must hurry up, Jeeves, I said. The kid's uncle may arrive any day now and take him away. Exactly, sir. And we have no understudy. Very true, sir. We must work. I must say this child is a bit discouraging at times. I should have thought a deaf-mute would have learned his part by now. I will say this for the kid, though, he was a trier. Failure didn't damp him. Whenever there was any kind of sweet in sight he had a dash at his line, and kept saying something till he had got what he was after. His chief fault was his uncertainty. Personally, I would have been prepared to risk opening in the act and was ready to start the public performance at the first opportunity, but Jeeves said no. "I would not advocate undue haste, sir," he said. "As long as the young gentleman's memory refuses to act with any certainty, we are running grave risks of failure. Today, if you recollect, sir," he said, "kick Freddie. That is not a speech to win a young lady's heart, sir. No. And she might do it, too. You're right. We must postpone production." But, by Jove, we didn't. The curtain went up the very next afternoon. It was nobody's fault, certainly not mine. It was just fate. Jeeves was out, and I was alone in the house with Freddie and the child. Freddie had just settled down at the piano, and I was leading the kid out of the place for a bit of exercise, when, just as we'd got onto the veranda, along came the girl Elizabeth on her way to the beach. And at the sight of her the kid set up a matey yell, and she stopped at the foot of the steps. "Hello, baby," she said. "Good morning," she said to me. "May I come up?" She didn't wait for an answer. She just hopped on to the veranda. She seemed to be that sort of girl. She started fussing over the child. And 6 feet away, mind you, Freddie smiting the piano in the sitting room. It was a dashed disturbing situation, take it from Bertram. At any minute Freddie might take it into his head to come out on the veranda, and I hadn't even begun to rehearse him in his part. I tried to break up the scene. "We were just going down to the beach," I said. "Yes," said the girl. She listened for a moment. "So you're having your piano tuned," she said. "My aunt has been trying to find a tuner for hours. Do you mind if I go in and tell this man to come on to us when he has finished here?" I mopped the brow. I shouldn't go in just now," I said. "Not just now, while he's working, if you don't mind. These fellows can't bear to be disturbed when they're at work. It's the artistic temperament. I'll tell him later." "Very well. Ask him to call at Pine Bungalow. Vickers is the name." "Oh, he seems to have stopped. I suppose he will be out in a minute now." "I'll wait." "Don't you think, shouldn't you be getting on to the beach?" I said. She had started talking to the kid and didn't hear. She was feeling in her bag for something. "The beach," I babbled. "See what I've got for you, baby," said the girl. "I thought I might meet you somewhere, so I bought some of your favorite sweets." And, by Jove, she held up in front of the kid's bulging eyes a chunk of toffee about the size of the Albert Memorial. That finished it. We had just been having a long rehearsal, and the kid was all worked up in his part. He got it right first time. "Kiss Freddie," he shouted. And the French windows opened and Freddie came out on to the veranda, for all the world as if he had been taking a cue. "Kiss Freddie," shrieked the child. Freddie looked at the girl, and the girl looked at him. I looked at the ground, and the kid looked at the toffee. "Kiss Freddie," he yelled. "Kiss Freddie." "What does this mean?" said the girl, turning on me. "You'd better give it him," I said. "He'll go on till you do, you know." She gave the kid the toffee and he subsided. Freddie, poor ass, still stood there gaping, without a word. "What does it mean?" said the girl again. Her face was pink, and her eyes were sparkling in the sort of way, don't you know, that makes a fellow feel as if he hadn't any bones in him, if you know what I mean. Yes, Bertram felt filleted. Did you ever tread on your partner's dress at a dance? I'm speaking now of the days when women wore dresses long enough to be trodden on, and hear it rip and see her smile at you like an angel and say, "Please don't apologize. It's nothing," and then suddenly meet her clear blue eyes and feel as if you had stepped on the teeth of a rake and had the handle jump up and hit you in the face? Well, that's how Freddie's Elizabeth looked. "Well?" she said, and her teeth gave a little click. I gulped. Then I said it was nothing. Then I said it was nothing much. Then I said, oh, well, it was this way. And I told her all about it. And all the while idiot Freddie stood there gaping, without a word. Not one solitary yip had he let out of himself from the start. And the girl didn't speak, either. She just stood listening. And then she began to laugh. I never heard a girl laugh so much. She leaned against the side of the veranda and shrieked. And all the while Freddie, the world's champion dumb brick, standing there, saying nothing. Well, I finished my story and sidled to the steps. I had said all I had to say, and it seemed to me that about here the stage direction "exit cautiously" was written in my part. I gave poor old Freddie up in despair. If only he had said a word it might have been all right. But there he stood, speechless. Just out of sight of the house I met Jeeves, returning from his stroll. "Jeeves," I said, "all is over. The thing's finished. Poor dear old Freddie has made a complete ass of himself and killed the whole show." "Indeed, sir? What has actually happened?" I told him. He fluffed in his lines, I concluded. Just stood there saying nothing, when if ever there was a time for eloquence, this was it. Great Scott! Look! We had come back within view of the cottage, and there in front of it stood 6 children, a nurse, 2 loafers, another nurse, and the fellow from the grocer's. They were all staring. Down the road came galloping 5 more children, a dog, 3 men and a boy, all about to stare. And on our porch, as unconscious of the spectators as if they had been alone in the Sahara, stood Freddie and his Elizabeth, clasped in each other's arms. "Great Scott!" I said. "It would appear, sir," said Jeeves, "that everything has concluded most satisfactorily, after all." "Yes. Dear old Freddie may have been fluffy in his lines," I said, "but his business certainly seems to have gone with a bang." "Very true, sir," said Jeeves, clustering round young Bingo. I blotted the last page of my manuscript and sank back, feeling more or less of a spent force. After incredible sweat of the old brow the thing seemed to be in pretty fair shape, and I was just reading it through and debating whether to bung in another paragraph at the end. When there was a tap at the door and Jeeves appeared. "Mrs. Travers, sir, on the telephone." "Oh?" I said. "Preoccupied, don't you know?" "Yes, sir. She presents her compliments and would be glad to know what progress you have made with the article which you are writing for her." "Jeeves, can I mention men's knee-length underclothing in a woman's paper?" "No, sir." "Then tell her it's finished." "Very good, sir. And, Jeeves, when you're through, come back. I want you to cast your eye over this effort and give it the okay. My Aunt Dahlia, who runs a woman's paper called Milady's Boudoir, had recently backed me into a corner and made me promise to write her a few authoritative words for her husband's and brother's page on what the well-dressed man is wearing. I believe in encouraging aunts, when deserving, and, as there are many worse eggs than her knocking about the metrop. I had consented blithely. But I give you my honest word that if I had had the foggiest notion of what I was letting myself in for, not even a nephew's devotion would have kept me from giving her the raspberry. A deuce of a job it had been, taxing the physique to the utmost. I don't wonder now that all these author blokes have bald heads and faces like birds who have suffered. "Jeeves," I said, when he came back, "you don't read a paper called Milady's Boudoir by any chance, do you?" "No, sir. The periodical has not come to my notice." "Well, spring 6pence on it next week, because this article will appear in it. Wooster on the well-dressed man, don't you know?" "Indeed, sir?" "Yes, indeed, Jeeves. I've rather extended myself over this little bijou. There's a bit about socks that I think you will like." He took the manuscript, brooded over it, and smiled a gentle, approving smile. "The sock passage is quite in the proper vein, sir," he said. "Well expressed, what?" "Extremely, sir." I watched him narrowly as he read on, and, as I was expecting, what you might call the lovelight suddenly died out of his eyes. I braced myself for an unpleasant scene. "Come to the bit about soft silk shirts for evening wear?" I asked, carelessly. "Yes, sir," said Jeeves, in a low, cold voice, as if he had been bitten in the leg by a personal friend. "And if I may be pardoned for saying so. You don't like it?" "No, sir. I do not. Soft silk shirts with evening costume are not worn, sir." "Jeeves," I said, looking the blighter diametrically in the center of the eyeball, "they're dashed well going to be. I may as well tell you now that I have ordered a dozen of those shirtings from Peabody and Sims, and it's no good looking like that, because I am jolly well adamant. If I might." "No, Jeeves," I said, raising my hand, "argument is useless. Nobody has a greater respect than I have for your judgment in socks, in ties, and, I will go farther, in spats. But when it comes to evening shirts your nerve seems to fail you. You have no vision. You are prejudiced and reactionary. Hidebound is the word that suggests itself. It may interest you to learn that when I was at Lutuquet the Prince of Wales buzzed into the casino one night with soft silk shirt complete. His Royal Highness, sir, may permit himself a certain license which in your own case." "No, Jeeves," I said, firmly, "it's no use. When we Woosters are adamant, we are, well, adamant, if you know what I mean." "Very good, sir." I could see the man was wounded, and, of course, the whole episode had been extremely jarring and unpleasant, but these things have to be gone through. Is one a serf or isn't one? That's what it all boils down to. Having made my point, I changed the subject. "Well, that's that," I said. "We now approach another topic. Do you know any housemaids, Jeeves?" "Housemaids, sir?" Come, Jeeves, you know what housemaids are. Females who get housemaid's knee. Are you requiring a housemaid, sir?" "No, but Mr. Little is. I met him at the club a couple of days ago, and he told me that Mrs. Little is offering rich rewards to anybody who will find her one guaranteed to go light on the china." "Indeed, sir?" "Yes. The one now in office apparently runs through the objets d'art like a typhoon, Simum or Sirocco. So if you know any." "I know a great many, sir. Some intimately, others mere acquaintances." "Well, start digging round among the old pals. And now the hat, the stick, and other necessaries. I must be getting along and handing in this article." The offices of Milady's boudoir were in one of those rummy streets in the Covent Garden neighborhood. And I had just got to the door, after wading through a deep top-dressing of old cabbages and tomatoes, when who should come out but Mrs. Little. She greeted me with the warmth due to the old family friend, in spite of the fact that I hadn't been round to the house for a goodish while. "Whatever are you doing in these parts, Bertie? I thought you never came east of Leicester Square." "I've come to deliver an article of sorts which my Aunt Dahlia asked me to write. She edits a species of journal up those stairs. Milady's boudoir. What a coincidence. I have just promised to write an article for her, too." "Don't you do it," I said, earnestly. "You've simply no notion what a ghastly labor. Oh, but, of course, I was forgetting. You're used to it, what? Silly of me to have talked like that." Young Bingo Little, if you remember, had married the famous female novelist, Rosie M. Banks, author of some of the most pronounced and widely read tripe ever put on the market. Naturally a mere article would be pie for her. "No, I don't think it will give me much trouble," she said. "Your aunt has suggested a most delightful subject." "That's good. By the way, I spoke to my man Jeeves about getting you a housemaid. He knows all the Hummers." "Thank you so much." "Oh, are you doing anything tomorrow night?" "Not a thing." "Then do come and dine with us. Your aunt is coming, and hopes to bring your uncle. I am looking forward to meeting him." "Thanks. Delighted. I meant it, too. The little household may be weak on housemaids, but it is right there when it comes to cooks. Somewhere or other some time ago Bingo's missus managed to dig up a Frenchman of the most extraordinary vim and skill. A most amazing Johnny who dishes a wicked ragout. Old Bingo has put on at least 10 pounds in weight since this fellow Anatole arrived in the home. At 8, then. Right. Thanks ever so much. She popped off, and I went upstairs to hand in my copy, as we boys of the press call it. I found Aunt Dahlia immersed to the gills in papers of all descriptions. I am not much of a lad for my relatives as a general thing, but I've always been very pally with Aunt Dahlia. She married my Uncle Thomas, between ourselves a bit of a squirt, the year Bluebottle won the Cambridgeshire. And they hadn't got halfway down the aisle before I was saying to myself, that woman is much too good for the old bird. Aunt Dahlia is a large, genial soul, the sort you see in dozens on the hunting field. As a matter of fact, until she married Uncle Thomas, she put in most of her time on horseback. But he won't live in the country, so nowadays she expends her energy on this paper of hers. She came to the surface as I entered, and flung a cheery book at my head. "Hullo, Bertle. I say, have you really finished that article? To the last comma. Good boy. My gosh, I'll bet it's rotten." On the contrary, it is extremely hot stuff, and most of it approved by Jeeves. What's more, the bit about soft silk shirts got in amongst him a trifle. But you can take it from me, Aunt Dahlia, that they are the latest yodel and will be much seen at first nights and other occasions where society assembles. "Your man Jeeves," said Aunt Dahlia, flinging the article into a basket and skewering a few loose pieces of paper on a sort of meat hook, "is a washout, and you can tell him I said so." "Oh, come," I said. "He may not be sound on shirtings. I'm not referring to that. As long as a week ago I asked him to get me a cook, and he hasn't found one yet. Great Scott! Is Jeeves a domestic employment agency? Mrs. Little wants him to find her a housemaid. I met her outside. She tells me she's doing something for you." "Yes, thank goodness. I'm relying on it to bump the circulation up a bit. I can't read her stuff myself, but women love it. Her name on the cover will mean a lot. And we need it. Paper not doing well? It's doing all right really, but it's got to be a slow job building up a circulation." "I suppose so. I can get Tom to see that in his lucid moments," said Aunt Dahlia, skewering a few more papers. "But just at present the poor fathead has got one of his pessimistic spells. It's entirely due to that mechanic who calls herself a cook. A few more of her alleged dinners, and Tom will refuse to go on paying the printer's bills." "You don't mean that." "I do mean it. There was what she called a risque de veau à la financière last night which made him talk for 3/4 of an hour about good money going to waste and nothing to show for it. I quite understood, and I was dashed sorry for her. My Uncle Thomas is a cove who made a colossal pile of money out in the East, but in doing so put his digestion on the blink. This has made him a tricky proposition to handle. Many a time I've lunched with him and found him perfectly chirpy up to the fish, only to have him turn blue on me well before the cheese. Who was that lad they used to try to make me read at Oxford? Schopenhauer. That's the name. A grouch of the most pronounced description. Well, Uncle Thomas, when his gastric juices have been giving him the elbow, can make Schopenhauer look like Pollyanna. And the worst of it is, from Aunt Dahlia's point of view, that on these occasions he always seems to think he's on the brink of ruin and wants to start to economize. Pretty tough, I said. Well, anyway, he'll get one good dinner tomorrow night at the Littles. Can you guarantee that, Bertie? Asked Aunt Dahlia, earnestly. I simply daren't risk unleashing him on anything at all wonky. They've got a marvelous cook. I haven't been round there for some time, but unless he's lost his form of 2 months ago, Uncle Thomas is going to have the treat of a lifetime. It'll only make it all the worse for him, coming back to our steak incinerator," said Aunt Dahlia, a bit on the Schopenhauer side herself. The little nest where Bingo and his bride had settled themselves was up in St. John's Wood, one of those rather jolly houses with a bit of garden. When I got there on the following night, I found that I was the last to weigh in. Aunt Dahlia was chatting with Rosie in a corner, while Uncle Thomas, standing by the mantelpiece with Bingo, sucked down a cocktail in a frowning, suspicious sort of manner. Rather like a chappie having a short snort before dining with the Borgias. As if he were saying to himself that, even if this particular cocktail wasn't poisoned, he was bound to cop it later on. Well, I hadn't expected anything in the nature of beaming joie de vivre from Uncle Thomas, so I didn't pay much attention to him. What did surprise me was the extraordinary gloom of young Bingo. You may say what you like against Bingo, but nobody has ever found him a depressing host. Why, many a time in the days of his bachelorhood I've known him to start throwing bread before the soup course. Yet now he and Uncle Thomas were a pair. He looked haggard and careworn, like a Borgia who had suddenly remembered that he had forgotten to shove cyanide in the consommé, and the dinner gong due any moment. And the mystery wasn't helped at all by the one remark he made to me before conversation became general. As he poured out my cocktail, he suddenly bent forward. "Bertie," he whispered, in a nasty, feverish manner, "I want to see you. Life and death matter. Be in tomorrow morning." That was all. Immediately after that the starting gun went and we toddled down to the festive. And from that moment, I'm bound to say, in the superior interest of the proceedings he rather faded out of my mind. For good old Anatole, braced presumably by the fact of there being guests, had absolutely surpassed himself. I am not a man who speaks hastily in these matters. I weigh my words. And I say again that Anatole had surpassed himself. It was as good a dinner as I have ever absorbed, and it revived Uncle Thomas like a watered flower. As we sat down he was saying some things about the government which they wouldn't have cared to hear. With the consommé pâté d'Italie he said, but what could you expect nowadays? With the paupiètes de sole à la princesse he admitted rather decently that the government couldn't be held responsible for the rotten weather, anyway. And shortly after the Caneton Aylesbury à la broche he was practically giving the lads the benefit of his wholehearted support. And all the time young Bingo looking like an owl with a secret sorrow. Rummy. I thought about it a good deal as I walked home, and I was hoping he wouldn't roll round with his hard luck story too early in the morning. He had the air of one who intends to charge in at about 6:30. Jeeves was waiting up for me when I got back. "A pleasant dinner, sir," he said. "Magnificent, Jeeves." "I am glad to hear that, sir. Mr. George Travers rang up on the telephone shortly after you had left. He was extremely desirous that you should join him at Harrogate, sir. He leaves for that town by an early train tomorrow. My Uncle George is a festive old bird who has made a habit for years of doing himself a dashed sight too well. With the result that he's always got Harrogate or Buxton hanging over him like the sword of what's-his-name. And he hates going there alone." "It can't be done," I said. "Uncle George is bad enough in London, and I wasn't going to let myself be cooped up with him in one of these cure places. He was extremely urgent, sir." "No, Jeeves," I said, firmly. "I am always anxious to oblige, but Uncle George, no, no. I mean to say, what?" "Very good, sir," said Jeeves. It was a pleasure to hear the way he said it. Docile the man was becoming, absolutely docile. It just showed that I had been right in putting my foot down about those shirts. When Bingo showed up next morning, I had had breakfast and was all ready for him. Jeeves shot him into the presence, and he sat down on the bed. "Good morning, Bertie," said young Bingo. "Good morning, old thing," I replied, courteously. "Don't go, Jeeves," said young Bingo hollowly. "Wait. Sir. Remain. Stay. Cluster round. I shall need you." "Very good, sir." Bingo lit a cigarette and frowned bleakly at the wallpaper. "Bertie," he said, "the most frightful calamity has occurred. Unless something is done, and done right speedily, my social prestige is doomed, my self-respect will be obliterated, my name will be mud. And I shall not dare to show my face in the West End of London again. My aunt!" I cried, deeply impressed. "Exactly," said young Bingo, with a hollow laugh. "You have put it in a nutshell. The whole trouble is due to your blasted aunt." "Which blasted aunt?" "Specify, old thing. I have so many." "Mrs. Travers. The one who runs that infernal paper." "Oh, no, dash it, old man," I protested. "She's the only decent aunt I've got. Jeeves, you will bear me out in this?" "Such has always been my impression, I must confess, sir." "Well, get rid of it, then," said young Bingo. "The woman is a menace to society, a homewrecker, and a pest. Do you know what she's done? She's got Rosie to write an article for that rag of hers." "I know that." "Yes, but you don't know what it's about." "No. She only told me Aunt Dahlia had given her a splendid idea for the thing. It's about me." "You?" "Yes, me. Me. And do you know what it's called? It is called, How I Keep the Love of My Husband Baby." "My what?" "Husband baby." "What's a husband baby?" "I am, apparently," said young Bingo, with much bitterness. "I am also, according to this article, a lot of other things which I have too much sense of decency to repeat even to an old friend. This beastly composition, in short, is one of those things they call human interest stories, one of those intimate revelations of married life over which the female public loves to gloat. All about Rosie and me and what she does when I come home cross, and so on. I tell you, Bertie, I am still blushing all over at the recollection of something she says in paragraph 2. "What?" "I decline to tell you. But you can take it from me that it's the edge. Nobody could be fonder of Rosie than I am, but, dear, sensible girl as she is in ordinary life, the moment she gets in front of a dictating machine she becomes absolutely maudlin. Bertie, that article must not appear." "But if it does I shall have to resign from my clubs, grow a beard, and become a hermit. I shall not be able to face the world." "Aren't you pitching it a bit strong, old lad?" I said. "Jeeves, don't you think he's pitching it a bit strong?" "Well, sir, I am pitching it feebly," said young Bingo, earnestly. "You haven't heard the thing." "I have. Rosie shoved the cylinder on the dictating machine last night before dinner, and it was grisly to hear the instrument croaking out those awful sentences. If that article appears I shall be kidded to death by every pal I've got. Bertie," he said, his voice sinking to a hoarse whisper, "you have about as much imagination as a warthog, but surely even you can picture to yourself what Jimmy Bowles and Tuppy Rogers, to name only two, will say when they see me referred to in print as half-god, half-prattling, mischievous child?" "I jolly well could." "She doesn't say that?" I gasped. "She certainly does. And when I tell you that I selected that particular quotation because it's about the only one I can stand hearing spoken, you will realize what I'm up against." I picked at the coverlet. I had been a pal of Bingo's for many years, and we Woosters stand by our pals. "Jeeves," I said, "you have heard?" "Yes, sir." "The position is serious." "Yes, sir." "We must cluster round." "Yes, sir." "Does anything suggest itself to you?" "Yes, sir." "What? You don't really mean that?" "Yes, sir." "Bingo," I said, "the sun is still shining. Something suggests itself to Jeeves." "Jeeves," said young Bingo in a quivering voice, "if you see me through this fearful crisis, ask of me what you will even unto half my kingdom." "The matter," said Jeeves, "fits in very nicely, sir, with another mission which was entrusted to me this morning." What do you mean? Mrs. Travers rang me up on the telephone shortly before I brought you your tea, sir. And was most urgent that I should endeavor to persuade Mr. Little's cook to leave Mr. Little's service and join her staff. It appears that Mr. Travers was fascinated by the man's ability, sir, and talked far into the night of his astonishing gifts. Young Bingo uttered a frightful cry of agony. What? Is that buzzard trying to pinch our cook? Yes, sir. After eating our bread and salt, damn it. I fear, sir, sighed Jeeves, that when it comes to a matter of cooks ladies have but a rudimentary sense of morality. Half a second, Bingo, I said, as the fellow seemed about to plunge into something of an oration. How does this fit in with the other thing, Jeeves? Well, sir, it has been my experience that no lady can ever forgive another lady for taking a really good cook away from her. I am convinced that, if I am able to accomplish the mission which Mrs. Travers entrusted to me, an instant breach of cordial relations must inevitably ensue. Mrs. Little will, I feel certain, be so aggrieved with Mrs. Travers that she will decline to contribute to her paper. We shall therefore not only bring happiness to Mr. Travers, but also suppress the article. Thus killing two birds with one stone, if I may use the expression, sir. Certainly you may use the expression, Jeeves, I said, cordially. And I may add that in my opinion this is one of your best and ripest. Yes, but I say, you know, bleated young Bingo. I mean to say, old Anatole, what I'm driving at is that he's a cook in a million. You poor chump, if he wasn't there would be no point in the scheme. Yes, but what I mean, I shall miss him, you know. Miss him fearfully. Good heavens! I cried. Don't tell me that you are thinking of your tummy in a crisis like this? Bingo sighed heavily. Oh, all right, he said. I suppose it's a case of the surgeon's knife. All right, Jeeves, you may carry on. Yes, carry on, Jeeves. Yes, Jeeves, carry on. I'll look in tomorrow morning and hear what you have to report. And with bowed head young Bingo biffed off. He was bright and early next morning. In fact, he turned up at such an indecent hour that Jeeves very properly refused to allow him to break in on my slumbers. By the time I was awake and receiving, he and Jeeves had had a heart-to-heart chat in the kitchen. And when Bingo eventually crept into my room I could see by the look on his face that something had gone wrong. It's all off, he said, slumping down on the bed. Off? Yes. That cook-pinching business. Jeeves tells me he saw Anatole last night, and Anatole refused to leave. But surely Aunt Dahlia had the sense to offer him more than he was getting with you? The sky was the limit, as far as she was concerned. Nevertheless, he refused to skid. It seems he's in love with our parlour-maid. But you haven't got a parlour-maid. We have got a parlour-maid. I've never seen her. A sort of bloke who looked like a provincial undertaker waited at table the night before last. That was the local greengrocer, who comes to help out when desired. The parlour-maid is away on her holiday, or was till last night. She returned about 10 minutes before Jeeves made his call, and Anatole, I take it, was in such a state of elation and devotion and whatnot on seeing her again that the contents of the mint wouldn't have bribed him to part from her. But look here, Bingo, I said, this is all rot. I see the solution right off. I'm surprised that a bloke of Jeeves's mentality overlooked it. Aunt Dahlia must engage the parlour-maid as well as Anatole. Then they won't be parted. I thought of that, too. Naturally. I bet you didn't. I certainly did. Well, what's wrong with the scheme? It can't be worked. If your aunt engaged our parlour-maid she would have to sack her own, wouldn't she? Well, if she sacks her parlour-maid, it will mean that the chauffeur will quit. He's in love with her. With my aunt? No, with the parlour-maid. And apparently he's the only chauffeur your uncle has ever found who drives carefully enough for him. I gave it up. I had never imagined before that life below stairs was so frightfully mixed up with what these coves call the sex complex. The personnel of domestic staffs seemed to pair off like characters in a musical comedy. "Oh," I said. "Well, that being so, we do seem to be more or less stymied. That article will have to appear after all, what?" "No, it won't." "Has Jeeves thought of another scheme?" "No, but I have." Bingo bent forward and patted my knee affectionately. "Look here, Bertie," he said, "you and I were at school together. You'll admit that?" "Yes, but—" "And you're a fellow who never lets a pal down. That's well known, isn't it?" "Yes, but listen, Bingo. You'll cluster round." "Of course you will." "As if," said Bingo with a scornful laugh, "I ever doubted it. You won't let an old school friend down in his hour of need. Not you. Not Bertie Wooster." "No, no." "Yes, but just one moment." Bingo massaged my shoulder soothingly. "It's all settled, Bertie, old man. Nothing for you to worry about. Nothing whatever. I see now that we made a mistake in ever trying to tackle this job in Jeeves's silly, roundabout way. Much better to charge straight ahead without any of that finesse and fooling about. This afternoon I'm going to take Rosie to a matinee. I shall leave the window of her study open, and when we have got well away you will climb in, pinch the cylinder, and pop off again. It's absurdly simple." "Yes, but half a second. I know what you're going to say," said Bingo, raising his hand. "How are you to find the cylinder? That's what's bothering you, isn't it? Well, it'll be quite easy. Not a chance of a mistake. The thing is in the top left-hand drawer of the desk, and the drawer will be left unlocked because Rosie's stenographer is to come round at 4 o'clock and type the thing." "Now listen, Bingo," I said. "I'm frightfully sorry for you and all that, but I must firmly draw the line at burglary." He gazed at me, astonished and hurt. "Is this Bertie Wooster speaking?" he said in a low voice. "Yes, it is." "But, Bertie," he said gently, "we agreed that you were at school with me." "I don't care." "At school, Bertie. The dear old school." "I don't care." "I will not." "Bertie." "I will not." "Bertie." "No." "Bertie." "Oh, all right," I said. "There," said young Bingo, patting me on the shoulder, "spoke the true Bertram Wooster. I don't know if it has ever occurred to you, but to the thoughtful cove there is something dashed reassuring in all the reports of burglaries you read in the papers. I mean, if you're keen on Great Britain maintaining her prestige and all that. I mean, there can't be much wrong with the morale of a country whose sons go into such a large extent for housebreaking. Because you can take it from me that the job requires a nerve of the most cast-iron description. I suppose I was walking up and down in front of that house for half an hour before I could bring myself to dash in at the front gate and slide round to the side where the study window was. And even then I stood for about 10 minutes cowering against the wall and listening for police whistles. Eventually, however, I braced myself up and got to business. The study was on the ground floor and the window was nice and large, and, what is more, wide open. I got the old knee over the sill, gave a jerk which took an inch of skin off my ankle, and hopped down into the room. And there I was, if you follow me. I stood for a moment, listening. Everything seemed to be all right. I was apparently alone in the world. In fact, I was so much alone that the atmosphere seemed positively creepy. You know how it is on these occasions. There was a clock on the mantelpiece that ticked in a slow, shocked sort of way that was dashed unpleasant. And over the clock a large portrait stared at me with a good deal of dislike and suspicion. It was a portrait of somebody's grandfather. Whether he was Rosie's or Bingo's I didn't know, but he was certainly a grandfather. In fact, I wouldn't be prepared to swear that he wasn't a great-grandfather. He was a big, stout old buffer in a high collar that seemed to hurt his neck, for he had drawn his chin back a goodish way and was looking down his nose as much as to say, "You made me put this damn thing on." Well, it was only a step to the desk, and nothing between me and it but a brown shaggy rug. So I avoided grandfather's eye and, summoning up the good old bulldog courage of the Woosters, moved forward and started to navigate the rug. And I had hardly taken a step when the southeast corner of it suddenly detached itself from the rest and sat up with a snuffle. Well, I mean to say, to bear yourself fittingly in the face of an occurrence of this sort you want to be one of those strong, silent, phlegmatic birds who are ready for anything. This type of bloke, I imagine, would simply have cocked an eye at the rug, said to himself, "Ah, a Pekingese dog, and quite a good one, too," and started at once to make cordial overtures to the animal in order to win its sympathy and moral support. I suppose I must be one of the neurotic younger generation you read about in the papers nowadays, because it was pretty plain within half a second that I wasn't strong and I wasn't phlegmatic. This wouldn't have mattered so much, but I wasn't silent either. In the emotion of the moment I let out a sort of sharp yowl and leaped about 4 feet in a northwesterly direction. And there was a crash that sounded as though somebody had touched off a bomb. What a female novelist wants with an occasional table in her study containing a vase, 2 framed photographs, a saucer, a lacquer box, and a jar of potpourri, I don't know. But that was what Bingo's Rosie had, and I caught it squarely with my right hip and knocked it endways. It seemed to me for a moment as if the whole world had dissolved into a kind of cataract of glass and china. A few years ago, when I legged it to America to elude my Aunt Agatha, who was out with her hatchet, I remember going to Niagara and listening to the falls. They made much the same sort of row, but not so loud. And at the same instant the dog began to bark. It was a small dog, the sort of animal from which you would have expected a noise like a squeaking slate pencil, but it was simply baying. It had retired into a corner, and was leaning against the wall with bulging eyes, and every 2 seconds it chucked its head back in a kind of pained way and let out another terrific bellow. Well, I know when I'm licked. I was sorry for Bingo and regretted the necessity of having to let him down, but the time had come, I felt, to shift. "Outside for Bertram," was the slogan, and I took a running leap at the window and scrambled through. And there on the path, as if they had been waiting for me by appointment, stood a policeman and a parlour-maid. It was an embarrassing moment. "Oh, there you are," I said. And there was what you might call a contemplative silence for a moment. "I told you I heard something," said the parlour-maid. The policeman was regarding me in a boiled way. "What's all this?" he asked. I smiled in a sort of saint-like manner. "It's a little hard to explain," I said. "Yes, it is," said the policeman. "I was just having a look round, you know. Old friend of the family, you understand." "How did you get in?" "Through the window. Being an old friend of the family, if you follow me." "Old friend of the family, are you?" "Oh, very, very, very old." "Oh, a very old friend of the family." "I've never seen him before," said the parlour-maid. I looked at the girl with positive loathing. How she could have inspired affection in anyone, even a French cook, beat me. Not that she was a bad-looking girl, mind you. Not at all. On another and happier occasion I might even have thought her rather pretty. But now she seemed one of the most unpleasant females I had ever encountered. "No," I said. "You have never seen me before. But I'm an old friend of the family." "Then why didn't you ring at the front door?" "I didn't want to give any trouble." "It's no trouble answering front doors, that being what you're paid for," said the parlour-maid, virtuously. "I've never seen him before in my life," she added, perfectly gratuitously. A horrid girl. "Well, look here," I said, with an inspiration, "the undertaker knows me." "What undertaker?" "The cove who was waiting at table when I dined here the night before last." "Did the undertaker wait at table on the 16th instant?" asked the policeman. Of course he didn't, said the parlour-maid. Well, he looked like, by Jove, no. I remember now. He was the greengrocer. On the 16th instant, said the policeman, pompous ass, did the greengrocer? Yes, he did, if you want to know, said the parlour-maid. She seemed disappointed and baffled, like a tigress that sees its prey being sneaked away from it. Then she brightened. But this fellow could easily have found that out by asking roundabout. A perfectly poisonous girl. What's your name? Asked the policeman. Well, I say, do you mind awfully if I don't give my name, because... Suit yourself. You'll have to tell it to the magistrate. Oh, no, I say, dash it. I think you'd better come along. But I say, really, you know, I am an old friend of the family. Why, by Jove, now I remember, there's a photograph of me in the drawing-room. Well, I mean, that shows you. If there is, said the policeman. I've never seen it, said the parlour-maid. I absolutely hated this girl. You would have seen it if you had done your dusting more conscientiously, I said, severely. And I meant it to sting, by Jove. It is not a parlour-maid's place to dust the drawing-room, she sniffed, haughtily. No, I said, bitterly. It seems to be a parlour-maid's place to lurk about and hang about and waste her time fooling about in the garden with policemen who ought to be busy about their duties elsewhere. It's a parlour-maid's place to open the front door to visitors. Them that don't come in through windows. I perceived that I was getting the loser's end of the thing. I tried to be conciliatory. My dear old parlour-maid, I said, don't let us descend to vulgar wrangling. All I'm driving at is that there is a photograph of me in the drawing-room, cared for and dusted by whom I know not. And this photograph will, I think, prove to you that I am an old friend of the family. I fancy so, officer. If it's there, said the man, in a grudging way. Oh, it's there all right. Oh, yes, it's there. Well, we'll go to the drawing-room and see. Spoken like a man, my dear old policeman, I said. The drawing-room was on the first floor, and the photograph was on the table by the fireplace. Only, if you understand me, it wasn't. What I mean is, there was the fireplace, and there was the table by the fireplace, but, by Jove, not a sign of any photograph of me whatsoever. A photograph of Bingo, yes. A photograph of Bingo's uncle, Lord Bittlesham, right. A photograph of Mrs. Bingo, three-quarter face, with a tender smile on her lips, all present and correct. But of anything resembling Bertram Wooster, not a trace. Ho, said the policeman. But, dash it, it was there the night before last. Ho, he said again. Ho. Ho. As if he were starting a drinking chorus in a comic opera, confound him. Then I got what amounted to the brainwave of a lifetime. Who dusts these things? I said, turning on the parlour-maid. I don't. I didn't say you did. I said who did. Mary. The housemaid, of course. Exactly. As I suspected. As I foresaw. Mary, officer, is notoriously the worst smasher in London. There have been complaints about her on all sides. You see what has happened? The wretched girl has broken the glass of my photograph and, not being willing to come forward and admit it in an honest, manly way, has taken the thing off and concealed it somewhere. Ho! Said the policeman, still working through the drinking chorus. Well, ask her. Go down and ask her. You go down and ask her, said the policeman to the parlour-maid. If it's going to make him any happier. The parlour-maid left the room, casting a pestilential glance at me over her shoulder as she went. I'm not sure she didn't say, ho, too. And then there was a bit of a lull. The policeman took up a position with a large beefy back against the door, and I wandered to and fro and hither and yonder. What are you playing at? Demanded the policeman. Just looking round. They may have moved the thing. Ho! And then there was another bit of a lull. And suddenly I found myself by the window, and, by Jove, it was 6 inches open at the bottom. And the world beyond looked so bright and sunny and, well, I don't claim that I am a particularly swift thinker, but once more something seemed to whisper, outside for Bertram. I slid my fingers nonchalantly under the sash, gave a hefty heave, and up she came. And the next moment I was in a laurel bush, feeling like the cross which marks the spot where the accident occurred. A large red face appeared in the window. I got up and skipped lightly to the gate. "Hi!" shouted the policeman. "Ho!" I replied, and went forth, moving well. "This," I said to myself, as I hailed a passing cab and sank back on the cushions, "is the last time I try to do anything for young Bingo." These sentiments I expressed in no guarded language to Jeeves when I was back in the old flat with my feet on the mantelpiece, pushing down a soothing whiskey an. "Never again, Jeeves," I said. "Never again." "Well, sir." "No, never again." "Well, sir." "What do you mean, well, sir? What are you driving at?" "Well, sir, Mr. Little is an extremely persistent young gentleman, and yours, if I may say so, sir, is a yielding and obliging nature. You don't think that young Bingo would have the immortal rind to try to get me into some other foul enterprise?" "I should say that it was more than probable, sir." I removed the dog swiftly from the mantelpiece, and jumped up, all of a twitter. "Jeeves, what would you advise?" "Well, sir, I think a little change of scene would be judicious." "Do a bolt?" "Precisely, sir." "If I might suggest it, sir, why not change your mind and join Mr. George Travers at Harrogate?" "Oh, I say, Jeeves. You would be out of what I might describe as the danger zone there, sir." "Perhaps you're right, Jeeves," I said, thoughtfully. "Yes, possibly you're right. How far is Harrogate from London?" 206 miles, sir." "Yes, I think you're right." "Is there a train this afternoon?" "Yes, sir. You could catch it quite easily." "All right, then. Bung a few necessaries in a bag." "I have already done so, sir." "Ho!" I said. "It's a rummy thing, but when you come down to it Jeeves is always right." He had tried to cheer me up at the station by saying that I would not find Harrogate unpleasant, and, by Jove, he was perfectly correct. What I had overlooked, when examining the project, was the fact that I should be in the middle of a bevy of blokes who were taking the cure and I shouldn't be taking it myself. You've no notion what a dashed cozy, satisfying feeling that gives a fellow. I mean to say, there was old Uncle George, for instance. The medicine man, having given him the once-over, had ordered him to abstain from all alcoholic liquids. And in addition to tool down the hill to the Royal Pump Room each morning at 8:30 and imbibe 12 ounces of warm crescent saline and magnesia. It doesn't sound much, put that way, but I gather from contemporary accounts that it's practically equivalent to getting outside a couple of little old last year's eggs beaten up in seawater. And the thought of Uncle George, who had oppressed me sorely in my childhood, sucking down that stuff and having to hop out of bed at 8:15 to do so was extremely grateful and comforting of a morning. At 4 in the afternoon he would toddle down the hill again and repeat the process, and at night we would dine together and I would loll back in my chair, sipping my wine, and listen to him telling me what the stuff had tasted like. In many ways the ideal existence. I generally managed to fit it in with my engagements to go down and watch him tackle his afternoon dose, for we Woosters are as fond of a laugh as anyone. And it was while I was enjoying the performance in the middle of the second week that I heard my name spoken. And there was Aunt Dahlia. "Hello," I said. "What are you doing here?" "I came down yesterday with Tom." "Is Tom taking the cure?" asked Uncle George, looking up hopefully from the hellbrew. "Yes." "Are you taking the cure?" "Yes." "Ah," said Uncle George, looking happier than I had seen him for days. He swallowed the last drops, and then, the program calling for a brisk walk before his massage, left us. I shouldn't have thought you would have been able to get away from the paper, I said. I say, I went on, struck by a pleasing idea. It hasn't bust up, has it? Bust up? I should say not. A pal of mine is looking after it for me while I'm here. It's right on its feet now. Tom has given me a couple of $1,000 and says there's more if I want it, and I've been able to buy the serial rights of Lady Bablocket's frank recollections of a long life. The hottest stuff, Bertie. Certain to double the circulation and send half the best-known people in London into hysterics for a year. Oh. I said. Then you're pretty well fixed, what? I mean, what with the frank recollections and that article of Mrs. Little's. Aunt Dahlia was drinking something that smelled like a leak in the gas pipe, and I thought for a moment that it was that made her twist up a face. But I was wrong. Don't mention that woman to me, Bertie, she said. One of the worst. But I thought you were rather pally. No longer. Will you credit it that she positively refuses to let me have that article? What? Purely and simply on account of some fancied grievance she thinks she has against me because her cook left her and came to me. I couldn't follow this at all. Anatole left her? I said. But what about the parlor maid? Pull yourself together, Bertie. You're babbling. What do you mean? Why, I understood. I'll bet you never understood anything in your life. She laid down her empty glass. Well, that's done, she said, with relief. Thank goodness, I'll be able to watch Tom drinking his in a few minutes. It's the only thing that enables me to bear up. Poor old chap, he does hate it so. But I cheer him by telling him it's going to put him in shape for Anatole's cooking. And that, Bertie, is something worth going into training for. A master of his art, that man. Sometimes I'm not altogether surprised that Mrs. Little made such a fuss when he went. But, really, you know, she ought not to mix sentiment with business. She has no right to refuse to let me have that article just because of a private difference. Well, she jolly well can't use it anywhere else, because it was my idea and I have witnesses to prove it. If she tries to sell it to another paper, I'll sue her. And, talking of sewers, it's high time Tom was here to drink his sulphur water. But look here. Oh, by the way, Bertie, said Aunt Dahlia, I withdraw any harsh expressions I may have used about your man Jeeves. A most capable feller. Jeeves? Yes, he attended to the negotiations. And very well he did it, too. And he hasn't lost by it, you can bet. I saw to that. I'm grateful to him. Why, if Tom gives up a couple of $1,000 now, practically without a murmur, the imagination reels at what he'll do with Anatole cooking regularly for him. He'll be signing checks in his sleep. I got up. Aunt Dahlia pleaded with me to stick around and watch Uncle Tom in action, claiming it to be a sight nobody should miss, but I couldn't wait. I rushed up the hill, left a farewell note for Uncle George, and caught the next train for London. Jeeves, I said, when I had washed off the stains of travel, tell me frankly all about it. Be as frank as Lady Bablocket. Sir? Never mind if you've not heard of her. Tell me how you worked this binge. The last I heard was that Anatole loved that parlor maid, goodness knows why. So much that he refused to leave her. Well, then? I was somewhat baffled for a while, I must confess, sir. Then I was materially assisted by a fortunate discovery. What was that? I chanced to be chatting with Mrs. Travers's housemaid, sir, and, remembering that Mrs. Little was anxious to obtain a domestic of that description, I asked her if she would consent to leave Mrs. Travers and go at an advanced wage to Mrs. Little. To this she assented, and I saw Mrs. Little and arranged the matter. Well? What was the fortunate discovery? That the girl, in a previous situation some little time back, had been a colleague of Anatole, sir. And Anatole, as is the too frequent practice of these Frenchmen, had made love to her. In fact, they were, so I understood it, sir, formally affianced until Anatole disappeared one morning, leaving no address, and passed out of the poor girl's life. You will readily appreciate that this discovery simplified matters considerably. The girl no longer had any affection for Anatole, but the prospect of being under the same roof with two young persons, both of whom he had led to assume. Great Scott! Yes, I see. It was rather like putting in a ferret to start a rabbit. The principle was much the same, sir. Anatole was out of the house and in Mrs. Travers's service within half an hour of the receipt of the information that the young person was about to arrive. A volatile man, sir. Like so many of these Frenchmen. Jeeves, I said, this is genius of a high order. It is very good of you to say so, sir. What did Mr. Little say about it? He appeared gratified, sir. To go into sordid figures, did he? Yes, sir. £20. Having been fortunate in his selections at Hurst Park on the previous Saturday. My aunt told me that she. Yes, sir. Most generous. £25. Good Lord, Jeeves. You've been coining the stuff. I have added appreciably to my savings, yes, sir. Mrs. Little was good enough to present me with £10 for finding her such a satisfactory housemaid. And then there was Mr. Travers. Uncle Thomas? Yes, sir. He also behaved most handsomely, quite independently of Mrs. Travers. Another £25. And Mr. George Travers. Don't tell me that Uncle George gave you something, too. What on earth for? Well, really, sir, I do not quite understand myself. But I received a check for £10 from him. He seemed to be under the impression that I had been in some way responsible for your joining him at Harrogate, sir. I gaped at the fellow. Well, everybody seems to be doing it, I said, so I suppose I had better make the thing unanimous. Here's a £5. Why, thank you, sir. This is extremely. It won't seem much compared with these vast sums you've been acquiring. Oh, I assure you, sir. And I don't know why I'm giving it to you. No, sir. Still, there it is. Thank you very much, sir. I got up. It's pretty late, I said, but I think I'll dress and go out and have a bite somewhere. I feel like having a whirl of some kind after 2 weeks at Harrogate. Yes, sir. I will unpack your clothes. Oh, Jeeves, I said, did Peabody and Sims send those soft silk shirts? Yes, sir. I sent them back. Sent them back. Yes, sir. I eyed him for a moment. But I mean to say. I mean, what's the use? Oh, all right, I said. Then lay out one of the gents stiff-bosomed. Very good, sir, said Jeeves. Bertie changes his mind. It has happened so frequently in the past few years that young fellows starting in my profession have come to me for a word of advice. That I've found it convenient now to condense my system into a brief formula. Resource and tact, that is my motto. Tact, of course, has always been with me a sine qua non, while as for resource, I think I may say that I have usually contrived to show a certain modicum of what I might call finesse in handling those little contretemps which inevitably arise from time to time in the daily life of a gentleman's personal gentleman. I am reminded, just by way of an instance, of the episode of the school for young ladies down Brighton, an affair which I think it may be said to have commenced one evening at the moment when I brought Mr. Wooster his whiskey and siphon and he burst out at me with such remarkable petulance. Not a little moody Mr. Wooster had been for some days, far from his usual bright self. This I had attributed to the natural reaction from a slight attack of influenza from which he had been suffering. And, of course, took no notice, merely performing my duties as usual, until on the evening of which I speak he exhibited this remarkable petulance when I brought him his whiskey and siphon. Oh, dash it, Jeeves," he said, manifestly overwrought. "I wish at least you'd put it on another table for a change." "Sir?" I said. "Every night, dash it all," proceeded Mr. Wooster morosely, "you come in at exactly the same old time with the same old tray and put it on the same old table. I'm fed up, I tell you. It's the bally monotony of it that makes it all seem so frightfully bally." I confess that his words filled me with a certain apprehension. I had heard gentlemen in whose employment I've been talking very much the same way before, and it had almost invariably meant that they were contemplating matrimony. It disturbed me, therefore, I'm free to admit, when Mr. Wooster addressed me in this fashion. I had no desire to sever a connection so pleasant in every respect as his and mine had been. And my experience is that when the wife comes in at the front door, the valet of bachelor days goes out at the back. "It's not your fault, of course," went on Mr. Wooster, regaining a certain degree of composure. "I'm not blaming you. But, by Jove, you must acknowledge, to say, I've been thinking pretty deeply these last few days, Jeeves, and I've come to the conclusion mine is an empty life. I'm lonely, Jeeves." "You have a great many friends, sir." "What's the good of friends? Emerson," I reminded him, "says a friend may well be reckoned the masterpiece of nature, sir." "Well, you can tell Emerson from me next time you see him that he's an ass." "Very good, sir. What I want, Jeeves, have you seen that play called I Forget Its Dashed Name?" "No, sir." "It's on at the what do you call it?" "I went last night. The hero's a chap who's buzzing along, quite merry and bright, and suddenly a kid turns up and says she's his daughter. Left over from Act 1, absolutely the first he'd heard of it. Well, of course, there's a bit of a fuss and they say to him, 'What ho?' and he says, 'Well, what about it?' And they say, 'Well, what about it?' and he says, 'Oh, all right, then, if that's the way you feel,' and he takes the kid and goes off with her out into the world together, Well, what I'm driving at, Jeeves, is that I envied that chappie. Most awfully jolly little girl, clinging to him trustingly and whatnot. Something to look after, if you know what I mean. Jeeves, I wish I had a daughter. I wonder what the procedure is?" "Marriage is, I believe, considered the preliminary step, sir." "No, about adopting a kid. You can adopt kids, Jeeves. But what I want to know is how you start about it. The process, I should imagine, would be highly complicated and laborious, sir. It would cut into your spare time." "Well, I'll tell you what I could do, then. My sister will be back from India next week with her 3 little girls. I'll give up this flat and take a house and have them all to live with me. By Jove, Jeeves, I think that's rather a scheme, what? Prattle of childish voices, eh? Little feet pattering hither and thither, yes?" I concealed my perturbation, but the effort to preserve my sang-froid tested my powers to the utmost. The course of action outlined by Mr. Wooster meant the finish of our cozy bachelor establishment if it came into being as a practical proposition. And no doubt some men in my place would at this juncture have voiced their disapproval. I avoided this blunder. "If you will pardon my saying so, sir," I suggested, "I think you are not quite yourself after your influenza. If I might express the opinion, what you require is a few days by the sea. Brighton is very handy, sir." "Are you suggesting that I'm talking through my hat?" "By no means, sir. I merely advocate a short stay at Brighton as a physical recuperative." Mr. Wooster considered. "Well, I'm not sure you're not right," he said at length. "I am feeling more or less of an onion. You might shove a few things in a suitcase and drive me down in the car tomorrow." "Very good, sir. And when we get back I'll be in the pink and ready to tackle this pattering feet wheeze." "Exactly, sir." Well, it was a respite, and I welcomed it. But I began to see that a crisis had arisen which would require adroit handling. Rarely had I observed Mr. Wooster more set on a thing. Indeed, I could recall no such exhibition of determination on his part since the time when he had insisted, against my obvious disapproval, on wearing purple socks. However, I had coped successfully with that outbreak, and I was by no means unsanguine that I should eventually be able to bring the present affair to a happy issue. Employers are like horses. They require managing. Some gentlemen's personal gentlemen have the knack of managing them, some have not. I am happy to say, have no cause for complaint. For myself, I found our stay at Brighton highly enjoyable, and should have been willing to extend it, but Mr. Wooster, still restless, wearied of the place by the end of 2 days. And on the third afternoon he instructed me to pack up and bring the car round to the hotel. We started back along the London road at about 5 of a fine summer's day, and had travelled perhaps 2 miles when I perceived in the road before us a young lady, gesticulating with no little animation. I applied the brake and brought the vehicle to a standstill. "What," inquired Mr. Wooster, waking from a reverie, "is the big thought at the back of this, Jeeves?" I observed a young lady endeavouring to attract our attention with signals a little way down the road, "Sir," I explained. "She is now making her way towards us." Mr. Wooster peered. "I see her. I expect she wants a lift, Jeeves." That was the interpretation which I placed upon her actions, sir. "A jolly-looking kid," said Mr. Wooster. "I wonder what she's doing, biffing about the high road. She has the air to me, sir, of one who has been absenting herself without leave from her school, sir." "Hullo, hallo, hallo," said Mr. Wooster, as the child reached us. "Do you want a lift?" "Oh, I say, can you?" said the child, with marked pleasure. "Where do you want to go?" "There's a turning to the left about a mile farther on. If you'll put me down there, I'll walk the rest of the way." "I say, thanks awfully. I've got a nail in my shoe." She climbed in at the back. A red-haired young person with a snub nose and an extremely large grin. Her age, I should imagine, would be about 12. She let down one of the spare seats, and knelt on it to facilitate conversation. "I'm going to get into a frightful row," she began. "Miss Tomlinson will be perfectly furious." "No, really?" said Mr. Wooster. "It's a half-holiday, you know, and I sneaked away to Brighton, because I wanted to go on the pier and put pennies in the slot machines. I thought I could get back in time so that nobody would notice I'd gone, but I got this nail in my shoe, and now there'll be a fearful row." "Oh, well," she said, with a philosophy which, I confess, I admired, "it can't be helped. What's your car?" "A Sunbeam, isn't it? We've got a Wolseley at home." Mr. Wooster was visibly perturbed. As I have indicated, he was at this time in a highly malleable frame of mind, tender-hearted to a degree where the young of the female sex were concerned. Her sad case touched him deeply. "Oh, I say, this is rather rotten," he observed. "Isn't there anything to be done? I say, Jeeves, don't you think something could be done?" "It was not my place to make the suggestion, sir," I replied, "but, as you yourself have brought the matter up, I fancy the trouble is susceptible of adjustment. I think it would be a legitimate subterfuge were you to inform the young lady's schoolmistress that you are an old friend of the young lady's father. In this case you could inform Miss Tomlinson that you had been passing the school and had seen the young lady at the gate and taken her for a drive. Miss Tomlinson's chagrin would no doubt in these circumstances be sensibly diminished if not altogether dispersed." "Well, you are a sportsman," observed the young person, with great enthusiasm. And she proceeded to kiss me, in connection with which I have only to say that I was sorry she had just been devouring some sticky species of sweetmeat. "Jeeves, you've hit it," said Mr. Wooster. "A sound, even fruity, scheme. I say, I suppose I'd better know your name and all that, if I'm a friend of your father's." "My name's Peggy Mainwaring, thanks awfully," said the young person. "And my father's Professor Mainwaring. He's written a lot of books. You'll be expected to know that. Author of the well-known series of philosophical treatises, sir," I said. They have a great vogue, though, if the young lady will pardon my saying so. Many of the professor's opinions strike me personally as somewhat empirical. Shall I drive on to the school, sir? Yes, carry on. I say, Jeeves, it's a rummy thing. Do you know, I've never been inside a girls' school in my life. Indeed, sir? Ought to be a dashed interesting experience, Jeeves, what? I fancy that you may find it so, sir, I said. We drove on a matter of half a mile down a lane, and, directed by the young person, I turned in at the gates of a house of imposing dimensions, bringing the car to a halt at the front door. Mr. Wooster and the child went in, and presently a parlour-maid came out. You're to take the car round to the stables, please, she said. Ah. Then everything is satisfactory, eh? Where has Mr. Wooster gone? Miss Peggy has taken him off to meet her friends. And cook says she hopes you'll step round to the kitchen later and have a cup of tea. Inform her that I shall be delighted. Before I take the car to the stables, would it be possible for me to have a word with Miss Tomlinson? A moment later I was following her into the drawing-room. Handsome but strong-minded, that was how I summed up Miss Tomlinson at first glance. In some ways she recalled to my mind Mr. Wooster's Aunt Agatha. She had the same penetrating gaze and that indefinable air of being reluctant to stand any nonsense. I fear I am possibly taking a liberty, madam, I began, but I am hoping that you will allow me to say a word with respect to my employer. I fancy I am correct in supposing that Mr. Wooster did not tell you a great deal about himself? He told me nothing about himself, except that he was a friend of Professor Mainwaring. He did not inform you, then, that he was the Mr. Wooster? The Mr. Wooster? Bertram Wooster, madam. I will say for Mr. Wooster that, mentally negligible though he no doubt is, he has a name that suggests almost infinite possibilities. He sounds, if I may elucidate my meaning, like someone, especially if you've just been told he's an intimate friend of Professor Mainwaring. You might not, no doubt, be able to say offhand whether he was Bertram Wooster the novelist, or Bertram Wooster the founder of a new school of thought. But you would have an uneasy feeling that you were exposing your ignorance if you did not give the impression of familiarity with the name. Miss Tomlinson, as I had rather foreseen, nodded brightly. Oh, Bertram Wooster, she said. He is an extremely retiring gentleman, madam, and would be the last to suggest it himself, but, knowing him as I do, I am sure that he would take it as a graceful compliment if you were to ask him to address the young ladies. He is an excellent extempore speaker. A very good idea, said Miss Tomlinson, decidedly. I am very much obliged to you for suggesting it. I will certainly ask him to talk to the girls. And should he make a pretense, through modesty, of not wishing, I shall insist. Thank you, madam. I am obliged. You will not mention my share in the matter? Mr. Wooster might think that I had exceeded my duties. I drove round to the stables and halted the car in the yard. As I got out, I looked at it somewhat intently. It was a good car, and appeared to be in excellent condition. But somehow I seemed to feel that something was going to go wrong with it, something pretty serious, something that wouldn't be able to be put right again for at least a couple of hours. One gets these presentiments. It may have been some half-hour later that Mr. Wooster came into the stable-yard as I was leaning against the car and enjoying a quiet cigarette. No, don't chuck it away, Jeeves, he said, as I withdrew the cigarette from my mouth. As a matter of fact, I've come to touch you for a smoke. Got one to spare? Only gaspers, I fear, sir. They'll do, responded Mr. Wooster, with no little eagerness. I observed that his manner was a trifle fatigued and his eye somewhat wild. It's a rummy thing, Jeeves, I seem to have lost my cigarette case. Can't find it anywhere. I am sorry to hear that, sir. It is not in the car. No? Must have dropped it somewhere, then. He drew at his gasper with relish. Jolly creatures, small girls, Jeeves, he remarked, after a pause. Extremely so, sir. Of course, I can imagine some fellows finding them a bit exhausting en masse, sir. That's the word. A bit exhausting en masse. I must confess, sir, that is how they used to strike me. In my younger days, at the outset of my career, sir, I was at one time page boy in a school for young ladies. No, really? I never knew that before. I say, Jeeves, did the, dear little souls giggle much in your day? Practically without cessation, sir. Makes a fellow feel a bit of an ass, what? I shouldn't wonder if they usedn't to stare at you from time to time, too, At the school where I was employed, sir, the young ladies had a regular game which they were accustomed to play when a male visitor arrived. They would stare fixedly at him and giggle, and there was a small prize for the one who made him blush first. Oh, no, I say, Jeeves, not really. Yes, sir. They derived great enjoyment from the pastime. I'd no idea small girls were such demons. More deadly than the male, sir. Mr. Wooster passed a handkerchief over his brow. Well, we're going to have tea in a few minutes, Jeeves. I expect I shall feel better after tea. We will hope so, sir. But I was by no means sanguine. I had an agreeable tea in the kitchen. The buttered toast was good and the maids nice girls, though with little conversation. The parlour-maid, who joined us towards the end of the meal, after performing her duties in the school dining room, reported that Mr. Wooster was sticking it pluckily, but seemed feverish. I went back to the stable yard, and I was just giving the car another look over when the small Mainwaring child appeared. Oh, I say, she said, will you give this to Mr. Wooster when you see him? She held out Mr. Wooster's cigarette case. He must have dropped it somewhere. I say, she proceeded, it's an awful lark. He's going to give a lecture to the school. Indeed, miss? We love it when there are lectures. We sit and stare at the poor dears, and try to make them dry up. There was a man last term who got hiccups. Oh, do you think Mr. Wooster will get hiccups? We can but hope for the best, miss. It would be such a lark, wouldn't it? Highly enjoyable, miss. Well, I must be getting back. I want to get a front seat. And she scampered off. An engaging child. Full of spirits. She had hardly gone when there was an agitated noise, and round the corner came Mr. Wooster. Perturbed. Deeply so. Jeeves. Sir. Start the car. Sir. I'm off. Sir. Mr. Wooster danced a few steps. Don't stand there saying, sir. I tell you I'm off. Bally off. There's not a moment to waste. The situation's desperate. Dash it, Jeeves, do you know what's happened? The Tomlinson female has just sprung it on me that I'm expected to make a speech to the girls. Got to stand up there in front of the whole dashed collection and talk. I can just see myself. Get that car going, Jeeves, dash it all. A little speed, a little speed. Impossible, I fear, sir. The car is out of order. Mr. Wooster gaped at me. Very glassily he gaped. Out of order. Yes, sir. Something is wrong. Trivial, perhaps, but possibly a matter of some little time to repair. Mr. Wooster being one of those easygoing young gentlemen who'll drive a car but never take the trouble to learn anything about its mechanism, I felt justified in becoming technical. I think it is the differential gear, sir. Either that or the exhaust. I'm fond of Mr. Wooster, and I admit I came very near to melting as I looked at his face. He was staring at me in a sort of dumb despair that would have touched anybody. Then I'm sunk. Or, a slight gleam of hope flickered across his drawn features. Do you think I could sneak out and leg it across country, Jeeves? Too late, I fear, sir. I indicated with a slight gesture the approaching figure of Miss Tomlinson, who was advancing with a serene determination in his immediate rear. Ah, there you are, Mr. Wooster. He smiled a sickly smile. Yes, here I am. We are all waiting for you in the large schoolroom. But, I say, look here, said Mr. Wooster, I don't know a bit what to talk about. Why, anything, Mr. Wooster. Anything that comes into your head. Be bright, said Miss Tomlinson. Bright and amusing. Oh, bright and amusing? Possibly tell them a few entertaining stories. But, at the same time, do not neglect the graver note. Remember that my girls are on the threshold of life, and will be eager to hear something brave and helpful and stimulating, something which they can remember in after years. But, of course, you know the sort of thing, Mr. Wooster. Come. The young people are waiting. I have spoken earlier of resource and the part it plays in the life of a gentleman's personal gentleman. It is a quality peculiarly necessary if one is to share in scenes not primarily designed for one's cooperation. So much that is interesting in life goes on apart behind closed doors that your gentleman's gentleman, if he is not to remain hopelessly behind the march of events, should exercise his wits in order to enable himself to be, if not a spectator, at least an auditor when there is anything of interest toward. I deprecate as both vulgar and undignified the practice of listening at keyholes, but without lowering myself to that, I have generally contrived to find a way. In the present case it was simple. The large schoolroom was situated on the ground floor, with commodious French windows, which, as the weather was clement, remained open throughout the proceedings. By stationing myself behind a pillar on the porch or veranda which adjoined the room, I was enabled to see and hear all. It was an experience which I should be sorry to have missed. Mr. Wooster, I may say at once, indubitably excelled himself. Mr. Wooster is a young gentleman with practically every desirable quality except one. I do not mean brains, for in an employer brains are not desirable. The quality to which I allude is hard to define, but perhaps I might call it the gift of dealing with the unusual situation. In the presence of the unusual, Mr. Wooster is too prone to smile weakly and allow his eyes to protrude. He lacks presence. I have often wished that I had the power to bestow upon him some of the savoir-faire of a former employer of mine, Mr. Montague Todd, the well-known financier, now in the second year of his sentence. I have known men call upon Mr. Todd with the express intention of horsewhipping him and go away half an hour later laughing heartily and smoking one of his cigars. To Mr. Todd it would have been child's play to speak a few impromptu words to a schoolroom full of young ladies. In fact, before he had finished, he would probably have induced them to invest all their pocket money in one of his numerous companies. But to Mr. Wooster it was plainly an ordeal of the worst description. He gave one look at the young ladies, who were all staring at him in an extremely unwinking manner, blinked, and started to pick feebly at his coat sleeve. His aspect reminded me of that of a bashful young man who has been persuaded against his better judgment to go on the platform and assist a conjurer in his entertainment. Suddenly discovers rabbits and hard-boiled eggs are being taken out of the top of his head. The proceeding opened with a short but graceful speech of introduction from Miss Tomlinson. Girls, some of you have already met Mr. Wooster, Mr. Bertram Wooster, and you all, I hope, know him by reputation. Here Mr. Wooster gave a hideous, gurgling laugh and, catching Miss Tomlinson's eye, turned a bright scarlet. Miss Tomlinson resumed. He has very kindly consented to say a few words to you before he leaves, and I am sure that you will all give him your very earnest attention. Now, please. She gave a spacious gesture with her right hand as she said the last two words, and Mr. Wooster, under the impression that they were addressed to him, cleared his throat and began to speak. But it appeared that her remark was directed to the young ladies, and was in the nature of a cue or signal. For she had no sooner spoken them than the whole school rose to its feet in a body and burst into a species of chant, of which I am glad to say I can remember the words, though the tune eludes me. The words ran as follows. Many greetings to you. Many greetings to you. Many greetings, dear stranger. Many greetings. Many greetings. Many greetings to you. Many greetings to you. To you. Considerable latitude of choice was given to the singers in the matter of key, and there was little of what I might call cooperative effort. Each child went on till she had reached the end, then stopped and waited for the stragglers to come up. It was an unusual performance, and I, personally, found it extremely exhilarating. It seemed to smite Mr. Wooster, however, like a blow. He recoiled a couple of steps and flung up an arm defensively. Then the uproar died away, and an air of expectancy fell upon the room. Miss Tomlinson directed a brightly authoritative gaze upon Mr. Wooster, and he blinked, gulped once or twice, and tottered forward. "Well, you know," said Mr. Wooster. Then it seemed to strike him that this opening lacked the proper formal dignity. "Ladies." A silvery peal of laughter from the front row stopped him again. "Girls," said Miss Tomlinson. She spoke in a low, soft voice, but the effect was immediate. Perfect stillness instantly descended upon all present. I am bound to say that, brief as my acquaintance with Miss Tomlinson had been, I could recall few women I had admired more. She had grip. I fancy that Miss Tomlinson had gauged Mr. Wooster's oratorical capabilities pretty correctly by this time, and had come to the conclusion that nothing much in the way of a stirring address was to be expected from him. "Perhaps," she said, "as it is getting late, and he has not very much time to spare, Mr. Wooster will just give you some little word of advice which may be helpful to you in after life. And then we will sing the school song and disperse to our evening lessons." She looked at Mr. Wooster. Mr. Wooster passed a finger round the inside of his collar. "Advice? Afterlife? What?" "Well, I don't know. Just some brief word of counsel, Mr. Wooster," said Miss Tomlinson, firmly. "Oh, well, yes, well," it was painful to see Mr. Wooster's brain endeavoring to work. "Well, I'll tell you something that's often done me a bit of good, and it's a thing not many people know. My old Uncle Henry gave me the tip when I first came to London. Never forget, my boy, he said, that, if you stand outside Romano's in the Strand, you can see the clock on the wall of the law courts down in Fleet Street. Most people who don't know don't believe it's possible, because there are a couple of churches in the middle of the road, and you would think they would be in the way. But you can, and it's worth knowing. You can win a lot of money betting on it with fellows who haven't found it out. And, by Jove, he was perfectly right, and it's a thing to remember. Many a quid have I." Miss Tomlinson gave a hard, dry cough, and Mr. Wooster stopped in the middle of a sentence. "Perhaps it will be better, Mr. Wooster," she said, in a cold, even voice, "if you were to tell my girls some little story. What you say is, no doubt, extremely interesting, but perhaps a little—" "Oh, yes," said Mr. Wooster. "Story? Story?" He appeared completely distraught, poor young gentleman. "I wonder if you've heard the one about the stockbroker and the chorus girl?" "We will now sing the school song," said Miss Tomlinson, rising like an iceberg. I decided not to remain for the singing of the school song. It seemed probable to me that Mr. Wooster would shortly be requiring the car, so I made my way back to the stable yard, to be in readiness. I had not long to wait. In a very few moments Mr. Wooster came tottering up. Mr. Wooster's is not one of those inscrutable faces which it is impossible to read. On the contrary, it is a limpid pool in which is mirrored each passing emotion. I could read it now like a book, and his first words were very much on the lines I had anticipated. "Jeeves," he said, hoarsely, "is that damned car mended yet?" "Just this moment, sir. I have been working on it assiduously." "Then, for heaven's sake, let's go." "But I understood that you were to address the young ladies, sir." "Oh, I've done that," responded Mr. Wooster, blinking twice with extraordinary rapidity. "Yes, I've done that. It was a success, I hope, sir?" "Oh, yes. Oh, yes. Most extraordinarily successful. Went like a breeze. But, I think I may as well be going." No use outstaying one's welcome, what? Assuredly not, sir. I had climbed into my seat and was about to start the engine, when voices made themselves heard. And at the first sound of them Mr. Wooster sprang with almost incredible nimbleness into the tonneau, and when I glanced round he was on the floor covering himself with a rug. The last I saw of him was a pleading eye. "Have you seen Mr. Wooster, my man?" Miss Tomlinson had entered the stable yard, accompanied by a lady of, I should say, judging from her accent, French origin. "No, madam." The French lady uttered some exclamation in her native tongue. "Is anything wrong, madam?" I inquired. Miss Tomlinson in normal mood was, I should be disposed to imagine, a lady who would not readily confide her troubles to the ear of a gentleman's gentleman, however sympathetic his aspect. That she did so now was sufficient indication of the depth to which she was stirred. "Yes, there is. Mademoiselle has just found several of the girls smoking cigarettes in the shrubbery. When questioned, they stated that Mr. Wooster had given them the horrid things." She turned. "He must be in the garden somewhere, or in the house. I think the man is out of his senses. Come, mademoiselle." It must have been about a minute later at Mr. Wooster poked his head out of the rug like a tortoise. "Jeeves." "Sir?" "Get a move on. Start her up. Get going and keep going." I trod on the self-starter. "It would perhaps be safest to drive carefully until we are out of the school grounds, sir," I said. "I might run over one of the young ladies, sir." "Well, what's the objection to that?" demanded Mr. Wooster, with extraordinary bitterness. "Or even Miss Tomlinson, sir." "Don't," said Mr. Wooster, wistfully. "You make my mouth water." "Jeeves," said Mr. Wooster, when I brought him his whiskey and siphon one night about a week later, "this is dashed jolly." "Sir?" "Jolly. Cozy and pleasant, you know. I mean, looking at the clock and wondering if you're going to be late with the good old drinks, and then you coming in with the tray always exactly on time, never a minute late. And shoving it down on the table and biffing off, and the next night coming in and shoving it down and biffing off, and the next night, I mean, gives you a sort of safe, restful feeling. Soothing. That's the word. Soothing. Yes, sir. Oh, by the way, sir. Well? Have you succeeded in finding a suitable house yet, sir?" "House? What do you mean, house?" "I understood, sir, that it was your intention to give up the flat and take a house of sufficient size to enable you to have your sister, Mrs. Schofield, and her 3 young ladies to live with you." Mr. Wooster shuddered strongly. "That's off, Jeeves," he said. "Very good, sir," I replied. The inferiority complex of old Sippy. I checked the man with one of my glances. I was astounded and shocked. "Not another word, Jeeves," I said. "You have gone too far. Hats, yes. Socks, yes. Coats, trousers, shirts, ties, and spats, absolutely. On all these things I defer to your judgment. But when it comes to vases, no." "Very good, sir. You say that this vase is not in harmony with the appointments of the room, whatever that means, if anything. I deny this, Jeeves, in toto. I like this vase. I call it decorative, striking, and, all in all, an exceedingly good 15 bobs worth." "Very good, sir. That's that, then. If anybody rings up, I shall be closeted during the next hour with Mr. Sipperley at the offices of the Mayfair Gazette." I beetled off with a fairish amount of restrained hauteur, for I was displeased with the man. On the previous afternoon, while sauntering along the Strand, I had found myself wedged into one of those sort of alcove places where fellows with voices like foghorns stand all day selling things by auction. And, though I was still vague as to how exactly it had happened, I had somehow become the possessor of a large china vase with crimson dragons on it. And not only dragons, but birds, dogs, snakes, and a thing that looked like a leopard. This menagerie was now stationed on a bracket over the door of my sitting room. I liked the thing. It was bright and cheerful. It caught the eye. And that was why, when Jeeves, wincing a bit, had weighed in with some perfectly gratuitous art criticism, I ticked him off with no little vim. Nasuter ultra whatever it is, I would have said to him, if I'd thought of it. I mean to say, where does a valet get off, censoring vases? Does it fall within his province to knock the young master's chinaware? Absolutely not, and so I told him. I was still pretty heartily hipped when I reached the office of the Mayfair Gazette, and it would have been a relief to my feelings to have decanted my troubles on to old Sippy, who, being a very dear old pal of mine, would no doubt have understood and sympathized. But when the office boy had slipped me through into the inner cubbyhole where the old lad performed his editorial duties, he seemed so preoccupied that I hadn't the heart. All these editor blokes, I understand, get pretty careworn after they've been at the job for a while. 6 months before, Sippy had been a cheery cove, full of happy laughter. But at that time he was what they call a freelance, bunging in a short story here and a set of verses there and generally enjoying himself. Ever since he had become editor of this rag, I had sensed a change, so to speak. Today he looked more editorial than ever. So, shelving my own worries for the nonce, I endeavored to cheer him up by telling him how much I had enjoyed his last issue. As a matter of fact, I hadn't read it, but we Woosters do not shrink from subterfuge when it is a question of bracing up a buddy. The treatment was effective. He showed animation and verve. You really liked it? Red hot, old thing. Full of good stuff, eh? Packed. That poem, Solitude? What a gem. A genuine masterpiece. Pure Tabasco. Who wrote it? It was signed, said Sippy, a little coldly. I keep forgetting names. It was written, said Sippy, by Miss Gwendolyn Moon. Have you ever met Miss Moon, Bertie? Not to my knowledge. Nice girl? My God, said Sippy. I looked at him keenly. If you ask my Aunt Agatha, she will tell you, in fact, she is quite likely to tell you even if you don't ask her, that I am a vapid and irreflective chump. Barely sentient, was the way she once described me, and I'm not saying that in a broad, general sense she isn't right. But there is one department of life in which I am old lynx eye in person. I can recognize love's young dream more quickly than any other bloke of my weight and age in the metropolis. So many of my pals have copped it in the past few years that now I can spot it a mile off on a foggy day. Sippy was leaning back in his chair, chewing a piece of India rubber, with a far-off look in his eyes, and I formed my diagnosis instantly. Tell me all, laddie, I said. Bertie, I love her. Stout fellow. Have you told her so? How can I? I don't see why not. Quite easy to bring into the general conversation. Sippy groaned hollowly. Do you know what it is, Bertie, to feel the humility of a worm? Rather. I do sometimes with Jeeves. But today he went too far. You will scarcely credit it, old man, but he had the crust to criticize a vase witch. She is so far above me. Tall girl? Spiritually. She is all soul. And what am I? Earthy. Would you say that? I would. Have you forgotten that a year ago I did 30 days without the option for punching a policeman in the stomach on boat race night? But you were whiffled at the time. Exactly. What right has an inebriated jailbird to aspire to a goddess? My heart bled for the poor old chap. Aren't you exaggerating things a trifle, old lad? I said. Everybody who has had a gentle upbringing gets a bit sozzled on boat race night, and the better element nearly always have trouble with the gendarmes. He shook his head. It's no good, Bertie. You mean well, but words are useless. No, I can but worship from afar. When I am in her presence a strange dumbness comes over me. My tongue seems to get entangled with my tonsils. I could no more muster up the nerve to propose to her than, "Come in," he shouted. For, just as he was beginning to go nicely and display a bit of eloquence, a knock had sounded on the door. In fact, not so much a knock as a bang, or even a slosh. And there now entered a large, important-looking bird with penetrating eyes, a Roman nose, and high cheekbones. Authoritative. That's the word I want. I didn't like his collar, and Jeeves would have had a thing or two to say about the sit of his trousers, but, nevertheless, he was authoritative. There was something compelling about the man. He looked like a traffic policeman. "Ah, Sipperly," he said. Old Sippy displayed a good deal of agitation. He had leaped from his chair, and was now standing in a constrained attitude, with a sort of pop-eyed expression on his face. "Pray be seated, Sipperly," said the cove. He took no notice of me. After one keen glance and a brief waggle of the nose in my direction, he had washed Bertram out of his life. "I have brought you another little offering, ha! Look it over at your leisure, my dear fellow." "Yes, sir," said Sippy. "I think you will enjoy it. But there is just one thing. I should be glad, Sipperly, if you would give it a little better display, a rather more prominent position in the paper than you accorded to my Landmarks of Old Tuscany. I am quite aware that in a weekly journal space is a desideratum. But one does not like one's efforts to be, I can only say, pushed away in a back corner among advertisements of bespoke tailors and places of amusement." He paused, and a nasty gleam came into his eyes. "You will bear this in mind, Sipperly?" "Yes, sir," said Sippy. "I am greatly obliged, my dear fellow," said the cove, becoming genial again. "You must forgive my mentioning it. I would be the last person to attempt to dictate the editorial policy, but, well, good afternoon, Sipperly. I will call for your decision at 3 o'clock tomorrow." He withdrew, leaving a gap in the atmosphere about 10 feet by 6. When this had closed in, I sat up. "What was that?" I said. I was startled to observe poor old Sippy apparently go off his onion. He raised his hands over his head, clutched his hair, wrenched it about for a while, kicked a table with great violence, and then flung himself into his chair. "Curse him," said Sippy. "May he tread on a banana skin on his way to chapel and sprain both ankles. Who was he? May he get frog in the throat and be unable to deliver the end-of-term sermon. Yes, but who was he?" "My old headmaster, Bertie," said Sippy. "Yes, but, my dear old soul. Headmaster of my old school." He gazed at me in a distraught sort of way. "Good Lord! Can't you understand the position?" "Not by a jugful, laddie." Sippy sprang from his chair and took a turn or two up and down the carpet. "How do you feel," he said, "when you meet the headmaster of your old school?" "I never do. He's dead." "Well, I'll tell you how I feel. I feel as if I were in the lower fourth again, and had been sent up by my form master for creating a disturbance in school. That happened once, Bertie, and the memory still lingers. I can recall as if it were yesterday knocking at old Waterbury's door and hearing him say, 'Come in.' Like a lion roaring at an early Christian, and going in and shuffling my feet on the mat and him looking at me and me explaining, and then, after what seemed a lifetime, bending over and receiving 6 of the juiciest on the old spot with a cane that bit like an adder. And whenever he comes into my office now the old wound begins to trouble me, and I just say, 'Yes, sir,' and 'No, sir,' and feel like a kid of 14. I began to grasp the posish. The whole trouble with these fellows like Sippy, who go in for writing, is that they develop the artistic temperament, and you never know when it is going to break out. He comes in here with his pockets full of articles on the old school cloisters and some little-known aspects of Tacitus, and muck like that, and I haven't the nerve to refuse them. And this is supposed to be a paper devoted to the lighter interests of society. You must be firm, Sippy. Firm, old thing. How can I, when the sight of him makes me feel like a piece of chewed blotting paper? When he looks at me over that nose, my morale goes blue at the roots and I am back at school again. It's persecution, Bertie. And the next thing that'll happen is that my proprietor will spot one of those articles, assume with perfect justice that, if I can print that sort of thing, I must be going off my chump. And fire me. I pondered. It was a tough problem. How would it be? I said. That's no good. Only a suggestion, laddie, I said. Jeeves, I said, when I got home, surge round. Sir. Burnish the old bean. I have a case that calls for one of your best efforts. Have you ever heard of a Miss Gwendolyn Moon? Authoress of Autumn Leaves, 'Twas on an English June, and other works. Yes, sir. Great Scott, Jeeves, you seem to know everything. Thank you very much, sir. Well, Mr. Sipperley is in love with Miss Moon. Yes, sir. But fears to speak. It is often the way, sir. Deeming himself unworthy. Precisely, sir. Right. But that is not all. Tuck that away in a corner of the mind, Jeeves, and absorb the rest of the facts. Mr. Sipperley, as you are aware, is the editor of a weekly paper devoted to the interests of the lighter society. And now the headmaster of his old school has started calling at the office and unloading on him junk entirely unsuited to the lighter society. All clear? I follow you perfectly, sir. And this strip Mr. Sipperley is compelled to publish, much against his own wishes, purely because he lacks the nerve to tell the man to go to blazes. The whole trouble being, Jeeves, that he has got one of those things that fellows do get, it's on the tip of my tongue. An inferiority complex, sir? Exactly. An inferiority complex. I have one myself with regard to my Aunt Agatha. You know me, Jeeves. You know that if it were a question of volunteers to man the lifeboat, would spring to the task. If anyone said, "Don't go down the coal mine, Daddy," it would have not the slightest effect on my resolution. Undoubtedly, sir. And yet, and this is where I want you to follow me very closely, Jeeves, when I hear that my Aunt Agatha is out with her hatchet and moving in my direction, I run like a rabbit. Why? Because she gives me an inferiority complex. And so it is with Mr. Sipperley. He would, if called upon, mount the deadly breach, and do it without a tremor. But he cannot bring himself to propose to Miss Moon, and he cannot kick his old headmaster in the stomach and tell him to take his beastly essays on the old school cloisters elsewhere. Because he has an inferiority complex. So what about it, Jeeves? I fear I have no plan which I could advance with any confidence on the spur of the moment, sir. You want time to think, eh? Yes, sir. Take it, Jeeves, take it. You may feel brainier after a night's sleep. What is it Shakespeare calls sleep, Jeeves? Tired nature's sweet restorer, sir. Exactly. Well, there you are, then. You know, there's nothing like sleeping on a thing. Scarcely had I woken up next morning when I discovered that, while I slept, I had got the whole binge neatly into order and worked out a plan Foch might have been proud of. I rang the bell for Jeeves to bring me my tea. I rang again. But it must have been 5 minutes before the man showed up with the steaming. I beg your pardon, sir, he said, when I reproached him. I did not hear the bell. I was in the sitting room, sir. I said, sucking down a spot of the mixture. Doing this and that, no doubt. Dusting your new vase, sir. My heart warmed to the fellow. If there's one person I like, it's the chap who is not too proud to admit it when he's in the wrong. No actual statement to that effect had passed his lips, of course, but we Woosters can read between the lines. I could see that he was learning to love the vase. How does it look? Yes, sir. A bit cryptic, but I let it go. Jeeves, I said. Sir. That matter we were in conference about yestereen. The matter of Mr. Sipperley, sir? Precisely. Don't worry yourself any further. Stop the brain working. I shall not require your services. I have found the solution. It came on me like a flash. Indeed, sir? Just like a flash. In a matter of this kind, Jeeves, the first thing to do is to study. What's the word I want? I could not say, sir. Quite a common word, though long. Psychology, sir? The exact noun. It is a noun? Yes, sir. Spoken like a man. Well, Jeeves, direct your attention to the psychology of old Sippy. Mr. Sipperley, if you follow me, is in the position of a man from whose eyes the scales have not fallen. The task that faced me, Jeeves, was to discover some scheme which would cause those scales to fall. You get me? Not entirely, sir. Well, what I'm driving at is this. At present this headmaster bloke, this Waterbury, is trampling all over Mr. Sipperley because he is hedged about with dignity, if you understand what I mean. Years have passed. Mr. Sipperley now shaves daily and is in an important editorial position, but he can never forget that this bird once gave him 6 of the juiciest. Result, an inferiority complex. The only way to remove that complex, Jeeves, is to arrange that Mr. Sipperley shall see this Waterbury in a thoroughly undignified position. This done, the scales will fall from his eyes. You must see that for yourself, Jeeves. Take your own case. No doubt there are a number of your friends and relations who look up to you and respect you greatly. But suppose one night they were to see you, in an advanced state of intoxication, dancing the Charleston in your underwear in the middle of Piccadilly Circus? The contingency is remote, sir. Ah, but suppose they did. The scales would fall from their eyes, what? Very possibly, sir. Take another case. Do you remember a year or so ago the occasion when my Aunt Agatha accused the maid at that French hotel of pinching her pearls, only to discover that they were still in her drawer? Yes, sir. Whereupon she looked the most priceless ass. You'll admit that. Certainly I have seen Mrs. Spencer appear to greater advantage than at that moment, sir. Exactly. Now follow me like a leopard. Observing my Aunt Agatha in her downfall. Watching her turn bright mauve and listening to her being told off in liquid French by a whiskered hotel proprietor without coming back with so much as a single lift of the eyebrows. I felt as if the scales had fallen from my eyes. For the first time in my life, Jeeves, the awe with which this woman had inspired me from childhood's days left me. It came back later, I'll admit. But at the moment I saw my Aunt Agatha for what she was, not, as I had long imagined, a sort of man-eating fish at the very mention of whose name strong men quivered like aspens. But a poor goop who had just dropped a very serious brick. At that moment, Jeeves, I could have told her precisely where she got off, and only a too chivalrous regard for the sex kept me from doing so. You won't dispute that? No, sir. Well, then, my firm conviction is that the scales will fall from Mr. Sipperley's eyes when he sees this Waterbury, this old headmaster, stagger into his office covered from head to foot with flour. Flour, sir? Flour, Jeeves. But why should he pursue such a course, sir? Because he won't be able to help it. The stuff will be balanced on top of the door, and the force of gravity will do the rest. I propose to set a booby trap for this Waterbury, Jeeves. Really, sir, I would scarcely advocate. I raised my hand. Peace, Jeeves. There is more to come. You have not forgotten that Mr. Sipperley loves Miss Gwendolen Moon, but fears to speak. I bet you'd forgotten that. No, sir. Well, then, my belief is that, once he finds he has lost his awe of this Waterbury, he will be so supremely braced that there will be no holding him. He will rush right off and bung his heart at her feet, Jeeves. Well, sir. Jeeves, I said, a little severely, whenever I suggest a plan or scheme or course of action, you are too apt to say, well, sir, in a nasty tone of voice. I do not like it, and it is a habit you should check. The plan or scheme or course of action which I have outlined contains no flaw. If it does, I should like to hear it. Well, sir. Jeeves. I beg your pardon, sir. I was about to remark that, in my opinion, you are approaching Mr. Sipperley's problems in the wrong order. How do you mean, the wrong order? Well, I fancy, sir, that better results would be obtained by first inducing Mr. Sipperley to offer marriage to Miss Moon. In the event of the young lady proving agreeable, I think that Mr. Sipperley would be in such an elevated frame of mind that he would have no difficulty in asserting himself with Mr. Waterbury. Ah, but you are then stymied by the question, how is he to be induced? It had occurred to me, sir, that, as Miss Moon is a poetess and of a romantic nature, it might have weight with her if she heard that Mr. Sipperley had met with a serious injury and was mentioning her name. Calling for her brokenly, you mean? Calling for her, as you say, sir, brokenly. I sat up in bed, and pointed at him rather coldly with the teaspoon. Jeeves, I said, would be the last man to accuse you of dithering, but this is not like you. It is not the old form, Jeeves. You are losing your grip. It might be years before Mr. Sipperley had a serious injury. There is that to be considered, sir. I cannot believe that it is you, Jeeves, who are meekly suggesting that we should suspend all activities in this matter year after year, on the chance that some day Mr. Sipperley may fall under a truck or something. No. The program will be as I have sketched it out, Jeeves. After breakfast, kindly step out and purchase about 1.5 pounds of the best flour. The rest you may leave to me. Very good, sir. The first thing you need in matters of this kind, as every general knows, is a thorough knowledge of the terrain. Not know the terrain, and where are you? Look at Napoleon and that sunken road at Waterloo. Silly ass. I had a thorough knowledge of the terrain of Sippy's office, and it ran as follows. I won't draw a plan, because my experience is that, when you're reading one of those detective stories and come to the bit where the author draws a plan of the manor, showing room where body was found, stairs leading to passageway, and all the rest of it, one just skips. I'll simply explain in a few brief words. The offices of the Mayfair Gazette were on the first floor of a mouldy old building off Covent Garden. You went in at a front door and ahead of you was a passage leading to the premises of Bellamy Brothers, dealers in seeds and garden produce. Ignoring the brothers Bellamy, you proceeded upstairs and found 2 doors opposite you. One, marked private, opened into Sippy's editorial sanctum. The other, subtitle, Inquiries, shot you into a small room where an office boy sat, eating peppermints and reading The Adventures of Tarzan. If you got past the office boy, you went through another door and there you were in Sippy's room, just as if you had nipped through the door marked private. Perfectly simple. It was over the door marked Inquiries that I proposed to suspend the flour. Now, setting a booby trap for a respectable citizen like a headmaster, even of an inferior school to your own, is not a matter to be approached lightly and without careful preparation. I don't suppose I've ever selected a lunch with more thought than I did that day. And after a nicely balanced meal, preceded by a couple of dry martinis, washed down with a half-butt of a nice light, dry champagne, and followed by a spot of brandy, I could have set a booby trap for a bishop. The only really difficult part of the campaign was to get rid of the office boy. For naturally you don't want witnesses when you're shoving bags of flour on doors. Fortunately, every man has his price, and it wasn't long before I contrived to persuade the lad that there was sickness at home and he was needed at Cricklewood. This done, I mounted a chair and got to work. It was many, many years since I had tackled this kind of job, but the old skill came back as good as ever. Having got the bag so nicely poised that a touch on the door would do all that was necessary, I skipped down from my chair, popped off through Sippy's room, and went down into the street. Sippy had not shown up yet, which was all to the good, but I knew he usually trickled in at about 5 to 3. I hung about in the street, and presently round the corner came the bloke Waterbury. He went in at the front door, and I started off for a short stroll. It was no part of my policy to be in the offing when things began to happen. It seemed to me that, allowing for wind and weather, the scales should have fallen from old Sippy's eyes by about 3:15, Greenwich Mean Time. So, having prowled around Covent Garden among the spuds and cabbages for 20 minutes or so, I retraced my steps and pushed up the stairs. I went in at the door marked private, fully expecting to see old Sippy, and conceive of my astonishment and chagrin when I found on entering only the bloke Waterbury. He was seated at Sippy's desk, reading a paper, as if the place belonged to him. And, moreover, there was a flower on his person, not a trace. Great Scott! I said. It was a case of the sunken road, after all. But, dash it, how could I have been expected to take into consideration the possibility that this cove, headmaster though he was, would have had the cold nerve to walk into Sippy's private office instead of pushing in a normal and orderly manner through the public door? He raised the nose, and focused me over it. Yes? I was looking for old Sippy. Mr. Sipperley has not yet arrived. He spoke with a good deal of pique, seeming to be a man who was not used to being kept waiting. Well, how is everything? I said, to ease things along. He had started reading again. He looked up as if he found me pretty superfluous. I beg your pardon? Oh, nothing. You spoke. I only said, how is everything, don't you know? How is what? Everything. I fail to understand you. Let it go, I said. I found a certain difficulty in boosting along the chit-chat. He was not a responsive cove. Nice day, I said. Quite. But they say the crops need rain. He had buried himself in his paper once more, and seemed peeved this time on being lugged to the surface. What? The crops. The crops? Crops. What crops? Oh, just crops. He laid down his paper. You appear to be desirous of giving me some information about crops. What is it? I hear they need rain. Indeed? That concluded the small talk. He went on reading, and I found a chair and sat down and sucked the handle of my stick. And so the long day wore on. It may have been some 2 hours later, or it may have been about 5 minutes, when there became audible in the passage outside a strange wailing sound, as of some creature in pain. The bloke Waterbury looked up. I looked up. The wailing came closer. It came into the room. It was Sippy, singing. I love you. That's all that I can say. I love you, I love you. The same old. He suspended the chant, not too soon for me. Oh, hello, he said. I was amazed. The last time I had seen old Sippy, you must remember, he had had all the appearance of a man who didn't know it was loaded. Haggard. Drawn face. Circles under the eyes. All that sort of thing. And now, not much more than 24 hours later, he was simply radiant. His eyes sparkled. His mobile lips were curved in a happy smile. He looked as if he had been taking as much as will cover a sixpence every morning before breakfast for years. Hello, Bertie, he said. Hello, Waterbury. Sorry I'm late. The bloke Waterbury seemed by no means pleased at this cordial form of address. He froze visibly. You are exceedingly late. I may mention that I have been waiting for upwards of half an hour, and my time is not without its value. Sorry, 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 said Sippy, jovially. You wanted to see me about that article on the Elizabethan dramatists you left here yesterday, didn't you? Well, I've read it, and I'm sorry to say, Waterbury, that it's NG. I beg your pardon. No earthly use to us. Quite the wrong sort of stuff. This paper is supposed to be all light society interest. What the debutante will wear for Goodwood, you know, and I saw Lady Betty Boodle in the park yesterday. She is, of course, the sister-in-law of the Duchess of Peebles. Cuckoo to her intimates, all that kind of rot. My readers don't want stuff about Elizabethan dramatists. Sipperly. Old Sippy reached out and patted him in a paternal manner on the back. Now listen, Waterbury, he said, kindly. You know as well as I do that I hate to turn down an old pal. But I have my duty to the paper. Still, don't be discouraged. Keep trying, and you'll do fine. There is a lot of promise in your stuff, but you want to study your market. Keep your eyes open and see what editors need. Now, just as a suggestion, why not have a dash at a light, breezy article on pet dogs? You've probably noticed that the pug, once so fashionable, has been superseded by the Peak, the Griffin, and the Sealyham. Work on that line, Anne. The bloke Waterbury navigated towards the door. I have no desire to work on that line, as you put it, he said, stiffly. If you do not require my paper on the Elizabethan dramatists, I shall no doubt be able to find another editor whose tastes are more in accord with my work. The right spirit, absolutely, Waterbury, said Sippy, cordially. Never give in. Perseverance brings home the gravy. If you get an article accepted, send another article to that editor. If you get an article refused, send that article to another editor. Carry on, Waterbury. I shall watch your future progress with considerable interest. Thank you, said the bloke Waterbury, bitterly. This expert advice should prove most useful. He biffed off, banging the door behind him, and I turned to Sippy, who was swerving about the room like an exuberant snipe. Sippy. What? Can't stop, Bertie, can't stop. Only looked in to tell you the news. I'm taking Gwendolen to tea at the Carlton. I'm the happiest man in the world, Bertie. Engaged, you know. Betrothed. All washed up and signed on the dotted line. Wedding, June the 1st, at 11 a.m. sharp, at St. Peter's, Eaton Square. Presents should be delivered before the end of May. But, Sippy. Come to roost for a second. How did this happen? I thought. Well, it's a long story. Much too long to tell you now. Ask Jeeves. He came along with me, and is waiting outside. But when I found her bending over me, weeping, I knew that a word from me was all that was needed. I took her little hand in mine. Anne. What do you mean, bending over you? Where? In your sitting room. Why? Why what? Why was she bending over you? Because I was on the floor, ass. Naturally a girl would bend over a fellow who was on the floor. Goodbye, Bertie. I must rush. He was out of the room before I knew he had started. I followed at a high rate of speed, but he was down the stairs before I reached the passage. I legged it after him, but when I got into the street it was empty. No, not absolutely empty. Jeeves was standing on the pavement, gazing dreamily at a Brussels sprout which lay in the fairway. Mr. Sipperly has this moment gone, sir, he said, as I came charging out. I halted and mopped the brow. Jeeves, I said, what has been happening? As far as Mr. Sipperly's romance is concerned, sir, all, I am happy to report, is well. He and Miss Moon have arrived at a satisfactory settlement. I know. They're engaged. But how did it happen? I took the liberty of telephoning to Mr. Sipperly in your name, asking him to come immediately to the flat, sir. Oh, that's how he came to be at the flat? Well? I then took the liberty of telephoning to Miss Moon and informing her that Mr. Sipperly had met with a nasty accident. As I anticipated, the young lady was strongly moved and announced her intention of coming to see Mr. Sipperly immediately. When she arrived, it required only a few moments to arrange the matter. It seems that Miss Moon has long loved Mr. Sipperley, sir, and I should have thought that, when she turned up and found he hadn't had a nasty accident, she would have been thoroughly pipped at being fooled. Mr. Sipperley had had a nasty accident, sir. He had? Yes, sir. Rummy coincidence. I mean, after what you were saying this morning. Not altogether, sir. Before telephoning to Miss Moon, I took the further liberty of striking Mr. Sipperley a sharp blow on the head with one of your golf clubs, which was fortunately lying in a corner of the room. The putter, I believe, sir. If you recollect, you were practicing with it this morning before you left. I gaped at the blighter. I had always known Jeeves for a man of infinite sagacity, sound beyond belief on any question of ties or spats, but never before had I suspected him capable of strong-arm work like this. It seemed to open up an entirely new aspect of the fellow. I can't put it better than by saying that, as I gazed at him, the scales seemed to fall from my eyes. Good heavens, Jeeves! I did it with the utmost regret, sir. It appeared to me the only course. But look here, Jeeves. I don't get this. Wasn't Mr. Sipperley pretty shirty when he came to and found that you had been soaking him with putters? He was not aware that I had done so, sir. I took the precaution of waiting until his back was momentarily turned. But how did you explain the bump on his head? I informed him that your new vase had fallen on him, sir. Why on earth would he believe that? The vase would have been smashed. The vase was smashed, sir. What? In order to achieve verisimilitude, I was reluctantly compelled to break it, sir. And in my excitement, sir, I am sorry to say I broke it beyond repair. I drew myself up. Jeeves, I said. Pardon me, sir, but would it not be wiser to wear a hat? There is a keen wind. I blinked. Aren't I wearing a hat? No, sir. I put up a hand and felt the lemon. He was perfectly right. Nor am I. I must have left it in Sippy's office. Wait here, Jeeves, while I fetch it. Very good, sir. I have much to say to you. Thank you, sir. I galloped up the stairs and dashed in at the door. And something squashy fell on my neck, and the next minute the whole world was a solid mass of flour. In the agitation of the moment I had gone in at the wrong door. And what it all boils down to is that, if any more of my pals get inferiority complexes, they can jolly well get rid of them for themselves. Bertram is through. Jeeves and the impending doom. It was the morning of the day on which I was slated to pop down to my Aunt Agatha's place at Woolham Chertsey in the county of Herts for a visit of 3 solid weeks. And, as I seated myself at the breakfast table, I don't mind confessing that the heart was singularly heavy. We Woosters are men of iron, but beneath my intrepid exterior at that moment there lurked a nameless dread. Jeeves, I said, I am not the old merry self this morning. Indeed, sir? No, Jeeves. Far from it. Far from the old merry self. I am sorry to hear that, sir. He uncovered the fragrant eggs and I pronged a moody forkful. Why, this is what I keep asking myself, Jeeves, why has my Aunt Agatha invited me to her country seat? I could not say, sir. Not because she is fond of me. No, sir. It is a well-established fact that I give her a pain in the neck. How it happens I cannot say, but every time our paths cross, so to speak, it seems to be a mere matter of time before I perpetrate some ghastly floater and have her hopping after me with her hatchet. The result being that she regards me as a worm and an outcast and would gladly drop something on me from a high window. Am I right or wrong, Jeeves? Perfectly correct, sir. And yet now she has absolutely insisted on my scratching all previous engagements and buzzing down to Woolham Chertsey. She must have some sinister reason of which we know nothing. Can you blame me, Jeeves, if the heart is heavy? No, sir. Excuse me, sir, I fancy I heard the front door bell." He shimmered out, and I took another listless stab at the and bacon. "A telegram, sir," said Jeeves, re-entering the presence. "Open it, Jeeves, and read contents." "Who is it from?" "It is unsigned, sir." "You mean there's no name at the end of it?" "That is precisely what I was endeavoring to convey, sir." "Let's have a look." I scanned the thing. It was a Rummy communication. Rummy. No other word. As follows. "Remember when you come here absolutely vital meet perfect strangers. We Woosters are not very strong in the head, particularly at breakfast time. And I was conscious of a dull ache between the eyebrows." "What does it mean, Jeeves?" "I could not say, sir. It says, come here." "Where's here?" "You will notice that the message was handed in at Woolham Chertsey, sir." "You're absolutely right. At Woolham, as you very cleverly spotted, Chertsey. This tells us something, Jeeves." "What, sir?" "I don't know. It couldn't be from my Aunt Agatha, do you think?" "Hardly, sir." "No, you're right again. Then all we can say is that some person unknown, resident at Woolham Chertsey, considers it absolutely vital for me to meet perfect strangers." "But why should I meet perfect strangers, Jeeves?" "I could not say, sir. And yet, looking at it from another angle, why shouldn't I?" "Precisely, sir. Then what it comes to is that the thing is a mystery which time alone can solve. We must wait and see, Jeeves." "The very expression I was about to employ, sir. I hit Woolham Chertsey at about 4 o'clock, and found Aunt Agatha in her lair, writing letters. And, from what I know of her, probably offensive letters, with nasty postscripts. She regarded me with not a fearful lot of joy." "Oh, there you are, Bertie." "Yes, here I am. There's a smut on your nose." I plied the handkerchief. "I am glad you have arrived so early. I want to have a word with you before you meet Mr. Filmer." "Who?" "Mr. Filmer, the cabinet minister. He is staying in the house. Surely even you must have heard of Mr. Filmer?" "Oh, rather," I said, though as a matter of fact the bird was completely unknown to me. What with one thing and another, I'm not frightfully well up in the personnel of the political world. "I particularly wish you to make a good impression on Mr. Filmer." "Right-ho. Don't speak in that casual way, as if you supposed that it was perfectly natural that you would make a good impression upon him. Mr. Filmer is a serious-minded man of high character and purpose, and you are just the type of vapid and frivolous wastrel against which he is most likely to be prejudiced. Hard words, of course, from one's own flesh and blood, but well in keeping with past form. You will endeavor, therefore, while you are here not to display yourself in the role of a vapid and frivolous wastrel. In the first place, you will give up smoking during your visit." "Oh, I say. Mr. Filmer is president of the Anti-Tobacco League. Nor will you drink alcoholic stimulants." "Oh, dash it. And you will kindly exclude from your conversation all that is suggestive of the bar, the billiard room, and the stage door. Mr. Filmer will judge you largely by your conversation." I rose to a point of order. "Yes, but why have I got to make an impression on Mr. Filmer?" "Because," said the old relative, giving me the eye, "I particularly wish it. Not, perhaps, a notably snappy comeback as comebacks go, but it was enough to show me that was more or less that, and I beetled out with an aching heart. I headed for the garden, and I'm dashed if the first person I saw wasn't young Bingo Little. Bingo Little and I have been pals practically from birth. Born in the same village within a couple of days of one another, we went through kindergarten, Eton, and Oxford together, and, grown to riper years, we have enjoyed in the old metrop. Full many a first-class binge in each other's society. If there was one fellow in the world, I felt, who could alleviate the horrors of this blighted visit of mine, that bloke was young Bingo Little. But how he came to be there was more than I could understand. Some time before, you see, he had married the celebrated authoress, Rosie M. Banks. And the last I had seen of him he had been on the point of accompanying her to America on a lecture tour. I distinctly remembered him cursing rather freely because the trip would mean his missing ascot. Still, rummy as it might seem, here he was. And, aching for the sight of a friendly face, I gave tongue like a bloodhound. Bingo! He spun round, and, by Jove, his face wasn't friendly after all. It was what they call contorted. He waved his arms at me like a semaphore. He hissed. Would you ruin me? Didn't you get my telegram? Was that your telegram? Of course it was my telegram. Then why didn't you sign it? I did sign it. No, you didn't. I couldn't make out what it was all about. Well, you got my letter. What letter? My letter. I didn't get any letter. Then I must have forgotten to post it. It was to tell you that I was down here tutoring your cousin Thomas, and that it was essential that, when we met, you should treat me as a perfect stranger. But why? Because, if your aunt supposed that I was a pal of yours, she would naturally sack me on the spot. Why? Bingo raised his eyebrows. Why? Be reasonable, Bertie. If you were your aunt, and you knew the sort of chap you were, would you let a fellow you knew to be your best pal tutor your son? This made the old lemon swim a bit, but I got his meaning after a while, and I had to admit that there was much rugged good sense in what he said. Still, he hadn't explained what you might call the nub or gist of the mystery. I thought you were in America, I said. Well, I'm not. Why not? Never mind why not. I'm not. But why have you taken a tutoring job? Never mind why. I have my reasons. And I want you to get it into your head, Bertie, get it right through the concrete, that you and I must not be seen hobnobbing. Your blighted cousin was caught smoking in the shrubbery the day before yesterday, and that has made my position pretty tottery, because your aunt said that. If I had exercised an adequate surveillance over him, it couldn't have happened. If, after that, she finds out I'm a friend of yours, nothing can save me from being shot out on my ear. And it is vital that I am not shot out. Why? Never mind why. At this point he seemed to think he heard somebody coming, for he suddenly leaped with incredible agility into a laurel bush. And I toddled along to consult Jeeves about these rummy happenings. Jeeves, I said, repairing to the bedroom, where he was unpacking my things, you remember that telegram? Yes, sir. It was from Mr. Little. He's here, tutoring my young cousin Thomas. Indeed, sir? I can't understand it. He appears to be a free agent, if you know what I mean, and yet would any man who was a free agent wantonly come to a house which contained my Aunt Agatha? It seems peculiar, sir. Moreover, would anybody of his own free will and as a mere pleasure-seeker tutor my cousin Thomas, who is notoriously a tough egg and a fiend in human shape? Most improbable, sir. These are deep waters, Jeeves. Precisely, sir. And the ghastly part of it all is that he seems to consider it necessary, in order to keep his job, to treat me like a long-lost leper. Thus killing my only chance of having anything approaching a decent time in this abode of desolation. For do you realize, Jeeves, that my aunt says I mustn't smoke while I'm here? Indeed, sir. Nor drink. Why is this, sir? Because she wants me, for some dark and furtive reason which she will not explain, to impress a fellow named Filmer. Too bad, sir. However, many doctors, I understand, advocate such abstinence as the secret of health. They say it promotes a freer circulation of the blood and ensures the arteries against premature hardening. Oh, do they? Well, you can tell them next time you see them that they are silly asses. Very good, sir. And so began what, looking back along a fairly eventful career, I think I can confidently say was the scalliest visit I have ever experienced in the course of my life. What with the agony of missing the life-giving cocktail before dinner, the painful necessity of being obliged, every time I wanted a quiet cigarette, to lie on the floor in my bedroom and puff the smoke up the chimney, the constant discomfort of meeting Aunt Agatha round unexpected corners, and the fearful strain on the morale of having to chum with the Right Honourable A.B. Filmer, it was not long before Bertram was up against it to an extent hitherto undreamed of. I played golf with the Right Hon every day, and it was only by biting the Wooster lip and clenching the fists till the knuckles stood out white under the strain that I managed to pull through. The Right Hon punctuated some of the ghastliest golf I have ever seen with a flow of conversation which, as far as I was concerned, went completely over the top. And, all in all, I was beginning to feel pretty sorry for myself when, one night as I was in my room listlessly donning the soupan fish in preparation for the evening meal, in trickled young Bingo and took my mind off my own troubles. For when it is a question of a pal being in the soup, we Woosters no longer think of self. And that poor old Bingo was knee-deep in the bisque was made plain by his mere appearance, which was that of a cat which has just been struck by a half-brick and is expecting another shortly. "Bertie," said Bingo, having sat down on the bed and diffused silent gloom for a moment, "how is Jeeves's brain these days?" "Fairly strong on the wing, I fancy." "How is the grey matter, Jeeves? Surging about pretty freely?" "Yes, sir." "Thank heaven for that," said young Bingo, "for I require your soundest counsel. Unless right-thinking people take strong steps through the proper channels, my name will be mud." "What's wrong, old thing?" I asked, sympathetically. Bingo plucked at the coverlet. "I will tell you," he said. "I will also now reveal why I am staying in this pest house, tutoring a kid who requires not education in the Greek and Latin languages but a swift slosh on the base of the skull with a blackjack. I came here, Bertie, because it was the only thing I could do. At the last moment before she sailed to America, Rosie decided that I had better stay behind and look after the peak. She left me a couple of £100 to see me through till her return. This sum, judiciously expended over the period of her absence, would have been enough to keep the peak and myself in moderate affluence. But you know how it is. How what is? When someone comes slinking up to you in the club and tells you that some cripple of a horse can't help winning even if it develops lumbago and the bot's 10 yards from the starting post. I tell you, I regarded the thing as a cautious and conservative investment. "You mean you planked the entire capital on a horse?" Bingo laughed bitterly. "If you could call the thing a horse. If it hadn't shown a flash of speed in the straight, it would have got mixed up with the next race. It came in last, putting me in a dashed delicate position. Somehow or other I had to find the funds to keep me going, so that I could win through till Rosie's return without her knowing what had occurred. Rosie is the dearest girl in the world. But if you were a married man, Bertie, you would be aware that the best of wives is apt to cut up rough if she finds that her husband has dropped 6 weeks' housekeeping money on a single race. Isn't that so, Jeeves?" "Yes, sir. Women are odd in that respect." It was a moment for swift thinking. There was enough left from the wreck to board the peak out at a comfortable home. I signed him up for 6 weeks as the cozy comfort kennels at Kingsbridge, Kent, and tottered out, a broken man, to get a tutoring job. I landed the kid Thomas. And here I am. It was a sad story, of course, but it seemed to me that, awful as it might be to be in constant association with my Aunt Agatha and young Thos, he had got rather well out of a tight place. "All you have to do," I said, "is to carry on here for a few weeks more, and everything will be uja cum spiff." Bingo barked bleakly. "A few weeks more. I shall be lucky if I stay 2 days. You remember I told you that your aunt's faith in me as a guardian of her blighted son was shaken a few days ago by the fact that he was caught smoking. I now find that the person who caught him smoking was the man Filmer. And 10 minutes ago young Thomas told me that he was proposing to inflict some hideous revenge on Filmer for having reported him to your aunt. I don't know what he is going to do, but if he does it, out I inevitably go on my left ear. Your aunt thinks the world of Filmer, and would sack me on the spot. And 3 weeks before Rosie gets back. I saw all. Jeeves, I said. Sir? I see all. Do you see all? Yes, sir. Then flock round. I fear, sir. Bingo gave a low moan. Don't tell me, Jeeves, he said, brokenly, that nothing suggests itself. Nothing at the moment, I regret to say, sir. Bingo uttered a stricken woofle like a bulldog that has been refused cake. Well, then, the only thing I can do, I suppose, he said somberly, is not to let the pie-faced little thug out of my sight for a second. Absolutely, I said. Ceaseless vigilance, Jeeves? Precisely, sir. But, meanwhile, Jeeves, said Bingo in a low, earnest voice, you will be devoting your best thought to the matter, won't you? Most certainly, sir. Thank you, Jeeves. Not at all, sir. I will say for young Bingo that, once the need for action arrived, he behaved with an energy and determination which compelled respect. I suppose there was not a minute during the next 2 days when the kid Thos was able to say to himself, alone at last. But on the evening of the second day Aunt Agatha announced that some people were coming over on the morrow for a spot of tennis, and I feared that the worst must now befall. Young Bingo, you see, is one of those fellows who, once their fingers close over the handle of a tennis racket, fall into a sort of trance in which nothing outside the radius of the lawn exists for them. If you came up to Bingo in the middle of a set and told him that panthers were devouring his best friend in the kitchen garden, he would look at you and say, oh, ah, or words to that effect. I knew that he would not give a thought to young Thomas and the Right Honourable till the last ball had bounced, and, as I dressed for dinner that night, I was conscious of an impending doom. Jeeves, I said, have you ever pondered on life? From time to time, sir, in my leisure moments. Grim, isn't it, what? Grim, sir? I mean to say, the difference between things as they look and things as they are. The trousers perhaps a half-inch higher, sir. A very slight adjustment of the braces will effect the necessary alteration. You were saying, sir? I mean, here at Woolham Chertsey we have apparently a happy, carefree country house party. But beneath the glittering surface, Jeeves, dark currents are running. One gazes at the right Hon, wrapping himself round the salmon mayonnaise at lunch, and he seems a man without a care in the world. Yet all the while a dreadful fate is hanging over him, creeping nearer and nearer. What exact steps do you think the kid Thomas intends to take? In the course of an informal conversation which I had with the young gentleman this afternoon, sir, he informed me that he had been reading a romance entitled Treasure Island, and had been much struck by the character and actions of a certain Captain Flint. I gathered that he was weighing the advisability of modeling his own conduct on that of the captain. But, good heavens, Jeeves! If I remember Treasure Island, Flint was the bird who went about hitting people with a cutlass. You don't think young Thomas would be Mr. Filmer with a cutlass? Possibly he does not possess a cutlass, sir. Well, with anything. We can but wait and see, sir. The tie, if I might suggest it, sir, a shade more tightly knotted. One aims at the perfect butterfly effect. If you will permit me. What do ties matter, Jeeves, at a time like this? Do you realize that Mr. Little's domestic happiness is hanging in the scale? There is no time, sir, at which ties do not matter. I could see the man was pained, but I did not try to heal the wound. What's the word I want? Preoccupied. I was too preoccupied, don't you know? And distrait. Not to say careworn. I was still careworn when, next day at 2:30, the revels commenced on the tennis lawn. It was one of those close, baking days, with thunder rumbling just round the corner, and it seemed to me that there was a brooding menace in the air. "Bingo," I said, as we pushed forth to do our bit in the first doubles. "I wonder what young Dawes will be up to this afternoon, with the eye of authority no longer on him?" Said Bingo, absently. Already the tennis look had come into his face, and his eye was glazed. He swung his racket and snorted a little. "I don't see him anywhere," I said. "You don't what?" "See him." "Who?" "Young Dawes." "What about him?" I let it go. The only consolation I had in the black period of the opening of the tourney was the fact that the right Hon had taken a seat among the spectators and was wedged in between a couple of females with parasols. Reason told me that even a kid so steeped in sin as young Thomas would hardly perpetrate any outrage on a man in such a strong strategic position. Considerably relieved, I gave myself up to the game, and was in the act of putting it across the local curate with a good deal of vim when there was a roll of thunder and the rain started to come down in buckets. We all stampeded for the house, and had gathered in the drawing-room for tea, when suddenly Aunt Agatha, looking up from a cucumber sandwich, said, "Has anybody seen Mr. Filmer?" It was one of the nastiest jars I have ever experienced. What with my fast serve zipping sweetly over the net and the man of God utterly unable to cope with my slow bending return down the center line, I had for some little time been living, as it were, in another world. I now came down to earth with a bang, and my slice of cake, slipping from my nerveless fingers, fell to the ground and was wolfed by Aunt Agatha's spaniel, Robert. Once more I seemed to become conscious of an impending doom. For this man Filmer, you must understand, was not one of those men who are lightly kept from the tea-table. A hearty trencherman, and particularly fond of his 5 o'clock couple of cups and bite of muffin, he had until this afternoon always been well up among the leaders in the race for the food trough. If one thing was certain, it was that only the machinations of some enemy could be keeping him from being in the drawing-room now, complete with nosebag. "He must have got caught in the rain and be sheltering somewhere in the grounds," said Aunt Agatha. "Bertie, go out and find him. Take a raincoat to him." "Right-ho," I said. And I meant it. My only desire in life now was to find the Right Honorable, and I hoped it wouldn't be merely his body. I put on a raincoat and tucked another under my arm, and was sallying forth, when in the hall I ran into Jeeves. "Jeeves," I said, "I fear the worst. Mr. Filmer is missing." "Yes, sir. I am about to scour the grounds in search of him." "I can save you the trouble, sir. Mr. Filmer is on the island in the middle of the lake." "In this rain? Why doesn't the chump row back?" "He has no boat, sir." "Then how can he be on the island?" "He rowed there, sir. But Master Thomas rowed after him and set his boat adrift. He was informing me of the circumstances a moment ago, sir. It appears that Captain Flint was in the habit of marooning people on islands, and Master Thomas felt that he could pursue no more judicious course than to follow his example. But, good Lord, Jeeves, the man must be getting soaked." "Yes, sir." Master Thomas commented upon that aspect of the matter. It was a time for action. "Come with me, Jeeves." "Very good, sir." I buzzed for the boathouse. My Aunt Agatha's husband, Spencer Gregson, who is on the stock exchange, had recently cleaned up to an amazing extent in Sumatra rubber. And Aunt Agatha, in selecting a country estate, had lashed out on an impressive scale. There were miles of what they call rolling parkland, trees in considerable profusion well provided with doves and whatnot cooing in no uncertain voice, gardens full of roses, and also stables, outhouses, and messuages, the whole forming a rather fruity tout ensemble. But the feature of the place was the lake. It stood to the east of the house, beyond the rose garden, and covered several acres. In the middle of it was an island. In the middle of the island was a building known as the Octagon. And in the middle of the octagon, seated on the roof and spouting water like a public fountain, was the Right Honourable A.B. Filmer. As we drew nearer, striking a fast clip with Self at the oars and Jeeves handling the tiller ropes, we heard cries of gradually increasing volume, if that's the expression I want. And presently, up aloft, looking from a distance as if he were perched on top of the bushes, I located the right Hon. It seemed to me that even a cabinet minister ought to have had more sense than to stay right out in the open like that, when there were trees to shelter under. A little more to the right, Jeeves. Very good, sir. I made a neat landing. Wait here, Jeeves. Very good, sir. The head gardener was informing me this morning, sir, that one of the swans had recently nested on this island. This is no time for natural history gossip, Jeeves, I said, a little severely, for the rain was coming down harder than ever and the Wooster trouser legs were already considerably moistened. Very good, sir. I pushed my way through the bushes. The going was sticky and took about 8 and 11 pence off the value of my Suregrip tennis shoes in the first 2 yards, but I persevered and presently came out in the open and found myself in a sort of clearing facing the octagon. This building was run up somewhere in the last century, I have been told, to enable the grandfather of the late owner to have some quiet place out of earshot of the house where he could practice the fiddle. From what I know of fiddlers, I should imagine that he had produced some fairly frightful sounds there in his time, but they can have been nothing to the ones that were coming from the roof of the place now. The Right Honourable, not having spotted the arrival of the rescue party, was apparently trying to make his voice carry across the waste of waters to the house. And I'm not saying it was not a good sporting effort. He had one of those highish tenors, and his yowls seemed to screech over my head like shells. I thought it about time to slip him the glad news that assistance had arrived, before he strained a vocal cord. Hi! I shouted, waiting for a lull. He poked his head over the edge. Hi! He bellowed, looking in every direction but the right one, of course. Hi! 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 Oh, he said, spotting me at last. What ho! I replied, sort of clinching the thing. I suppose the conversation can't be said to have touched a frightfully high level up to this moment. But probably we should have got a good deal brainier very shortly, only just then, at the very instant when I was getting ready to say something good. There was a hissing noise like a tire bursting in a nest of cobras, and out of the bushes to my left there popped something so large and white and active that, thinking quicker than I have ever done in my puff, I rose like a rocketing pheasant, and, before I knew what I was doing, had begun to climb for life. Something slapped against the wall about an inch below my right ankle, and any doubts I may have had about remaining below vanished. The lad who bore mid-snow and ice the banner with the strange device, Excelsior, was the model for Bertram. Be careful, yipped the right Hon. I was. Whoever built the octagon might have constructed it especially for this sort of crisis. Its walls had grooves at regular intervals which were just right for the hands and feet, and it wasn't very long before I was parked up on the roof beside the right Hon, gazing down at one of the largest and shortest-tempered swans I had ever seen. It was standing below, stretching up a neck like a hosepipe, just where a bit of brick, judiciously bunged, would catch it amidships. I bunged the brick and scored a bullseye. The right Hon didn't seem any too well pleased. Don't tease it, he said. It teased me, I said. The swan extended another 8 feet of neck and gave an imitation of steam escaping from a leaky pipe. The rain continued to lash down with what you might call indescribable fury. And I was sorry that in the agitation inseparable from shinning up a stone wall at practically a second's notice I had dropped the raincoat which I had been bringing with me for my fellow rooster. For a moment I thought of offering him mine, but wiser counsels prevailed. How near did it come to getting you? I asked. Within an ace, replied my companion, gazing down with a look of marked dislike. I had to make a very rapid spring. The right Hon was a tubby little chap who looked as if he had been poured into his clothes and had forgotten to say, when, and the picture he conjured up, if you know what I mean, was rather pleasing. "It is no laughing matter," he said, shifting the look of dislike to me. "Sorry. I might have been seriously injured. Would you consider bunging another brick at the bird?" "Do nothing of the sort. It will only annoy him." "Well, why not annoy him? He hasn't shown such a dashed lot of consideration for our feelings." The right Han now turned to another aspect of the matter. "I cannot understand how my boat, which I fastened securely to the stump of a willow tree, can have drifted away. Dashed mysterious. I begin to suspect that it was deliberately set loose by some mischievous person." "Oh, I say, no, hardly likely, that. You'd have seen them doing it." "No, Mr. Wooster. For the bushes form an effective screen. Moreover, rendered drowsy by the unusual warmth of the afternoon, I dozed off for some little time. Almost immediately I reached the island. This wasn't the sort of thing I wanted his mind dwelling on, so I changed the subject. "Wet, isn't it, what?" I said. "I had already observed it," said the right Han, in one of those nasty, bitter voices. "I thank you, however, for drawing the matter to my attention." Chit-chat about the weather hadn't gone with much of a bang, I perceived. I had a shot at bird life in the home counties. "Have you ever noticed," I said, "how a swan's eyebrows sort of meet in the middle?" I have had every opportunity of observing all that there is to observe about swans. Gives them a sort of peevish look, what? The look to which you allude has not escaped me. "Rummy," I said, rather warming to my subject, "how bad an effect family life has on a swan's disposition. I wish you would select some other topic of conversation than swans." "No, but, really, it's rather interesting. I mean to say, our old pal down there is probably a perfect ray of sunshine in normal circumstances. Quite the domestic pet, don't you know? But purely and simply because the little woman happens to be nesting." I paused. You will scarcely believe me, but until this moment, what with all the recent bustle and activity, I had clean forgotten that, while we were treed up on the roof like this, there lurked all the time in the background one whose giant brain, if notified of the emergency and requested to flock round, would probably be able to think up half a dozen schemes for solving our little difficulties in a couple of minutes. "Jeeves!" I shouted. "Sir," came a faint respectful voice from the great open spaces. "My man," I explained to the Right Honorable, a fellow of infinite resource and sagacity. "He'll have us out of this in a minute." "Jeeves!" "Sir?" "I'm sitting on the roof." "Very good, sir." "Don't say, very good. Come and help us. Mr. Filmer and I are treed, Jeeves." "Very good, sir." "Don't keep saying, very good. It's nothing of the kind. The place is alive with swans." "I will attend to the matter immediately, sir." I turned to the Right Han. I even went so far as to pat him on the back. It was like slapping a wet sponge. "All is well," I said. "Jeeves is coming. What can he do?" I frowned a trifle. The man's tone had been peevish, and I didn't like it. "That," I replied with a touch of stiffness, "we cannot say until we see him in action. He may pursue one course, or he may pursue another. But on one thing you can rely with the utmost confidence, Jeeves will find a way. See, here he comes stealing through the undergrowth, his face shining with the light of pure intelligence. There are no limits to Jeeves's brainpower. He virtually lives on fish." I bent over the edge and peered into the abyss. "Look out for the swan, Jeeves." "I have the bird under close observation, sir." The swan had been uncoiling a further supply of neck in our direction, but now he whipped round. The sound of a voice speaking in his rear seemed to affect him powerfully. He subjected Jeeves to a short, keen scrutiny. And then, taking in some breath for hissing purposes, gave a sort of jump and charged ahead. "Look out, Jeeves!" Very good, sir. Well, I could have told that swan it was no use. As swans go, he may have been well up in the ranks of the intelligentsia, but, when it came to pitting his brains against Jeeves, he was simply wasting his time. He might just as well have gone home at once. Every young man starting life ought to know how to cope with an angry swan, so I will briefly relate the proper procedure. You start by picking up the raincoat which somebody has dropped, and then, judging the distance to a nicety, you simply shove the raincoat over the bird's head. And, taking the boat hook which you have prudently brought with you, you insert it underneath the swan and heave. The swan goes into a bush and starts trying to unscramble itself. And you saunter back to your boat, taking with you any friends who may happen at the moment to be sitting on roofs in the vicinity. That was Jeeves's method, and I cannot see how it could have been improved upon. The right Hon. Showing a turn of speed of which I would not have believed him capable, we were in the boat in considerably under 2 ticks. You behaved very intelligently, my man, said the right Hon. As we pushed away from the shore. I endeavor to give satisfaction, sir. The Right Honorable appeared to have said his say for the time being. From that moment he seemed to sort of huddle up and meditate. Dashed absorbed he was. Even when I caught a crab and shot about a pint of water down his neck he didn't seem to notice it. It was only when we were landing that he came to life again. Mr. Wooster. Oh, I have been thinking of that matter of which I spoke to you some time back, the problem of how my boat can have got adrift. I didn't like this. The dickens of a problem, I said. Insoluble, I should call it. Better not bother about it any more. On the contrary, I have arrived at a solution, and one which I think is the only feasible solution. I am convinced that my boat was set adrift by the boy Thomas, my hostess's son. Oh, I say, no. Why? He had a grudge against me. And it is the sort of thing only a boy, or one who is practically an imbecile, would have thought of doing. He legged it for the house, and I turned to Jeeves, aghast. Yes, you might say aghast. You heard, Jeeves? Yes, sir. What's to be done? Perhaps Mr. Filmer, on thinking the matter over, will decide that his suspicions are unjust. But they aren't unjust. No, sir. Then what's to be done? I could not say, sir. I pushed off rather smartly to the house and reported to Aunt Agatha that the Right Honourable had been salved. And then I toddled upstairs to have a hot bath, being considerably soaked from stem to stern as the result of my rambles. While I was enjoying the grateful warmth, a knock came at the door. It was Purvis, Aunt Agatha's butler. Mrs. Gregson desires me to say, sir, that she would be glad to see you as soon as you are ready. But she has seen me. I gather that she wishes to see you again, sir. Oh, right-ho. I lay beneath the surface for another few minutes, then, having dried the frame, went along the corridor to my room. Jeeves was there, fiddling about with underclothing. Oh, Jeeves, I said, I've just been thinking. Oughtn't somebody to go and give Mr. Filmer a spot of quinine or something? Errand of mercy, what? I have already done so, sir. Good. I wouldn't say I liked the man frightfully, but I don't want him to get a cold in the head. I shoved on a sock. Jeeves, I said, I suppose you know that we've got to think of something pretty quick? I mean to say, you realize the position? Mr. Filmer suspects young Thomas of doing exactly what he did do, and if he brings home the charge Aunt Agatha will undoubtedly fire Mr. Little. And then Mrs. Little will find out what Mr. Little has been up to, and what will be the upshot and outcome, Jeeves? I will tell you. It will mean that Mrs. Little will secure the goods on Mr. Little to an extent to which, though only a bachelor myself, I should say that no wife ought to secure the goods on her husband if the proper give and take of married life, what you might call the essential balance, as it were, is to be preserved. Women bring these things up, Jeeves. They do not forget and forgive. Very true, sir. Then how about it? I have already attended to the matter, sir. You have? Yes, sir. I had scarcely left you when the solution of the affair presented itself to me. It was a remark of Mr. Filmer's that gave me the idea. Jeeves, you're a marvel. Thank you very much, sir. What was the solution? I conceived the notion of going to Mr. Filmer and saying that it was you who had stolen his boat, sir. The man flickered before me. I clutched a sock in a feverish grip. Saying, what? At first Mr. Filmer was reluctant to credit my statement. But I pointed out to him that you had certainly known that he was on the island, a fact which he agreed was highly significant. I pointed out, furthermore, that you were a light-hearted young gentleman, sir, who might well do such a thing as a practical joke. I left him quite convinced, and there is now no danger of his attributing the action to Master Thomas. I gazed at the blighter spellbound. And that's what you consider a neat solution? I said. Yes, sir. Mr. Little will now retain his position as desired. And what about me? You are also benefited, sir. Oh, I am I? Yes, sir. I have ascertained that Mrs. Gregson's motive in inviting you to this house was that she might present you to Mr. Filmer with a view to your becoming his private secretary. What? Yes, sir. Purvis, the butler, chanced to overhear Mrs. Gregson in conversation with Mr. Filmer on the matter. Secretary to that superfatted boor. Jeeves, I could never have survived it. No, sir. I fancy you would not have found it agreeable. Mr. Filmer is scarcely a congenial companion for you. Yet, had Mrs. Gregson secured the position for you, you might have found it embarrassing to decline to accept it. Embarrassing is right. Yes, sir. But I say, Jeeves, there's just one point which you seem to have overlooked. Where exactly do I get off? Sir? I mean to say, Aunt Agatha sent word by Purvis just now that she wanted to see me. Probably she's polishing up her hatchet at this very moment. It might be the most judicious plan not to meet her, sir. But how can I help it? There is a good, stout water pipe running down the wall immediately outside this window, sir. And I could have the two-seater waiting outside the park gates in 20 minutes. I eyed him with reverence. Jeeves, I said, you are always right. You couldn't make it 5, could you? Let us say 10, sir. 10 it is. Lay out some raiment suitable for travel, and leave the rest to me. Where is this water pipe of which you speak so highly? Jeeves and the Yuletide spirit. The letter arrived on the morning of the 16th. I was pushing a bit of breakfast into the Wooster face at the moment. And, feeling fairly well fortified with coffee and kippers, I decided to break the news to Jeeves without delay. As Shakespeare says, if you're going to do a thing you might just as well pop right at it and get it over. The man would be disappointed, of course, and possibly even chagrined. But, dash it all, a splash of disappointment here and there does a fellow good. Makes him realize that life is stern and life is earnest. Oh, Jeeves, I said. Sir? We have here a communication from Lady Wickham. She has written inviting me to Skelding's for the festive S. So you will see about bunging the necessaries together? We repair thither on the 23rd. Plenty of white ties, Jeeves, also a few hardy country suits for use in the daytime. We shall be there some little time, I expect. There was a pause. I could feel he was directing a frosty gaze at me, but I dug into the marmalade and refused to meet it. I thought I understood you to say, sir, that you propose to visit Monte Carlo immediately after Christmas. I know. But that's all off. Plans changed. Very good, sir. At this point the telephone bell rang, tiding over very nicely what had threatened to be an awkward moment. Jeeves unhooked the receiver. Yes? Yes, madam. Very good, madam. Here is Mr. Wooster. He handed me the instrument. Mrs. Spencer Gregson, sir. You know, every now and then I can't help feeling that Jeeves is losing his grip. In his prime it would have been with him the work of a moment to have told my Aunt Agatha that I was not at home. I gave him one of those reproachful glances, and took the machine. "Hello?" I said. "Yes? Yes? Yes?" Bertie speaking. "Hello? Hello? Hello?" "Don't keep on saying, hello," yipped the old relative in her customary curt manner. "You're not a parrot. Sometimes I wish you were, because then you might have a little sense." Quite the wrong sort of tone to adopt towards a fellow in the early morning, of course, but what can one do? "Bertie, Lady Wickham tells me she has invited you to Skeldings for Christmas. Are you going?" "Rather." "Well, mind you behave yourself. Lady Wickham is an old friend of mine." I was in no mood for this sort of thing over the telephone. Face to face, I'm not saying, but at the end of a wire, no. "I shall naturally endeavor, Aunt Agatha," I replied stiffly, "to conduct myself in a manner befitting an English gentleman paying a visit." "What did you say? Speak up." "I can't hear." "I said right-ho." "Oh. Well, mind you do. And there's another reason why I particularly wish you to be as little of an imbecile as you can manage while at Skeldings. Sir Roderick Glossop will be there." "What? Don't bellow like that. You nearly deafened me." "Did you say Sir Roderick Glossop?" "I did." "You don't mean Tuppy Glossop?" "I mean Sir Roderick Glossop. Now, Bertie, I want you to listen to me attentively. Are you there?" "Yes." "Still here? Well, then, listen. I have at last succeeded, after incredible difficulty and in face of all the evidence, in almost persuading Sir Roderick that you are not actually insane. He is prepared to suspend judgment until he has seen you once more. On your behavior at Skeldings, therefore." But I had hung up the receiver. Shaken. That's what I was. To the core. Stop me if I've told you this before, but, in case you don't know, let me just mention the facts in the matter of this Glossop. He was a formidable old bird with a bald head and outsize eyebrows, by profession a loony doctor. How it happened, I couldn't tell you to this day, but I once got engaged to his daughter Honoria. A ghastly dynamic exhibit who read Nietzsche and had a laugh like waves breaking on a stern and rock-bound coast. The fixture was scratched owing to events occurring which convinced the old boy that I was off my napper. And since then he has always had my name at the top of his list of loonies I have lunched with. It seemed to me that even at Christmas time, with all the peace on earth and goodwill towards men that there is knocking about at that season, a reunion with this bloke was likely to be tough going. If I hadn't had more than one particularly good reason for wanting to go to Skeldings, I'd have called the thing off. "Jeeves," I said, all of a twitter, "do you know what? Sir Roderick Glossop is going to be at Lady Wickham's." "Very good, sir. If you have finished breakfast, I will clear away." Cold and haughty. No sympathy. None of the rallying round spirit which one likes to see. As I had anticipated, the information that we were not going to Monte Carlo had got in amongst him. There is a keen sporting streak in Jeeves, and I knew he had been looking forward to a little flutter at the tables. We Woosters can wear the mask. I ignored his lack of decent feeling. "Do so, Jeeves," I said, proudly, and with all convenient speed. Relations continued pretty fairly strained all through the rest of the week. There was a frigid detachment in the way the man brought me my dollop of tea in the mornings. Going down to Skeldings in the car on the afternoon of the 23rd, he was aloof and reserved. And before dinner on the first night of my visit he put the studs in my dress shirt in what I can only call a marked manner. The whole thing was extremely painful, and it seemed to me, as I lay in bed on the morning of the 24th, that the only step to take was to put the whole facts of the case before him and trust to his native good sense to effect an understanding. I was feeling considerably in the pink that morning. Everything had gone like a breeze. My hostess, Lady Wickham, was a beaky female built far too closely on the lines of my Aunt Agatha for comfort, but she had seemed matey enough on my arrival. Her daughter Roberta had welcomed me with a warmth which, I'm bound to say, had set the old heartstrings fluttering a bit. And Sir Roderick, in the brief moment we had had together, appeared to have let the Yuletide spirit soak into him to the most amazing extent. When he saw me, his mouth sort of flickered at one corner, which I took to be his idea of smiling, and he said, "Ha, young man." Not particularly chummily, but he said it. And my view was that it practically amounted to the lion lying down with the lamb. So, all in all, life at this juncture seemed pretty well all to the mustard, and I decided to tell Jeeves exactly how matters stood. "Jeeves," I said, as he appeared with the steaming. "Sir? Touching on this business of our being here, I would like to say a few words of explanation. I consider that you have a right to the facts." "Not at all, sir. I'm afraid scratching that Monte Carlo trip has been a bit of a jar for you, Jeeves." "Not at all, sir." "Oh, yes, it has. The heart was set on wintering in the world's good old plague spot. I saw your eye light up when I said we were due for a visit there. You snorted a bit and your fingers twitched. I know. And now that there has been a change of program, the iron has entered into your soul." "Not at all, sir." "Oh, yes, it has. I've seen it." "Very well, then. What I wish to impress upon you, Jeeves, is that I have not been actuated in this matter by any mere idle whim. It was through no light and airy caprice that I accepted this invitation to Lady Wickham's. I have been angling for it for weeks, prompted by many considerations. In the first place, does one get the Yuletide spirit at a spot like Monte Carlo? Does one desire the Yuletide spirit, sir? Certainly one does. I am all for it. Well, that's one thing. Now here's another. It was imperative that I should come to Skeldings for Christmas, Jeeves, because I knew that young Tuppy Glossop was going to be here." "Sir Roderick Glossop, sir?" "His nephew. You may have observed hanging about the place a fellow with light hair and a Cheshire cat grin. That is Tuppy, and I have been anxious for some time to get to grips with him. I have it in for that man of wrath. The Wooster honor is involved. Listen to the facts, Jeeves, and tell me if I am not justified in planning a hideous vengeance." I took a sip of tea, for the mere memory of my wrongs had shaken me. In spite of the fact that young Tuppy is the nephew of Sir Roderick Glossop, at whose hands, Jeeves, as you are aware, I have suffered much, I fraternized with him freely. Both at the Drones Club and elsewhere. I said to myself that a man is not to be blamed for his relations, and that I would hate to have my pals hold my Aunt Agatha, for instance, against me. Broad-minded, Jeeves, I think? Extremely, sir. Well, then, as I say, I sought this Tuppy out, Jeeves, and hobnobbed, and what do you think he did? I could not say, sir. I will tell you. One night after dinner at the Drones he bet me I wouldn't swing myself across the swimming bath by the ropes and rings. I took him on, and was buzzing along in great style until I came to the last ring. And then I found that this fiend in human shape had looped it back against the rail, thus leaving me hanging in the void with no means of getting ashore to my home and loved ones. There was nothing for it but to drop into the water. He told me that he had often caught fellows that way. And what I maintain, Jeeves, is that, if I can't get back at him somehow at Skeldings, with all the vast resources which a country house affords at my disposal, I am not the man I was. I see, sir. There was still something in his manner which told me that even now he lacked complete sympathy and understanding, so, delicate though the subject was, I decided to put all my cards on the table. And now, Jeeves, we come to the most important reason why I had to spend Christmas at Skeldings. Jeeves, I said, diving into the old cup once more for a moment and bringing myself out wreathed in blushes, the fact of the matter is, I'm in love. Indeed, sir? You've seen Miss Roberta Wickham? Yes, sir. Very well, then. There was a pause, while I let it sink in. During your stay here, Jeeves, I said, you will, no doubt, be thrown a good deal together with Miss Wickham's maid. On such occasions, pitch it strong. Sir? You know what I mean. Tell her I'm rather a good chap, mention my hidden depths. These things get round. Dwell on the fact that I have a kind heart and was runner-up in the squash handicap at the Drones this year. A boost is never wasted, Jeeves. Very good, sir. But what? Well, sir. I wish you wouldn't say, well, sir, in that soupy tone of voice. I have had to speak of this before. The habit is one that is growing upon you. Check it. What's on your mind? I hardly like to take the liberty. Carry on, Jeeves. We are always glad to hear from you, always. What I was about to remark, if you will excuse me, sir, was that I would scarcely have thought Miss Wickham a suitable. Jeeves, I said coldly, if you have anything to say against that lady, it had better not be said in my presence. Very good, sir. Or anywhere else, for that matter. What is your kick against Miss Wickham? Oh, really, sir. Jeeves, I insist. This is a time for plain speaking. You have beefed about Miss Wickham. I wish to know why. It merely crossed my mind, sir, that for a gentleman of your description Miss Wickham is not a suitable mate. What do you mean by a gentleman of my description? Well, sir. Jeeves. I beg your pardon, sir. The expression escaped me inadvertently. I was about to observe that I can only asseverate. Only what? I can only say that, as you have invited my opinion. But I didn't. I was under the impression that you desired to canvass my views on the matter, sir. Oh. Well, let's have them, anyway. Very good, sir. Then, briefly, if I may say so, sir, though Miss Wickham is a charming young lady. There, Jeeves, you spoke an imperial court. What eyes! Yes, sir. What hair! Very true, sir. And what a spieglery, if that's the word I want. The exact word, sir. All right, then. Carry on. I grant Miss Wickham the possession of all these desirable qualities, sir. Nevertheless, considered as a matrimonial prospect for a gentleman of your description, I cannot look upon her as suitable. In my opinion, Miss Wickham lacks seriousness, sir. She is too volatile and frivolous. To qualify as Miss Wickham's husband, a gentleman would need to possess a commanding personality and considerable strength of character. Exactly. I would always hesitate to recommend as a life's companion a young lady with quite such a vivid shade of red hair. Red hair, sir, in my opinion, is dangerous. I eyed the blighter squarely. Jeeves, I said, you're talking rot. Very good, sir. Absolute drivel. Very good, sir. Pure mashed potatoes. Very good, sir. Very good, sir, I mean very good, Jeeves, that will be all, I said. And I drank a modicum of tea with a good deal of hauteur. It isn't often that I find myself able to prove Jeeves in the wrong, but by dinner time that night I was in a position to do so, and I did it without delay. Touching on that matter we were touching on, Jeeves, I said, coming in from the bath and tackling him as he studded the shirt. I should be glad if you would give me your careful attention for a moment. I warn you that what I am about to say is going to make you look pretty silly. Indeed, sir? Yes, Jeeves. Pretty dashed silly it's going to make you look. It may lead you to be rather more careful in future about broadcasting these estimates of yours of people's characters. This morning, if I remember rightly, you stated that Miss Wickham was volatile, frivolous, and lacking in seriousness. Am I correct? Quite correct, sir. Then what I have to tell you may cause you to alter that opinion. I went for a walk with Miss Wickham this afternoon. And, as we walked, I told her about what young Tuppy Glossop did to me in the swimming bath at the Drones. She hung upon my words, Jeeves, and was full of sympathy. Indeed, sir. Dripping with it. And that's not all. Almost before I had finished, she was suggesting the ripest, fruitiest, brainiest scheme for bringing young Tuppy's grey hairs in sorrow to the grave that anyone could possibly imagine. That is very gratifying, sir. Gratifying is the word. It appears that at the girls' school where Miss Wickham was educated, Jeeves, it used to become necessary from time to time for the right-thinking element of the community to slip it across certain of the baser sort. Do you know what they did, Jeeves? No, sir. They took a long stick, Jeeves, and, follow me closely here, they tied a darning needle to the end of it. Then at dead of night, it appears, they sneaked privily into the party of the second part's cubicle and shoved the needle through the bedclothes and punctured her hot water bottle. Girls are much subtler in these matters than boys, Jeeves. At my old school one would occasionally heave a jug of water over another bloke during the night watches. But we never thought of effecting the same result in this particularly neat and scientific manner. Well, Jeeves, that was the scheme which Miss Wickham suggested I should work on young Tuppy, and that is the girl you call frivolous and lacking in seriousness. Any girl who can think up a wheeze like that is my idea of a helpmeet. I shall be glad, Jeeves, if by the time I come to bed tonight you have for me in this room a stout stick with a good sharp darning needle attached. Well, sir. I raised my hand. Jeeves, I said. Not another word. Stick, one, and needle, darning, good, sharp, one, without fail in this room at 11:30 tonight. Very good, sir. Have you any idea where young Tuppy sleeps? I could ascertain, sir. Do so, Jeeves. In a few minutes he was back with the necessary information. Mr. Glossop is established in the moat room, sir. Where's that? The second door on the floor below this, sir. Right-ho, Jeeves. Are the studs in my shirt? Yes, sir. And the links also? Yes, sir. Then push me into it. The more I thought about this enterprise which a sense of duty and good citizenship had thrust upon me, the better it seemed to me. I am not a vindictive man, but I felt, as anybody would have felt in my place, that if fellows like young Tuppy are allowed to get away with it the whole fabric of society and civilization must inevitably crumble. The task to which I had set myself was one that involved hardship and discomfort, for it meant sitting up till well into the small hours and then padding down a cold corridor. But I did not shrink from it. After all, there is a lot to be said for family tradition. We Woosters did our bit in the Crusades. It being Christmas Eve, there was, as I had foreseen, a good deal of revelry and whatnot. First, the village choir surged round and sang carols outside the front door, and then somebody suggested a dance, and after that we hung around chatting of this and that. So that it wasn't till past 1 that I got to my room. Allowing for everything, it didn't seem that it was going to be safe to start my little expedition till 2:30 at the earliest. And I'm bound to say that it was only the utmost resolution that kept me from snuggling into the sheets and calling it a day. I'm not much of a lad now for late hours. However, by 2:30 everything appeared to be quiet. I shook off the mists of sleep, grabbed the good old stick and needle, and off along the corridor. And presently, pausing outside the moat room, I turned the handle, found the door wasn't locked, and went in. I suppose a burglar, I mean a real professional who works at the job 6 nights a week all the year round, gets so that finding himself standing in the dark in somebody else's bedroom means absolutely nothing to him. But for a bird like me, who has had no previous experience, there's a lot to be said in favor of washing the whole thing out and closing the door gently and popping back to bed again. It was only by summoning up all the old bulldog courage of the Woosters and reminding myself that, if I let this opportunity slip, another might never occur. That I managed to stick out what you might call the initial minute of the binge. Then the weakness passed, and Bertram was himself again. At first, when I had beetled in, the room had seemed as black as a coal cellar, but after a bit things began to lighten. The curtains weren't quite drawn over the window, and I could see a trifle of the scenery here and there. The bed was opposite the window, with the head against the wall and the end where the feet were jutting out towards where I stood, thus rendering it possible after one had sown the seed, so to speak, to make a quick getaway. There only remained now the rather tricky problem of locating the hot water bottle. I mean to say, the one thing you can't do if you want to carry a job like this through with secrecy and dispatch is to stand at the end of a fellow's bed, jabbing the blankets at random with a darning needle. Before proceeding to anything in the nature of definite steps, it is imperative that you locate the bot. I was a good deal cheered at this juncture to hear a fruity snore from the direction of the pillows. Reason told me that a bloke who could snore like that wasn't going to be awakened by a trifle. I edged forward and ran a hand in a gingerly sort of way over the coverlet. A moment later I had found the bulge. I steered the good old darning needle onto it, gripped the stick, and shoved. Then, pulling out the weapon, I sidled towards the door, and in another moment would have been outside, buzzing for home and the good night's rest. When suddenly there was a crash that sent my spine shooting up through the top of my head, and the contents of the bed sat up like a jack-in-the-box and said, "Who's that?" It just shows how your most careful strategic moves can be the very ones that dish your campaign. In order to facilitate the orderly retreat according to plan, I had left the door open, and the beastly thing had slammed like a bomb. But I wasn't giving much thought to the causes of the explosion, having other things to occupy my mind. What was disturbing me was the discovery that, whoever else the bloke in the bed might be, he was not young Tuppy. Tuppy has one of those high, squeaky voices that sound like the tenor of the village choir failing to hit a high note. This one was something in between the last trump and a tiger calling for breakfast after being on a diet for a day or two. It was the sort of nasty, rasping voice you hear shouting for when you're one of a slow foursome on the links and are holding up a couple of retired colonels. Among the qualities it lacked were kindliness, suavity, and that sort of dove-like cooing note which makes a fellow feel he has found a friend. I did not linger. Getting swiftly off the mark, I dived for the door handle and was off and away, banging the door behind me. I may be a chump in many ways, as my Aunt Agatha will freely attest, but I know when and when not to be among those present. And I was just about to do the stretch of corridor leading to the stairs in a split second under the record time for the course, when something brought me up with a sudden jerk. One moment, I was all dash and fire and speed, the next, an irresistible force had checked me in my stride and was holding me straining at the leash, as it were. You know, sometimes it seems to me as if fate were going out of its way to such an extent to snooter you that you wonder if it's worth while continuing to struggle. The night being a trifle chillier than the dickens, I had donned for this expedition a dressing gown. It was the tail of this infernal garment that had caught in the door and pipped me at the 11th hour. The next moment the door had opened, light was streaming through it, and the bloke with the voice had grabbed me by the arm. It was Sir Roderick Glossop. The next thing that happened was a bit of a lull in the proceedings. For about 3¼ seconds, or possibly more, we just stood there, drinking each other in, so to speak, the old boy still attached with a limpet-like grip to my elbow. If I hadn't been in a dressing gown and he in pink-striped pajamas, and if he hadn't been glaring quite so much as if he were shortly going to commit a murder, the tableau would have looked rather like one of those advertisements you see in the magazines, where the experienced elder is patting the young man's arm and saying to him, "My boy, if you subscribe to the Mutjeff Correspondence School of Oswego, Kansas, as I did, you may someday, like me, become third assistant vice president of the Schenectady Consolidated Nail File and Eyebrow Tweezer Corporation." "You," said Sir Roderick, finally. And in this connection I want to state that it's all rot to say you can't hiss a word that hasn't an S in it. The way he pushed out that "you" Sounded like an angry cobra, and I am betraying no secrets when I mention that it did me no good whatsoever. By rights, I suppose, at this point I ought to have said something. The best I could manage, however, was a faint, soft bleating sound. Even on ordinary social occasions, when meeting this bloke as man to man and with a clear conscience, I could never be completely at my ease, and now those eyebrows seemed to pierce me like a knife. "Come in here," he said, lugging me into the room. "We don't want to wake the whole house." "Now," he said, depositing me on the carpet and closing the door and doing a bit of eyebrow work, "kindly inform me what is this latest manifestation of insanity?" It seemed to me that a light and cheery laugh might help the thing along. So I had a pop at one. "Don't gibber," said my genial host. And I'm bound to admit that the light and cheery hadn't come out quite as I'd intended. I pulled myself together with a strong effort. "Awfully sorry about all this," I said in a hearty sort of voice. "The fact is, I thought you were tuppy. Kindly refrain from inflicting your idiotic slang on me." "What do you mean by the adjective, tuppy?" "It isn't so much an adjective, don't you know. More of a noun, should think, if you examine it squarely. What I mean to say is, I thought you were your nephew." "You thought I was my nephew? Why should I be my nephew?" "What I'm driving at is, I thought this was his room. My nephew and I changed rooms. I have a great dislike for sleeping on an upper floor. I am nervous about fire." For the first time since this interview had started, I braced up a trifle. The injustice of the whole thing stirred me to such an extent that for a moment I lost that sense of being a toad under the harrow which had been cramping my style up till now. I even went so far as to eye this pajamaed poltroon with a good deal of contempt and loathing. Just because he had this craven fear of fire and this selfish preference for letting Tuppy be cooked instead of himself should the emergency occur, my nicely reasoned plans had gone up the spout. I gave him a look, and I think I may even have snorted a bit. "I should have thought that your manservant would have informed you," said Sir Roderick, "that we contemplated making this change. I met him shortly before luncheon and told him to tell you." I reeled. Yes, it is not too much to say that I reeled. This extraordinary statement had taken me amidships without any preparation, and it staggered me. That Jeeves had been aware all along that this old crumb would be the occupant of the bed which I was proposing to prod with darning needles and had let me rush upon my doom without a word of warning, was almost beyond belief. You might say I was aghast. Yes, practically aghast. "You told Jeeves that you were going to sleep in this room?" I gasped. "I did. I was aware that you and my nephew were on terms of intimacy, and I wished to spare myself the possibility of a visit from you. I confess that it never occurred to me that such a visit was to be anticipated at 3 o'clock in the morning." "What the devil do you mean," he barked, suddenly hotting up, "by prowling about the house at this hour? And what is that thing in your hand?" I looked down, and found that I was still grasping the stick. I give you my honest word that, what with the maelstrom of emotions into which his revelation about Jeeves had cast me, the discovery came as an absolute surprise. "This?" I said. "Oh, yes." "What do you mean, oh, yes? What is it?" "Well, it's a long story. We have the night before us. It's this way. I will ask you to picture me some weeks ago, perfectly peaceful and inoffensive, after dinner at the Drones, smoking a thoughtful cigarette and—" I broke off. The man wasn't listening. He was goggling in a rapt sort of way at the end of the bed, from which there had now begun to drip onto the carpet a series of drops. Good heavens! Thoughtful cigarette and chatting pleasantly of this and that. I broke off again. He had lifted the sheets and was gazing at the corpse of the hot water bottle. "Did you do this?" he said in a low, strangled sort of voice. Yes. As a matter of fact, yes. I was just going to tell you. And your aunt tried to persuade me that you were not insane. I'm not. Absolutely not. If you'll just let me explain. I will do nothing of the kind. It all began. Silence. Right-ho. He did some deep breathing exercises through the nose. My bed is drenched. The way it all began. Be quiet. He heaved somewhat for a while. You wretched, miserable idiot, he said, kindly inform me which bedroom you are supposed to be occupying. It's on the floor above. The clock room. Thank you. I will find it. He gave me the eyebrow. I propose, he said, to pass the remainder of the night in your room, where, I presume, there is a bed in a condition to be slept in. You may bestow yourself as comfortably as you can here. I will wish you good night. He buzzed off, leaving me flat. Well, we Woosters are old campaigners. We can take the rough with the smooth. But to say that I liked the prospect now before me would be paltering with the truth. One glance at the bed told me that any idea of sleeping there was out. A goldfish could have done it, but not Bertram. After a bit of a look round, I decided that the best chance of getting a sort of night's rest was to doss as well as I could in the armchair. I pinched a couple of pillows off the bed, shoved the hearthrug over my knees, and sat down and started counting sheep. But it wasn't any good. The old bulb was sizzling much too much to admit of anything in the nature of slumber. This hideous revelation of the blackness of Jeeves's treachery kept coming back to me every time I nearly succeeded in dropping off. And, what's more, it seemed to get colder and colder as the long night wore on. I was just wondering if I would ever get to sleep again in this world when a voice at my elbow said, "Good morning, sir," and I sat up with a jerk. I could have sworn I hadn't so much as dozed off for even a minute, but apparently I had. For the curtains were drawn back and daylight was coming in through the window, and there was Jeeves standing beside me with a cup of tea on a tray. "Merry Christmas, sir." I reached out a feeble hand for the restoring brew. I swallowed a mouthful or two, and felt a little better. I was aching in every limb and the dome felt like lead, but I was now able to think with a certain amount of clearness, and I fixed the man with a stony eye and prepared to let him have it. "You think so, do you?" I said. "Much, let me tell you, depends on what you mean by the adjective merry. If, moreover, you suppose that it is going to be merry for you, correct that impression." "Jeeves," I said, taking another half-oz of tea and speaking in a cold, measured voice, "I wish to ask you one question. Did you or did you not know that Sir Roderick Glossop was sleeping in this room last night?" "Yes, sir." "You admit it?" "Yes, sir." "And you didn't tell me?" "No, sir. I thought it would be more judicious not to do so." "Jeeves. If you will allow me to explain, sir." "Explain." "I was aware that my silence might lead to something in the nature of an embarrassing contretemps, sir." "You thought that, did you?" "Yes, sir." "You were a good guesser," I said, sucking down further bohea. "But it seemed to me, sir, that whatever might occur was all for the best." I would have put in a crisp word or two here, but he carried on without giving me the op. "I thought that possibly, on reflection, sir, your views being what they are, you would prefer your relations with Sir Roderick Glossop and his family to be distant rather than cordial." "My views? What do you mean, my views?" "As regards a matrimonial alliance with Miss Honoria Glossop, sir." Something like an electric shock seemed to zip through me. The man had opened up a new line of thought. I suddenly saw what he was driving at, and realized all in a flash that I had been wronging this faithful fellow. All the while I supposed he had been landing me in the soup, he had really been steering me away from it. It was like those stories one used to read as a kid about the traveler going along on a dark night and his dog grabs him by the leg of his trousers and he says, "Down, sir." "What are you doing, Rover?" And the dog hangs on and he gets rather hot under the collar and curses a bit, but the dog won't let him go. And then suddenly the moon shines through the clouds and he finds he's been standing on the edge of a precipice and one more step would have, well, anyway, you get the idea. And what I'm driving at is that much the same sort of thing seemed to have been happening now. It's perfectly amazing how a fellow will let himself get off his guard and ignore the perils which surround him. I give you my honest word. It had never struck me till this moment that my Aunt Agatha had been scheming to get me in right with Sir Roderick so that I should eventually be received back into the fold, if you see what I mean. And subsequently pushed off on Honoria. My God, Jeeves! I said, paling. Precisely, sir. You think there was a risk? I do, sir. A very grave risk. A disturbing thought struck me. But, Jeeves, on calm reflection, won't Sir Roderick have gathered by now that my objective was young Tuppy? And that puncturing his hot water bottle was just one of those things that occur when the Yuletide spirit is abroad, one of those things that have to be overlooked and taken with the indulgent smile and the fatherly shake of the head? I mean to say, young blood, and all that sort of thing. What I mean is, he'll realize that I wasn't trying to snooter him, and then all the good work will have been wasted. No, sir. I fancy not. That might possibly have been Sir Roderick's mental reaction, had it not been for the second incident. The second incident? During the night, sir, while Sir Roderick was occupying your bed, somebody entered the room, pierced his hot water bottle with some sharp instrument, and vanished in the darkness. I could make nothing of this. What? Do you think I walked in my sleep? No, sir. It was young Mr. Glossop who did it. I encountered him this morning, sir, shortly before I came here. He was in cheerful spirits and inquired of me how you were feeling about the incident. Not being aware that his victim had been Sir Roderick. But, Jeeves, what an amazing coincidence. Sir? Why, young Tuppy getting exactly the same idea as I did. Or, rather, as Miss Wickham did. You can't say that's not rummy. A miracle, I call it. Not altogether, sir. It appears that he received the suggestion from the young lady. From Miss Wickham? Yes, sir. You mean to say that, after she had put me up to the scheme of puncturing Tuppy's hot water bottle, she went away and tipped Tuppy off to puncturing mine? Precisely, sir. She is a young lady with a keen sense of humor, sir. I sat there, you might say stunned. When I thought how near I had come to offering the Wooster heart and hand to a girl capable of double-crossing a strong man's honest love like that, I shivered. Are you cold, sir? No, Jeeves. Just shuddering. The occurrence, if I may take the liberty of saying so, sir, will perhaps lend color to the view which I put forward yesterday that Miss Wickham, though in many respects a charming young lady. I raised the hand. Say no more, Jeeves, I replied. Love is dead. Very good, sir. I brooded for a while. You've seen Sir Roderick this morning, then? Yes, sir. How did he seem? A trifle feverish, sir. A little emotional. He expressed a strong desire to meet you, sir. What would you advise? If you were to slip out by the back entrance as soon as you are dressed, sir, it would be possible for you to make your way across the field without being observed and reach the village, where you could hire an automobile to take you to London. I could bring on your effects later in your own car. But London, Jeeves? Is any man safe? My Aunt Agatha is in London. Yes, sir. Well, then? He regarded me for a moment with a fathomless eye. I think the best plan, sir, would be for you to leave England, which is not pleasant at this time of the year, for some little while. I would not take the liberty of dictating your movements, sir. But as you already have accommodation engaged on the blue train for Monte Carlo for the day after tomorrow. But you cancelled the booking? No, sir. I thought you had. No, sir. I told you to. Yes, sir. It was remiss of me, but the matter slipped my mind. Oh. Yes, sir. All right, Jeeves. Monte Carlo ho, then. Very good, sir. It's lucky, as things have turned out, that you forgot to cancel that booking. Very fortunate indeed, sir. If you will wait here, sir, I will return to your room and procure a suit of clothes.